Musika, kaya tara lumaban pa, laro tayo. Tara laro, tara laro, sumayaw tayo, kasama ang buong mundo, hataw agad sa umpisa, laro tayo.
Bye, Lisa.
How to register the Smart Gig Arena. First, go to gigarena.smart on your browser. Click Sign In at the upper right corner and enter your smart mobile number. Enter the one-time authentication code sent to your number and agree to the terms and conditions and privacy policy. Personalize your account by choosing your username and profile picture. Congratulations! You've just taken the first step on your path to greatness. Check out upcoming tournaments and play arcade games. Just subscribe to Gig Arena 20 to join. To join tournaments, click the Tournaments tab. Find the perfect tournament with the search option. Find all the details about your chosen tournament and register. Provide your in-game name, ID, and other details. Make sure you have tickets to join. If not, then subscribe to Gig Arena 20 to get 2 tickets. And you're set. See you at the training grounds.
Over here, Ender.
Don't let me know where to go. Don't let me know where to go. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you.
Santos Galar, can you do it? And Alberti Sana, Garcia.
Avalanche fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa, buhay pa rin. Ang 4v1! Backline already, and you're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just no way for him to run. Just
Kita kata ada satu buah reward di poin yang membuat pergerakan dari Mika terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Legendary.
Okay, class, finished or not finished, pass your papers, and have a great weekend.
Mahiwaga ang mga araw na ito. Pagkalipas ng dilim ay may bukang liwayway. May urong sulong at alinlangan. Huwag mangamba, pangakong ito'y pagsubok lang. Di ka mag-iisa, walang problemang di kaya. Umiti ka muna, sumama ka sa aming gumalaw. Oh. Ibang lakas pag may kasabay.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts Winning any game, para to sa PNNE Di mo matitinag aming boses on your level Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend Open fire, we unite, we winners Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of Switch in a lane na parang gera HP Racing, may reseta Built like a tank, buhat ni Hilda Full load SS, parang Lyra Susundan ko ang iyong bakas Kasama patas Tagumpay natin ito Dahil tayo'y malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang lalas Hindi ito atras Kinikilala sa taas Kasi kami ang malakas Para sa Pinas Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like beast of the southeast. Taas sa matawa, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to, dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi ko atras, kinikilala sa taas, kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi ko atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
MPL na 4 PM 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 MPL na.
Catch your favorite MPL matches every Friday to Sunday.
Only at the MPL Philippines YouTube and TikTok.
4 p.m.
MPL na
4 p.m. MPL na 4 p.m. MPL na 4 p.m. MPL na. Maligayang pagdating sa tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo. I'm Mara Aquino.
And my name is Hans Galeria.
And this is
MPL Philippines Season 13.
We're down to the final 3 games of the week. And after yesterday's bloodbath, what do you think is in store for us today, Hans?
Feeling ko mas maraming dugo ang dadanak sa Land of Dawn ngayon. Gusto ko talagang patunayan na ang ating mga tagumpay ay hindi lamang sa ating husay pagdating sa micro. Kaya naman sa lahat ng ating mga viewers dyan, let us know your thoughts because we want to know kung ano nga ba ang inaabangan nyo for today.
And to give you guys a glimpse of what we're about to see, let's check out our match schedule. For the first series, it'll be TNC versus Echo. Can the momentum-driven TNC snap Echo's 3-match win streak?
And we will also know how much of a dark horse Minana is going to be this season as they go up against the world champions, APBR.
And for the last match of the day, Blacklist International versus Omega, a matchup filled with players and coaches coming from different generations of MPL players. Kaya wag na natin patagalin pa. Simulan na natin ang ating unang laban.
This is TNC Pro Team versus Echo.
Casters, pasok!
Coach Carter, Mr. Miyagi, Coach Anzai, Tic-Tac and Ben Things. Sometimes the greatest headlines are written from the sidelines. Welcome aboard at your service. My name is Leo, here with two of the most eligible bachelors in all of esports. It's Renmar Santa Cruz and Wolf. Gentlemen, how are we today?
I'm doing great. I am excited. I love your opening there.
Yeah.
You worked on that for a good hour in the talent room, so I'm glad that you got it done, man. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, great intro, but even better introduction to us. Like, what is the term? Eligible bachelors.
The most eligible bachelors in all of esports.
Yeah. One thing I can say though, I am trapped in a wealth sandwich right now. Look at that. Look at these two.
What are you talking about?
Well,
That's why you have a podium.
Success. I'm so lucky.
We're in for a wealth of action and, of course, wisdom, because more than the action and the excitement in the Land of Dawn, we're going to be seeing a 1v1 from the sidelines. Coach Ben Things and Coach Tic-Tac facing off, both outliers in terms of coaching staffs, or the lack thereof, because they are both lonesome. They both stand alone in leading their teams. Coach Tic-Tac obviously finds it a challenge given that he is now alone. He was previously joined by Coach Trevor, and now he also needs to dig deep into the technicals, because now he's both. He's a technical coach and a life coach.
Yeah, and for the longest time, Coach Tic-Tac has really just been the dad for Echo, and of course instilling the discipline while Coach Trevor handled all the technicals. And I like that even before the hand, Coach Tic-Tac was already very vocal about what Coach Trevor brings to the table. He was very aware of his own shortcomings and weaknesses as a coach, but now he's taking the challenge to heart, and it looks like he's ready to take it.
And of course, we have to talk about Coach Ben Things, right? He says that it's not much of a challenge because he actually chose to be part of the team, to still be part of the team. I think when I talked to him last time, it was probably right after MPL PH Season 12. He told me that the biggest challenge was to actually let go of extra income through creating content. Because it's always the temptation, right? It's always a temptation for players where you take off a lot of your playing time just because you want to be a content creator. And that was his biggest sacrifice so far.
And how soon and how early he made that decision, I don't think you would question his dedication, because even that was even before he had to finally say, you know what, fine, I'll do it myself.
Yeah.
And I like that he really decided to go into that, and I feel like it's the difference between the two coaches.
Yeah.
Of course, Coach Ben Things, player for the longest time, we always told ourselves and everyone agreed that he would be a really good coach, and here he's finally here. Now, while Coach Tic-Tac sort of has like an adjustment period, while Coach Ben Things was like, no, I'm ready for this.
Yeah. Can I share a fun fact?
Of course.
There is just one person, according to Coach Eb, that he can call a kuya. Kuya means elder brother. There's only literally one person in MPL PH that he can call kuya, and that is Archie Tic-Tac Reyes.
Oh, wow.
The only person that Coach Eb can actually legitimately call kuya.
I mean, Kuya is a long shot from what I hear he's called in the boot camp, especially when it was the three of them leading the Echo squad. I mean, Coach Tic-Tac, Coach Trev, and Ma'am Mitch.
Yeah.
They would call him Lolo. They would call him old granddad.
He just straight up called him Grandpa. Kind of foul, but you know what? I feel like Coach Tic-Tac has never been truly ashamed of his age. He's always just been proud of it. Like, look at me. This is a young man's game, but here I am shining as a coach.
And what I like about the quote that he shared actually is that he acknowledged that he wasn't that technical before. And that kind of, I don't know, maybe humility or maybe acceptance to whatever your pedigree is as a coach or as part of a pro team, and accepting that and then just learning along the way. That's, great for him.
Let's get into the action, and of course, none of this would be possible without the help of our marshals. Ladies and gentlemen, they make sure that everything is fair, everything runs smoothly. We got a Wilbert, Patrick, Jeff, and Chico, who, by the way, has about 6,354,000 diamonds sitting in his account. Let's welcome our teams.
The Phoenix Army have found a foothold towards their charge to the playoffs. With Captain Super Yoshi back at the helm, can they continue to get points against the hot streak of the Orcas and stop the Express. Always rise, it's TNC Pro Team! This is their fourth stop on the road to 12 straight regular season wins. But with TNC on the board and looking to continue their war advance, can the Express get through the army? Someone looks excited, and so let's get louder and prouder for Echo! And of course, welcome the two men at the helm, our coaches, Coach Ben Things and Coach Tic Tac. MPL Arena, welcome to the final day of week number 2!
How rich is this matchup? We focused on the coaches and we've yet to even talk about the players. Folks, here's TNC, and finally I think they're with the starting 5 that they want to see. Super Yoshi back in the roam.
And it was instant, his effect. You saw the confidence in the rotations of TNC Pro Team. Having someone in the roam who's really used to playing the roam, leading the charge, TNC looked like a completely different team under Super Yoshi. That isn't to discredit Nomad, because when he finally got back into the gold lane, he shone, he shined. He was MVP, he played really well. So I really want to see how well TNC Pro Team will continue this streak with Rise and Hatred. But personally, my favorite that I want to see in this matchup is Heads.
They now be comfortable, TNC. Let's talk about Echo. They're actually using Outplayed and Zyda now. Wolf, talk to me about this. The last time they did this was Season 10 when they would switch week in, week out.
That's right. I think that Echo really wants to make use of every single player that they have, making sure that Zyda will, I don't know, maybe marinate in this kind of environment where you're always playing up against the top teams. You are trying to make the most out of Zyda, because there will come a time that Carl TZ will eventually, you know, I'm not saying that will be in a few seasons from now, but that is very true for both Carl TZ as well as Benny QT. There will come a time that somebody has to take over.
I don't want to think about that just yet, Wolf. But you know one thing I realized? Echo loves fielding their former MDL players against teams that have MDL players. Heads, I mean, he's very familiar, and Nomad as well. Not Nomad, but Heads very familiar going up against Outplayed, Zyda, and even JP.
That's right.
Yep, and Zyda, JP, and even Outplayed, MDL champions.
Yeah.
2-time MDL champions. And again, you see the breadth of their strategies here. It just fits. It just fits. Anything that stands out come to their head-to-head stats.
So what's very interesting about TNC, and I like to remind everyone, TNC is a team that's only won 1 out of their 3 series, right? So they only won, they didn't even win a game last week. They have a high turtle control rate, which means that they really are very good at the early game. And I think that the main reason why TNC lost their previous series was because of their late game, but their early game, you can see that they have really practiced a lot when it comes to their turtle control. So the stats don't lie, they show their improvements on TNC.
And I think you can see here, the one stat that Nomad has was turret damage per minute. So that means early on they are going to bear down on you. Early on you're going to feel TNC.
That's right.
But these stats, a majority of these come from games wherein Nomad was actually not in the gold lane. Something to note, folks, TNC's also come in from a fresh win. Just yesterday they went 3 games against Blacklist International. Same with Echo here. They went 3 games against RSG in their last outing. So both teams are actually on a high right now.
Yeah, and they're going to have to continue that, especially in this specific series.
Yep, let's talk about the Infinix keys to victory, Wolf. What do they have to do?
Well, they have to watch out for JP's hero, Ocean. That's CNC. It's no regular hero pool because of how big the pool is for the side of JP. He's able to pick up many, many different heroes. For Echo, don't hesitate. Go for the heads. Meaning to say that you really have to punish heads this time. I think that Blacklist International lost three of the well, it was a 3-game series, but 2 of those games that they lost was because of heads. And then hold on to your early game advantage. This is a big problem for TNC because we know that Echo can actually do this. They have done this before. They're really good at taking care of the early game and then snowballing afterwards. But for TNC, that is their main point of improvement. They are really good at the early game, but they just can't finish.
Yep, season in, season out. Echo have been working on their turn, have been working on finding the way to be aggressive once more after a mid-game power spike, and we've seen a good amount of it in Season 12, in Season 13. Now, we've seen this very lineup, the Zyda and the Outplayed lineup do just the same against, was it Blacks International earlier this week?
Earlier this week.
It was Black.
Or last week.
It was last week for sure.
No, against Omega.
Omega,
Against
yes,
Omega. Omega was ahead, and then they just flipped the switch, turned it around, won that MDL Grand Finals matchup.
Yeah, and I feel like that's something TNC Pro Team has to be careful of because we've seen TNC Pro Team, they know how to control games. Even when it was still Nomad in the roam, Yasuo was in the Gold Wayne. I do it once a season. They know how to control games, but they do fall off. So they know now they're up against a team that, yes, we're known, Echo is very known for taking control of the game early on and then they're not going to let go, but they can also make comebacks. TNC Pro Team, if they lead the game here, they still have to be sharp. They still have to be careful. Even in their victory yesterday, I saw some errors and a little bit overzealousness when they were trying to end the game.
Especially when they're pushing with the Lord. I think that most of... There's even the deja vu moment in the bottom lane where they did exactly the same thing and the result was also the same because they were so aggressive with the Lord push.
Yep. Again, watching yesterday's broadcast, TNC definitely need to work on how they use the Lord, which now we're going to try to pose a question for all of y'all watching online. I'm looking at you. There's this one dude. Stop trying to incite a fight. No, we're all here to enjoy MPL PH, all right? Now, question. What would you rather have to trade out early? Do you want the Nolan or do you want the X board? Because both are still open. Both are still open here.
Oh, whew, that's a very interesting question. I would say X-Borg should have a better stock between those two, just because of how much it can bring to big objectives.
Going into a blind draft, going into
exactly. I mean, like if your enemies allocate so much to just countering X-Borg, which is there's just only a little pool when it comes to like X-Borg counter. So I think that surely X-Borg should be the priority. But between T-Echo and TNC right now, with Nolan being available eventually, maybe that also means that TNC will just have access to the Novaria, which they really like for Hatred, but they ban it out themselves. Okay,
good read.
Well, I mean, Sanji does play a really mean Novaria, so understandable. So that baits Echo, I think, into thinking about picking up the first pick Vexana, but then the Nolan is available as well.
Ooh.
So it's like, okay, take this Echo, you can take the Nolan, but we want to get things like the Vex and Ruby maybe.
Yeah.
Oh no, TNC, love that Ruby.
Yeah.
Yoshi rhymes with you, Ruby, and there's a reason why.
Yeah, played really well yesterday.
It did. So this could actually be a Ruby's day night pick coming out from Echo. There's a big chance of that.
What? No, Wolf, would they?
Would they?
First pick Ruby just to take it away from Yoshi?
Okay, well, that is definitely a surprise for me.
That's a swerve.
That's a big swerve.
They're letting through the Vex, letting through the Val, letting through the Nolan.
Yeah. So you go Valentina coming out from a TNC. Do you pick up the Ruby this time, or do you just go for the Nolan? Or are we just in that realm where, okay, we don't like Nolan anyways?
There's a chance. I mean, I feel like with two teams who know how to control the early game really well, maybe both of them are quite hesitant to play someone of an assassin type.
Yeah.
They want to play those junglers that even if invaded should be able to handle well. Yeah, no one wants the Nolan right now.
Yep. Wow.
And Valentina, we talked about this in back in the talent room. She's making a big comeback.
That's right. Valentina, in the absence of Novaria, you look for a mage that can actually output the damage in the early game. Or sorry, in the team fights. Obviously, that is an option. Okay, we're back to normal, boys.
Yeah.
Okay, what do you pair this up with? There still is the X-Borg, we know. And usually, when you go carry plus the Nolan, you want to look for a sustained kind of EXP laner. Somewhere along the lines of X-Borg, Terizla, even...
CC? Oh, no.
Well, Ruby is always an option.
Oh, eventually they get away with a steal
Yeah.
but it's not the steal that we were all expecting. 'Cause we were expecting them to take it away from Yoshi, but now it's clear Yoshi's going to be picking up the Minotaur.
Yeah.
What does Heads play here?
I think it will reserve it until last. Because that Benedetta that's unforgettable from yesterday. So I think you're better off just getting the Claude now if you're TNC. Just to make sure that, you know, you have a good marksman in the late game.
Yeah. Claude. Maybe they'll even consider getting that little big dinosaur with the little guy on top of it. The Barretts.
Yeah.
But I do like the idea of picking up the Claude now. Just so that they don't have to fight for marksman in the second phase.
Okay.
Oh, no, but it's easy. Interesting.
Okay, heroes that cannot be bullied, essentially, in the side lanes. Then you ban Xborg now, or if you're TNC, right?
Oh, wow. You just set it up. You just make sure Heads wins.
Yeah.
It's always Heads, no tails.
That's right.
Yeah, there.
Okay.
Sometimes you gotta make your own luck, right?
Yep, and also...
It's funny, but it's true.
It is. That's Xborg, like your favorite voice line, if I'm... Am I right?
Amongst many.
Amongst many. And I would have actually guessed the backshot as well for TNC, but they kind of put themselves in a spot where Ryzen needs to kind of pick up a different hero this time. And not having access to the backshot is kind of difficult now for TNC because you're going to be left with either Barretts or Martis. And I think and Fredrin obviously is there. But you don't want to use the Fredrin when there's good front to back from Echo, like Carry as well as Ruby.
So it's likely just the Barats.
Yeah, Barats
so just the Barats or the Martis.
Yeah, at least that way you get a -1. And I get it. Fredrin will be
difficult. Is that a roll?
They were thinking that the glue would go there. Interesting. This might just be a Martis.
Pretty good pull.
Yeah.
Look at this young man.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
Not bad.
Did he get Lightborn out of that?
Yeah, Lightborn. It's a higher Lightborn.
Oh. I feel like in any other time we would have gotten high for a Lightborn, but at this point there were so many skins, so we're just like, Lightborn.
Yeah.
Still beautiful, by the way.
Still beautiful. Okay, so you're gonna be left with Martis here, right? If you're TNC. And it could be a good like.
Is a singular Ruby enough to stop a Fanny?
No.
What if?
But
no,
there is that potential of a Kaja still for Echo, and then you put. Okay.
Oh, baby Dairoth!
Oh. The Roth jungle, right?
No, this is the Roth XP lane.
Up against, against the CC. Yes.
And speaking of, and you need some kind of poke, which means that Vexana still being open up at this point. It's
Vex.
Yeah.
This is really good. I think Echo created a very aggressive and hard-hitting lineup.
Yeah. I think the Claude just makes a lot of sense here for TNC.
Agreed.
That's your main late game hero.
Safe too.
Yeah. Very safe as well. There's not much that can actually be a problem. Maybe the Nolan is going to be a problem, but you have Wind of Nature anyways.
True.
So I think just the Claude is just a good closer for
Oddly
this.
enough, TNC's draft is very slippery.
Yeah.
If they need to protect their cores, I'm talking about the gold lane and the mid laner, they can.
Yep.
Yeah, does look good for them that way.
What?
And there was something that you mentioned to us, Leo, where it seems like the meta now does favor dive.
Yep. Again, just looking at what heroes are big, the trinities from role to role, they all seem to play from either close range or mid range. And wait, no, is this
from last night?
Okay. Is this the fabled gold lane Roger?
Yep.
Yes, it is.
We saw this last night. MPL Indonesia. RRQ versus Evos in the Classic Derby, game number 3.
Skyla.
And they won it.
Skilla.
Oh, wow. But now it's Nomad.
Nomad.
All right.
Okay.
Folks, again, I know you're part of this. 81% to Echo, who is still, by the way, undefeated. They've lost games, yes, but not a single series. Can TNC snap that?
Well, it's going to be a difficult task always. I think for TNC, every single series that they play now is always a tall order just because of the fact that teams have already established their chemistry. I mean, look at this team. Yeah. Even when you know that there are 2 new players, young players from NDL, we know their caliber. They have played in the MPL before they played in MDL. That's how strong this team is.
They've been round the block, and here they still stand. Welcome to Game 1, the first in this best of 3. 2 teams racing to get 3 points after tonight's bout. It's TNC and Echo. Early rotations, both start purple.
Yeah. Assassin Emblem, I think, should be the way here for the Roger. And we've seen like a Vengeance Roger, but okay, so that's the thing. That's why you go for the Roger versus the carry, because when it comes to range, there are so many ways for you to kind of win the lane with that, especially because you have the extra movement speed wherein you can cut the minion waves, as you saw with Nomad, able to poke outplayed.
Yeah, I just want to say quickly, carries have been having bad days. Last night it was a Freya, now it's this one.
Yeah.
No one's safe.
Meanwhile, Yoshi just getting poked down here by Zyda, unless Zyda wants to commit it. Nope. Still just playing around that Little Wander. Everything's chill.
What? I wonder. So Super Yoshi went for that tank Minotaur, but even, you know, despite that fact, I mean, still is taking so much damage from this Nolan. Really, teams have started to give the Nolan, you know, they kind of give away the Nolan. That's what I'm trying to say. And I think Nolan is just such a strong hero. And I'm not sure whether or not TNC is actually prepared for this Nolan. I think the only good hero here is definitely this Minotaur, but that will come into the late game where you can save your teammates and also kind of punish the Nolan. But it's not an easy thing to do.
Truth be told, Kaisam, I thought you were going to say Nolan has evolved in his play style, because he used to play very differently when Fracture had that CC.
Yeah.
But now, again, maybe because teams are so willing to let him go, let him through, we might be going the route of Lancelot Season 8, Season 9, where he had to change his play style to change the way he affected the metagame. First turtle spawned up already. Echo with a small lead, 300 gold.
I like how there's a little duel here in the EXP lane while the Nolan's getting spotted by Super Yoshi's Minotaur. There's going to be no contest by Echo, but Sanford not going to be going after Ryzen. So TNC Pro Team, again, they're continuing their trend of just wanting to control the early to mid game.
Yep. 76% turtle control rate for TNC, despite them losing their first 4 matches. We know for sure that they have something prepared against teams, and that's the early game.
Man, I've never seen a Martiz hit a turtle so fast, alone, and actually score it like that. Even I wouldn't dare do that in my own ranked games.
It's been a while.
Dean.
But that was, Mr. Dean. That's right. Yep. That means that it was Super Yoshi that actually allowed for it. And Reptar pointed it out. Super Yoshi spotted out where Zyda would play.
Yeah, Super Yoshi going to be going in, and that's going to be a massive pull coming in by Hatred as the Ruby, as the Valentina, and that's going to be Decimation by Ryzen. Early blood, first one, but that's going to be a counter. Super Yoshi with a massive knock-up, but it's not going to be able to help Ryzen get away. Echo traded out.
Oh, it's the rifts. It's the delayed damage from Nolan's passive that took down Martiz.
Whew. That's going to be explosive. Definitely good for Echo because they punished Ryzen. And not only that, that's a kill for the Nolan. And you always want early kills if you're an assassin jungler.
Yeah, and you mentioned something about changing the playstyle similar to the old Lancelot, Leo. I feel like there's a time where the more players seem to forget about like what heroes do, the more they get a little bit careless, a little bit too overzealous going up against them. They're like, oh, he can poke me, later I'm gonna get him back, he has no CC. I feel like sometimes, that's where we are now in this era of Nolan. Like people just tend to forget just a little bit.
Yeah. Which circles back to what Kaisam said, like he can't believe TNC just let it through.
Yeah.
What's going on? Turtle spawning here in just 10. Relative piece up top. Again, earlier it was Nomad who was just super aggressive and outplayed. Why the change in tempo up top?
Well, definitely some of the occasional visits to the top lane kind of made it difficult for
Second turtle, there's going to be an entry in. Super Yoshi gets knocked up. Eternal Guard already out. EG committed. Echo trying to find an opening. TNC as well. Ryzen dancing around Sanford. Hatred and Heads, though, on the back of Echo. They're going to try to chase after Zyda, who gets away, but Hatred's going to get punished. Super Yoshi jumps in. A massive heal as well from the Motivation Rod, but he gets picked off by the Nolan. Minotaur goes down. Ryzen and Hatred try to take down JP. Just see if they can get a trade after it. Yes, they do. Decimation. Make it 2. Double for Ryzen. Will it be 3? Bang! For the jungler of TNC.
Mean Dean strikes again. He does get traded out earlier on, but he comes back with a vengeance.
Oh my god, the Mean Dean, that's a Ryzen. But actually I would like to credit Heads because of the way that he managed, or he defended against Zyda. Didn't let go of the grip onto Zyda. Zyda eventually gets a kill of Super Yoshi, but he cannot position himself onto the turtle. And that delay on the turtle for TNC gave them 3 kills, a bonus turtle to go with that, and a lot of gold back in their favor.
Oh, man, top lane.
Nomad and outplayed.
It's a duel.
Get it out. Oh, will Nomad actually fall to outplayed here? No, he won't. Still a little bit of a fighter, so he'll be able to get away. I like the tracking of these two teams. They're targeting when it comes to the big team fights.
That's right. And that's Thunderbolt Roger. That's why he felt a little bit tanky.
Oh, they're going for the heads. Vengeance committed. Is it actually going to be enough to survive? What? Yes, it is. The damage of the CC stopping Zyda from chasing him down.
He got max stacks.
Yeah.
Them yo-yos were helping with the life steal and the spell vamp.
Yep.
What would win? Literally time-traveling blades or yo-yos?
I like this
yo-yos
question.
apparently. Roger, there's MP. Is it Full Moon now?
Oh, stolen. Grand Theft Orange by Ryzen. And JP not going to be able to get the pull. And TNC back off. Again, signature TNC playstyle. They are giving a lot of difficulty to Echo.
Yeah. But then again, when it comes to the economy, Echo still is ahead for a little bit. Great news for the Nolan, obviously. Especially because Zyda hasn't died yet. So that's really a good tell of good early game.
EG committed. A lot of damage onto the Ryzen. Zyda is going to be able to get the fracture. Oh, very close. The damage coming out from the Vixana as well. TNC Pro Team, 26 seconds before this turtle spawns. They're now going to be going up top. Nomad, does he know? He feels it. He senses it. Super Yoshi nearby, though. They're going to commit to play. They pull Yoshi. Is Yoshi going to be able to get away? Minana and Fury committed. A little bit of a knock-up, but they're just trying to delay the inevitable. Maybe Outplay not going to be able to get the turret just yet, but Nomad goes in. Nomad goes in, and he gets punished. No, he does not. He survives, but the turret falls.
Literally the same thoughts. Again, he was trying to save the turret, but why would he put himself in such harm?
I think he wanted to go for the pounce coming out for the Lycan pounce onto a minion, the cart. He wants to kind of jump to the carry first and then jump to the minion, but it didn't happen.
That makes sense. Super Yoshi taking a lot of damage, already forced to use the flicker. Heads now has to substitute as a roamer who's going to be able to get this turtle here. The last one, that's going to be going to Ryzen. Mean Dean Machine. Oh, everything in between. Ryzen, though, falls. He gets punished there. Shut down, killing spree by Echo. They've lost the objectives, but I think this means the mid lane might be open unless TNC is going to be able to stop it. Let's see. Can they get the mid lane turret? There's going to be a big prize for Echo if they do. They're going to be getting resources in the jungle. They don't get the turret. Who wins that route?
I think that's definitely Echo. They got a kill onto Ryzen, and then they got the purple buff as well. And Zyda is 3-0-0 right now. About 1.2k ahead of his matchup. And that will just compound into the Lord fights. I mean, obviously TNC got the first 3 turtles, but that doesn't mean that they will have a great time in the mid game, especially because they're losing towers as well.
All right, let me help count their blessings for the Phoenix, right? At least they have a small gold lead, and they're still waiting for Hatred to actually come online. We haven't really seen J-Lord do much.
Yeah. But he's just been biding his time as well. Because I think we've seen, like, especially yesterday, Hatred sort of just like a secondary setter as well for TNC, especially as a Valentina. They spot out Yoshi. Echo, are they going to be able to take him down? Minana and Fury committed. 2 gets knocked up. TNC still not completely in position to commit. Curtain Call was tossed out there by Heads, but no, they're not going to engage.
Whew. And that is actually that's the Minana Fury committed. I think the Vexana ultimate has faster cooldown compared to that one. It's gonna be TNC just scratching their heads over that play. But then again, they did not lose their mid lane turret, and that's always a good news for TNC.
Yeah, and I think I'm understanding also why Sanji hurts. They have to prioritize the physical defense first. 3 Dreadnought armors,
right.
but magic defense not quite there yet for TNC.
That's right. It's understandable because they're playing against a Nolan.
Yeah.
And right now, you can see that they're keeping up the pressure again. Wherever TNC is not, there be a member of Echo just shrinking the map. So it's going to be so much more difficult for Nomad to actually make the most of the kit that we once thought would make it easier for him to lane. This is a Roger that can't go hunting. He's forced to be babysat by the 3 chunky players from TNC.
Ooh.
Okay.
Missed out.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
He's able to use that with his innate crowd control, vulnerability, immunity, for just a bit.
It's kind of weird, but that's a flicker. That's no longer available for JP for quite a while. But look at the minion management coming up from Echo.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
It's really good right now.
Oh, Zyda just picked up the Blade of Despair. The Sad Sword, extra tears.
Sad Sword.
For TNC. Lord Dance, here with... Oh, there's a pull!
Entry. Hagen finds his moment. He finds a bullet to the Vexana. There's a lot of magic damage going on the side of Echo right now, but a pull as well from JP. He doesn't need the flicker, but the counter punch by TNC. They take down the Ruby. They take down 3. Double kill once again for Ryzen, making the most out of the Decimate.
6-2-0 on Mean Dean Sumagi. Just 1,000 gold now ahead. TNC making a beeline for the Lord.
Okay, heads goes forward. Nomad as well. Curtain call onto 2 members of Echo. While TNC Pro Team, they're going to be able to get this without a problem.
And look at J-Lord just staking down the mid lane turret to go with it after outputting so much damage in the previous team fight. With the way that he positioned his Valentina, he transitioned into taking the turret while they were taking the Lord. And by the way, Nomad actually played that so well. Didn't even have to pop the Purify. His positioning was so good, and he was able to make full advantage of the Lycan Pounce using the animation cancel as well.
All right, Kaisam, Renmark, and I just appreciate these 2 heroes from TNC, the Roger and the Martis. Wait, we'll talk about it if he survives. He does. All right, cool.
He's cool.
They're both building a hybrid fighter.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that because usually when you see most Martises in the current metagame, they're all just full tank.
Yep.
But Dean said, you know what, I'm ahead.
Okay.
Usually, if I don't lean hard into this, we're going to lose, and I'm not going to be a threat. He builds the Hunter Strike. Who does that?
Yeah.
Only the Mean Dean does that.
Only the Mean Dean. He's a bit of a machine so far. 6-2-0 for Ryzen's Martis. Let's see if anyone's going to commit anything into this. Nope, TNC are just doing management, while Echo's doing their own management at the bottom lane, outplayed with a split push.
Dear God, the former team captain of MDL's championship squad just taken off the map. You know what? Y'all don't know where I am. I'm just going to slowly shrink it. And again, I think TNC can afford that now, but they have to make most.
JP with a massive 3-man pull as the Ruby. I'm at a loss for words. The TNC Pro Team are at a loss for life. They've only somehow lost 1. Let's see if they'll be able to get away from this. The members of Echo are still going to be chasing TNC. The Echo Express unstoppable.
Yoshi!
But they can't reach Yoshi. He jumps. He flickers. He doesn't get away. The chase gets completed.
The 3-man pull.
The 3-man pull.
The 3-man pull just opened up the map, and TNC wasn't expecting that.
Absolutely. It's a little bit of loss when it comes to the damage output of Echo when JP is not able to land that ultimate, but now this time he lands it onto 3.
The big one.
The big one. I mean, he missed some of those shots, but man, when he hits JP, come on, dude.
Oh.
You can see it, but I guess the only sacrifice there for Echo was a little bit of damage, well, not a little bit, but 75% damage to the turret up top, but the fact of the matter is it's still standing, so they're still pretty good.
All right, it looks like old habits die hard. We talked about it in the pregame, and TNC still struggles to make the most of their Lord.
Yes. Yeah.
They seem to have some trouble making the most of this major objective. Yes, they did get away with, I'd like to correct you, Wolf, maybe 80% of the turn.
Okay, you're right.
But they lost in the end. They lost, what, 2 pickoffs, then negative 400 gold.
That's right.
And it's kind of sad because if you look back at the past of TNC Pro Team, let's bring it back to just even last season. I feel like we've been saying the same thing since Season 12. They know how to control the early game, mid game, and the games where they're leading it, and then somehow around maybe the first, second Lord, something slips. Their formation gets red, or maybe they just look like they're scrambling a bit in terms of the map control. I mean, what's going on?
Oh, the burst.
No, that's a rush.
Yep.
Yep, right under the noses of TNC.
Yeah.
Echo gets it.
And this is not the first time that this happened to TNC, actually. If you remember, when they went up against Blacklist International, that's always their problem. Their map control needs a lot of fixing.
So I would say it's not a Blacklist thing when they face off. I mean, Blacklist is given very strong when it comes to the Lord take, but TNC definitely has to work on that right now. They're down 4,000 gold. They have a respectable kit on a majority of their heroes. Their cores are functional, dare I say. Something to note, Wolf, check this out, the dire hit onto Nomad's Roger.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to remind everyone that you usually will not get into that zone where you have the blessing anyway, so it's just a free 20% upgrade on your gold with assists. That's just it.
Oh,
basically.
JP going in. Big ultimate as well. Eternal Guard, and it's going to be a punish to Yoshi. Yoshi goes down, Ryzen broad low. He's forced to go back. Echo now with a man advantage. Let's see if they're going to continue this. It looks good for them. They don't have the Lord. Will they risk it? They were able to spend some utilities on the side of TNC Pro Team. Echo still looming. Are they overstaying or are they waiting? What are they looking for? Are they gonna find the entry? They're gonna pull their onto Heads. Heads gets bursted down by the Dyroth, by the Nolan. Ryzen could be up next, or maybe it's the base, or maybe it is Echo's time to win the game. TNC Pro Team falls to the Express in game number 1.
The Orcas find the turning point, make the drift, switch it up into high gear, and take the first game.
Yeah, it was the shift in the gears. I think that's definitely the best metaphor that we can use, because they were kind of chill in the first stages of the game. And obviously, TNC are getting everything in the first 8 minutes. But come the 8-minute mark, when you saw that Outplay can now be activated, as well as Zyda just making another rounds around the formation of TNC, that's when they found the opening to shift their gears.
You like that? Because they got the racing gear, right?
Yeah.
It's like I prepared for it. It's like I wrote it down.
Yeah,
Wow.
F1.
All right. So with that said, it's not just because Echo switched gears or Echo found that slipstream, so to say, on the race to scoring the first game. I like to think that there was a lot that TNC could work on too, because they definitely had that window in time. I'd say, again, I would stand corrected when we see the highlights, but at minute 9, minute 10, wherein it was clearly theirs, and then they got that turn into that purple side for Echo, and then the Lord take. But then something slipped, and it was started by that one moment down bottom when Outplay was left alone, and then what was that, gentlemen? What was Echo? What was TNC thinking that allowed for Echo to get there?
I just want to say, Wolf, it feels like TNC Pro Team needs to really take care of their minion wave management.
Yes,
especially once they snowball, it's like they forget they have minions sometimes.
That's very true. And I think that this is not the only game that we can look at and say that, yeah, surely TNC's map control and minion wave control needs improvement. But then again, we have to look at the victors of this game. Obviously, it will not be easy for Echo had it not been for Outplay's positioning. 2-0-3, 63% kill participation, wonderful recovery up top when he lost so much health against Nomad on this Roger, but then eventually he found his opening and then stabilized that lane. But let's look at the highlights. Mean Dean making a lot of progress in the early stages. However, Zyda just looks for a proper angle. But then look at this. Heads is able to do his job to make it difficult for Zyda to position himself around the turtle area, which I think it should be the way to go for TNC. But in the latter portions, Heads on the CC was not activated anymore, right? So this is just a 7-minute mark where they will get away with murder. I believe that there will be a kill onto Ryzen after this one, but TNC, they're still in control after this. Then the first Lord fight. You would think that Echo will win this, but because of Heads and as well as the Roger just outputting damage, look at how he utilized the Lycan Pounce to get from right to left and then keep himself up, with, dodging some of those. But then this is the turning point. JP just found an opening onto 3. He snagged that. What was the term he was in? 3-man pool. What's that? 3-man pool? 3-man pool. 3-man pool. But then in the end, Echo had so many resources. 3 waves of big minions. And not a lot of defense from the side of TNC.
Still can't get over the 3-man pool.
I didn't mean to do that. I just got so excited.
Yeah. Well, let's look at some of the important emblems here. I think the only difference, or the only non-standard emblem set should be from Nomad, who went for the Assassin emblem. But look at how tanky the Roger can be, even when he's rocking the Assassin emblem. Also true for Super Yoshi, who went for the tank emblem. Remember, yesterday we saw Ogwen actually utilize the support emblem on the Minotaur. But this time he went for the tank emblem. Still is not enough against the damage output of Echo. I would dare say that sometimes in MLBB games, if you pick the strongest heroes in the meta game, it looks very easy. Carry as well as Nolan, we know that they're the strongest heroes, like pound for pound, when it comes to their stats. And it looks very easy and very fluid to look for damage output from these players or heroes just because of how strong they are. And that is why Rich Guy, the carry, is Zyda now played. Yeah. And obviously, we can see that from TNC's perspective, it kind of looked so difficult for them to output the damage. But then if you look at their composition, now you'll know, despite them rocking this Minotaur, they don't necessarily have the AoE to back it up. Usually when you go for a Minotaur, you want to combo it up with big ultimates or big, AoE damage dealers like Vexana, for example, or maybe, Aurora, perhaps. I'm just making stuff up. But yeah, single target Martis, Roger, and then CC as well. There's not much AoE that can come from TNC.
All right, more on the Game 1 analysis and, of course, what this means going into Game 2 as we try to go 4-3, speaking on behalf of TNC. But first off, I'd like to remind everyone that the Leslie and Changi Aspirant skins are available now. The first one draw every day is, and the first 10 draws are actually 50% off, so get to the event now.
Yeah, an unknown epic skin is guaranteed on the first 10 draws, so go ahead and grab them now.
All right, so with that said, I'd like to go ahead and acknowledge Infinix GT Series Outplay the Rest, brought to you by Infinix, the official sponsor of MPL Philippines Season 13.
Be unstoppable and outplay the rest with the Infinix GT Series.
All right, now with that, out here, you see the phone, and it's the phone that our players are actually using. Where is the headspace for Coach Bentings and TikTok? Do you think Bentings knows that that's what went wrong, like right here, right now?
I'm pretty sure he does, and actually that's one thing I wanted to bring up.
Yeah.
Whereas what we saw, I feel like, is sort of like the styles of the two coaches. Echo in TikTok, he had to learn the technicals, but then he also always has had the discipline. And for Echo to come back in that scenario, you needed discipline. They showed the technical side of it, JP with all the plays and everyone else doing what they needed to do, but you need a lot of discipline.
Yeah.
And they did that with good map control. While for TNC Pro Team, as a player, sometimes when you're in the lead, trying to move and captain everyone, trying to control everything, it happens, you let go of the map. You let go of the minion wave, something that I feel like was quite indicative also back in MPL Philippines Season 9 when TNC Pro Team were in their heyday. They were always the snowball type of team that sometimes the minion wave sort of fell through. So it's interesting that we highlighted the two coaches, and in terms of the styles of the two teams and the outcome, that's what we saw.
Yeah, and I think Bentings also mentioned this, like the main problem that they have right now for TNC is that they don't have an actual like shot caller or the captain where that is a quarterback or a floor general for the team, right?
Yeah.
It's unlike other teams. Like for example, if you're looking at Echo, they already have JP that can look across all the map and say, oh hey, some of our lanes are not pushing properly. Let's fix that. And for TNC, they have their captain right now is Super Yoshi, who only played what, second time this season.
You know what? I'd like to think this young man could be the floor general for TNC. It's Ryzen.
Yung Onyx Utensil po, umalis lang po ako sa Onyx eh. Tapos, naghanap po ako ng team sa naging DNC na po. Yun lang po. Parang kulang yung natutunan ko sa Onyx. Medyo mabilis lang po yung pag-adjust ko. Parang na-adapt po rin po agad yung parang culture nila ganun. Saan nyo na magiging mas malakas yung TNC. Tsaka hindi na magiging top 8.
In a solid 20-something seconds, Ryzen just confirmed a lot of the things that we only assumed by watching him on the Land of Dawn.
Yeah.
Number one, he's out to learn. Again, that's the mean Dean for you. And number two is he just fit in. And again, I think that's one of the main strengths of one Ryzen. Like, imagine and remember him from every single team he's joined in the past maybe 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
It just seems to fit. Like, you just drop him in there and he just blends in.
Yeah, if there's a term that we call jack of all trades, he's a jack of all teams. Put him in anywhere, he will work. Put him in AP Bren, he'll be able to do his job.
Yeah, and he's gonna play it the Ryzen way, you know, the mean Dean way. He started out with being very aggressive with the fanning when started in the Mega, and then eventually invented this tanks a lot thing, and then all of a sudden back in Onyx he's also making the waves. Now for TNC, can he be the floor general from a jungler's perspective? For sure his knowledge is there, but it's so difficult if you do it from a jungler role, you know?
Yeah. All right, flashed on the screens earlier, ladies and gentlemen, were the draft for Game 1, and you'll see there, quick recap, Ryzen played the Martis, which I think ended the game at about maybe 7-2, 7-3, something like that. We don't usually see that anymore, because again, Martis has adjusted himself into a role where he's more of a space maker or a peeler for a lot of lineups. Here, we've seen the odd time that the Martis actually built the Hunter Strike early. So maybe that might... I don't know. Now in hindsight, again, was that one of the best decisions so far? Or was it something that maybe they regretted within seconds of him building it and then saying, you know what, maybe we could have had you get chunkier? Because again, apparently the damage from the carry and the Tyroth and the everything that Echo was throwing at them.
Yeah.
He might have needed a little bit more oomph.
Well,
Yeah.
personally, I feel like they needed to do that. They didn't have a traditional marksman, so the Hunter Strike to me, well, it made a lot of sense.
Yeah, to me, I don't think that it mattered so much to the result. I think it still is the map control. And if you think about it, Hunter Strike can actually kind of help you control the lanes faster, right? But yeah, I think it's really not about that item. I'm sure that they devised the play around it because it looked really good when they are trying to burst people down. But the main problem was their map control, and I think that if you replay that game over and over, the indication will always be it's the map control.
Yeah.
You can improve on.
All right. They're going to try to draft a lineup that similarly works for them, allows for them to be aggressive, do the TNC way. And here's something odd. I'm baffled. I am flummoxed. I am perplexed. Coach Bentings decides to stay red. This is not usually how the meta goes. Are we seeing a shift in sands right before our eyes, gentlemen?
Yeah, I wish we could ask Coach Ben why he thought to go red once again. But I think that he just wants to make sure that he can flex some of his picks. And the thing is, they're showing that they're not willing to give they are willing to give the Nolan. Then again, they didn't necessarily answer that. So I'm not sure if they should be giving that up again.
All right, well, here's one last chance to not do that. One more ban for TNC as Coach Tic Tac gets rid of the Arlo, the Angela, and the Carry, while TNC take out the Matilda and the Joy, which were their two prior bans in Game 1. If they pick up a Novaria ban here, then again, it's just deja vu.
Yeah, and if TNC lets the Nolan slip through, I'm pretty sure it's going to be because they already thought of something to do.
Yeah.
Like, it's just going to be like a slight adjustment to how they approached the previous game.
Or they have better map control.
Or they have better map control as well. Deja vu, as you mentioned.
Should this be a Ruby? Because the Carry was banned by Echo. I wanna be recalled of what was their third ban earlier.
Echo third ban was Angela.
Yeah.
They were Arlott, Harith, Angela. So that leaves a little white-haired boy out. Oh, no.
Okay. But I think the Ruby is probably the, I don't know, most bang for buck. Of course, the Nolan is there.
Yeah, so going to be the
How
Nolan.
can I actually forget about the Nolan? Why?
No, it's okay.
I'm just used to seeing it banned, maybe.
Yeah, based on what you said earlier, it's like you were wondering, I can't believe they let it through.
Yeah.
So you see, that tells me you're the type of guy to always not expect that he's going to be there available for the first pick.
That means, what, you go Ruby Minotaur again? Oh,
whoa,
no, you
whoa,
can't,
whoa.
you can't. You should not.
That's a little too much, man.
Yeah.
Earlier, it was the Valentina.
Valentina Minotaur, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe it didn't have to be Valentina Minotaur to start, you know?
Yeah, maybe Mino Baksha.
Makes sense.
Or Barrett's Valentina.
Okay. A few little adjustments here and there.
Okay.
Lexano Lilia still available for Echo, yeah? But the Lilia would be too early.
Yeah, maybe they just secured their gold lane now. Carry being absent.
Claude.
Maybe they go Mino Claude, actually.
Mino Claude.
I like that. I like that. Claude.
Hey!
There it is.
All right.
Perfect.
All right. Go Mino Claude and then... well, the only problem here is that the Minoan Fear can be copied by the Valentina, but I don't think that should be a much of a problem for TNC.
Yeah.
But they have to pick up their gold lane now. Because they're going to be running out of options.
Brunar?
Brunar.
Okay.
Harith?
Harith. I'm thinking the Harith, but then usually with Minotaur and Harith matchups, you see Harith play quite differently because they're really just trying to maximize what dashes they can use to get out of the Minoan Fury and then dash back into the fight while the Salmon Force is still up.
Do you go XB now if you're TNC? No, maybe not.
Nah.
Oh!
XP lane, Bren? Yeah.
That's on heads.
Yeah, that's on heads.
Can't confirm. I see now why. Because, again, just in practice, if you pick the X-Borg, it'll be hard to find an actual backline.
Yeah.
Right? The Nolan is scrambled. You can only really try to predict where the Claude left its BMI.
Yeah.
So, I feel like the idea of this is like they're sort of going to be using the... For sure, this is going to be a Petrify on the Benedetta. The Petrify, I like to find a blow as like another setup tool potentially. But then when I look at the lineup of Echo, it's like, it's not like Hez is always going to be able to see where the Claude is. Claude's always playing in a very off angle. If ever, he's just going to be really using his abilities to maybe stop Zyda. JP, Sanji, most likely.
Yeah. And then you ban perhaps the Paquito afterwards because teams are starting to pick up the Paquito versus the Benedetta because that wins the matchup actually.
Oh, in lane.
In lane, yeah. But then again, I think Echo might just go for something along the lines of X-Borg or maybe even a Terizla.
Yeah, them with the X-Borg makes sense.
Yeah.
Very scary for TNC.
That's right. So I think X-Borg merits a ban here for TNC.
Oh no, TNC's overloaded. Do they ban the X-Borg? Do they ban the Paquito?
That's right.
Oh no. And they can't like ban one and then pick up the other unless they, for I don't know, some odd reason, put the X-Borg on Ryzen.
No.
Carl Teasy played the only jungle X-Borg in Season 13 so far.
That's true.
Yeah, we heard that right. That actually happened. That's lore. What's that? Lore accurate.
That's lore accurate.
Yeah, and I love me and my lore.
It's a canon event.
It's a canon event. That's right.
No, Flap Teasy plays tonight though. Don't worry about it.
Oh, that's the canon event later. Yeah, you're right. TNC, they need more frontline here. I don't like that it's only the Barretts that are frontline.
That's not enough peel.
It's not enough peel. Whatever the roamer has to be.
Yeah, Tig.
I don't even feel like a Kaja. Oh, Tig,
Yeah.
Something like a Tig. Beefy boy.
Beefy boy. Maybe if they go Bruno eventually, so they ban. Okay, that's understandable. Right after Sanford just played that well and was a problem. By the way, the combo will always be Dyroth plus an assassin, physical assassin. Oh, they banned the Tig.
They read it.
Oh, they read it. Oh no.
What's Yoshi stuck with? A Kufra?
Oh
Like,
man,
a
I'll not be
Cho?
surprised. What if they finish it up with a Diggy? That's big
For TNC or Echo?
for TNC.
But they need peel.
Yeah.
Their peel will be a big ultimate called the Time's Journey.
Maybe they can go Kaja Harith eventually.
Is that enough burst?
Is that enough burst? Maybe it is. Because they have the Valentina to go with it. But then, you don't want to go Harith plus Barretts. You want to go for a marksman. Late game marksman
Yeah,
here.
That's right.
What else is left? Maybe
Nathan?
Maybe Clint, actually.
Did Brunar get banned out?
They will be good, but yeah, that's only if they have another frontliner.
So
Okay,
they
they
go
got
G-Rock.
the G-Rock.
There's
Starting
the
to
tank
like
and
the
the
Clint a
skinny.
little bit more.
Yeah. I think you still go for Vex here if you're Echo.
Yep, she's left open, and I think that's what TNC was setting up for.
Yeah.
TNC allowed for that. Oh, she didn't expect that.
Yeah.
Sorry, didn't expect the lady there. To
Lilia
get
or
surprised.
Vex actually for Echo.
I think if they're ready for the Lilia, do that.
Yep. And
Oh, Blue.
okay.
They don't care.
Blue Vex.
Oh, that's why TNC banned it out earlier. They had a hunch.
Yep. Okay, so you're left with... Oh, man. What's a marksman that can actually last against the glue?
Yeah.
Ooh. Nathan, maybe?
Yeah, Nathan's quite all right because he, as far as I remember, he absolutely shreds through the little mini clues.
Man, do you go Freya now? In this case? Like...
I hope not.
That doesn't sound fun.
I think TNC was trying to set up the prison pick. Like, they were trying to trap Echo, and then Echo was like, you know what? Never mind.
Never mind.
I'll just pick the glue.
Clint stuff,
Yeah, I
Nathan
think-
stuff.
Everything is tough, actually, just because of Mino plus glue.
Yeah.
So you're going to be left with whatever works with yours.
Oh.
So, okay.
Oh.
There's the Harith.
It's a blue boy.
That's gonna be
Blue-haired
tough.
boy. Or silver. Is this blue or silver?
White.
Both.
Yeah.
White.
He's colorful.
Yeah.
Depends on the skin. All right. It looks like they've agreed, and so far, I'm worried because a majority of the reliable damage that they're putting on is magic.
Yes.
Right? You can have some damage from the Benedetta, some damage from the Barats, but your cores, again, in practice, are magic.
I think if you're TNC, you want to end this quick.
No, for sure.
Yeah, that's the main win condition and probably the only win condition. End this game as soon as possible. And to be fair, even with the Valentina picked up here for Hatred, there's not much that you can actually copy, right? I mean, what do you copy? The Vexana ult,
Minoan.
Minoan Fury, perhaps. That's decent.
Pretty much it, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right, let's get back into the Land of Dawn for Game 2. It's match point for the House of Highlights. Echo looking to zip through, zoom out of this matchup with a sweep. Let's see if TNC can stop him doing just that.
Oh.
A counter start, rather a mirror start here for Ryzen inside.
There's this potential of the Grok trying to invade. But then, we started to do it.
Yeah, he checked in and then just moved over.
Yeah.
I think he went there thinking that Echo will start there. Maybe that's
Oh, no.
why. And now he was forced to use the flicker out.
Oh, he's okay.
It looked like that was a good read by Echo, yeah? But they were like, oh, we're up against the Grok. If we start here, we might get invaded. Start here instead.
Yeah, I wonder what. Oh, okay, so there's actually no chance for him to invade because he went for the Guardian's barrier anyway. So I think, yeah, it's like a.
So he wasn't planning to do that.
Yeah, it wasn't planning to do it.
All right.
He's just literally just scouting.
He just wanted vision.
Just information.
Yeah.
That's okay.
And it's a value you get out of the Minotaur. By the way, you have so much damage with your leap. He actually stole the Lethal Wanderer.
The Desperation Stomp.
Yep, the stomp.
How the map's looking right now, especially with how the draft looked, rather. I feel like there's going to be a lot of pressure onto Heads here, but he's been pushed back by this glue. And I think Echo understand that, and they want to pressure this Benedetta. Because usually in lineups like this, right, Wolf, like it relies on the EXP laner to sort of help you build up pace in the early game.
Oh!
The pokes from Super Yoshi hurt.
Yoshi was put
Zaida,
down.
He was...
Yeah, Yoshi was put down to a
down.
third of his health.
Yeah.
From Zaida, who barely just hit level 4.
Especially because usually... Oh, hey. Okay. I mean, usually Grox pick up what? Maybe tough boots. So you don't necessarily have the anti-physical damage that you need.
Is this going to be Grand Theft Turtle is the question. I don't think TNC Pro Team know where Zaida is. That's going to be a fight engagement. No one fear. Big one! And that's going to be more than enough health for Zaida to be able to secure that first blood. Plus the turtle for Echo. Nolan gets it. Can they get another? Super Yoshi trying to get away. No, he does not. Double kill for Echo. And a purple steal at that. That looks like a big early game swing in favor of the Express.
That was premeditated theft from the House of Highlights. Take that clip. That was amazingly set up. And again, there was very little in shenanigans. He just literally just walked up and clicked Retribution.
And that's 2,000 gold lead because not only do they get the purple buff, they take it away from TNC, they got 2 kills. They got a lot of outer turret enemy shields in the middle. Everything that Echo needed in the early stages, they got.
Yeah, and it looks like Ryzen couldn't retry at that moment. It looks like it was Zaida ahead by a second and a half or maybe even 2 seconds looking at the ticking timers. Now Invade. TNC want their own version of Grand Theft Purple this time around. Can they balance it out? Oh, Ryzen actually going to be able to secure it, and JP might get punished. Detonus will come out of him there. Eternal Guard also out here.
Oh, he missed!
No! He missed! It was Ryzen who gets punished instead, and Super Yoshi now have to run for the hills. Double kill! That's 4 early kills for Zydus Nolan. Again, to mirror Wolf earlier when he said, why would you let this Nolan through? As JP with Minoan Fury, or Hatred rather. There's 2 Minotaurs. Can't blame me for it. Able to get away. Echo rolling away with it. Almost 4 minutes into the game.
Oh, that was miserable. Ryzen missed it by maybe, what, 20, 30 degrees?
Yeah.
And that spelled the doom for TNC now. 3,000 gold. Echo's favor. No chance for Ryzen to keep up. There's always that dilemma where if you lose the first 2 minutes of the game, you can rush getting back to recovery. But because of you rushing and being too anxious to get back into the farming battle, you lose even more. And that's literally what happened to TNC. They didn't cut their losses.
Oh, and this is tough given that in game 1, it was, again, their discipline, their map control, their cross-game procedure that actually suffered. Now they're in the same position again. If anything worse, because they're clearly on the defense.
Yeah. It's also clear that the Vexana is a much stronger mid laner compared to a Valentina. And it's only because of one thing. The scouting prowess that you can have from the Vexana.
Yeah, the range, the poke, it's so helpful. I like to find a blow, entry petrify as well. Heads chasing after Sanji. TNC Pro Team calm and controlled. They want to secure this turtle to even out the momentum of Echo. Unless Zaida says yes, he will get the turtle. And that's going to be the ultimate committed onto the JP by the Barrett. Zaida going to be chasing after Nomad, who's chasing after Sanji. Can he get the Vexana down? Yes, he does! JP and Sanji fall, but the Harith gets exploded on by the Nolan. Zaida 5-0-0 in this game.
2-for-1 trade, but all this time it was a 4v5. Check it out. Outplayed off camera, off map, just pushing. Same thing he did in game 1.
Whew. Be a big problem now for TNC because not only is the position 1 having a lot of farm that's outplayed as the Claude, left in the open. You also have your position 2 also very farm with his second item. That's Hunter Strike and Heptaseas.
Oh, yeah.
At 5 minutes and 42 seconds.
Folks, Wolf is referring to an older MOBA principle where you call the heroes by the roles based on their need for golden XP.
Exactly.
So that's why one is outplayed, their gold laner, and then in this case, two would be the jungler, in this case, Zaida. So that's what that's all about, in case you're wondering what pos 5, pos 4 means eventually when people do mention it.
Oh, Yoshi! Oh, face check! But he's going to be able to get away. Power Nature helps him out. Sanford is feeling it now, though. TP's behind the first turret.
He's holding Hatred hostage?
Yeah. Ryzen and Yoshi there as well. Heads. Electro final blow, and the Petrify is going to be available for him if he wants to enter, but no. Oh, Echo is feeling it. They are in the zone.
Nowhere in the map is safe.
Nowhere at all.
And TNC is in the reverse zone. Are really tilted right now. Even Super Yoshi, very unlikely to miss a wild charge.
Yeah.
But whiffed it.
Oh.
Man, it's not looking good for TNC's camp now. They have to reset, not only when it comes to their objectives, but also mentally wherever they're at.
And this is tough because, again, we are talking about the big leagues, tippity top, cream of the crop. These players, mechanics are just secondary to them. They have to focus on macro now, but when you see these little slip-ups, a missed wild charge, a Detna's Welcome thrown into what? Air.
Yeah.
That's difficult, so that means, yeah, I agree. Twice over, TNC need to focus back, get back to their center. Oh, wait, here we go.
Ryzen, Detna's Welcome there. On to Sanford. Can they get the glue down? And that's going to be a free turtle. All the space provided for Zaida to be able to retribution his way without a problem. Ryzen now taking the run of damage on the side of TNC Pro Team. Echo's going to be able to get the kill onto the barracks. A blazing duet. Outplayed. How many kills can he get? That's 2. Will it be 3? Will it be a wipeout? There goes Yoshi. That's a triple for Outplayed. And that's a wipeout in favor of Echo.
That's all she wrote. 5 for 1. More than worth it. 40 for 5 members of TNC. Off the back of a turtle, too.
As TNC utilizing their Daytona's Welcome on to Sanford, which is, by the way, a very questionable idea. You don't want to go for the glue at this point because even when you put him low, he can utilize the ultimate, and then he's back, and then he's okay already.
Just regen.
All right.
And to be fair, TNC landed a good wild charge from Super Yoshi, landing onto 5 members of Echo, but it wasn't enough.
Look at the book, Zaida. Oh, Fracture from out of nowhere. The jungler of Echo, another one. 6-0-2 now for Zaida.
In TNC's defense, a lot, or actually 100% of the Detna's Welcomes pulled over by Ryzen were either on JP or Sanford. That's it.
Yeah.
So that means they're just getting what they can. Working
JP,
on what they got!
Big Minoan Fury. He's actually not going to be able to land anyone, but he gets the control, and Outplay goes again with the blazing duet. While in the back line, godlike is Zaida. As him and another member of Echo, I believe it was Sanji. It was stopping Ryzen from joining into the fight, but Sanford gets punished. Too greedy, maybe a little bit is Echo, as a tower in the mid still stands. But at this point, the lead for Echo is that massive that they can afford to get it. Another fracture onto the face of TNC. Nomad falls to Zaida.
A straight up graveyard underneath tier 2 in mid for TNC.
Bodies.
Whew.
That's what a 10k gold lead looks like.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And look at how Echo devised it with the way that they jumped. They know that Outplayed can be there with a Purify off of cooldown. They can go for the jump with JP. He gets out, and then that will be Outplayed to finish it off. And then Zaida with the Retribution also freshly off cooldown gets another kill onto Nomad, a very important hero. So yeah, Echo is playing this absolutely well.
Yeah, I remember we talked about how ever since Fracture lost its CC removal, we always said Nolan's have to be more calculated. This is one of the most calculated Nolan performances I've seen. You see him waiting in the sides, looking for his perfect moment, that entry. And Zaida keeps getting it and getting it. He's really making the most out of the Fracture, and every time he joins in.
If anything, I've noticed that now that he's clearly ahead, now that he's miles ahead of the whole TNC squad, the margin of error actually is just shrank.
Yeah.
Like, there's very little he can do wrong now.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have to really wait as much. Just the mere sense of him, just the fact that he might be in this bush is enough for TNC to scramble.
Now Echo are going to be pushing forward. Sanford with a split under the pace of Echo in their faces, and he is feeling it. It's 40. Echo are just going to be able to get towers here. TNC can't even get out of their own base because this Lord is out to stop any of the push of Echo. Now, Echo back off just a little bit, but ooh, TNC Pro Team, they know it's dire straits, and Echo knows there's nothing TNC can do about
This
it.
is irreparable damage.
Emotional damage.
The TNC's map, the structure that they have, there's not enough that's coming in for Nomad to actually be within range of threatening anything.
Yes.
And there's really not much that they can do in the late game as well. Like at this point, what, 11 minutes in, it's still the mid game. They should be the ones in control. They have Harith as well as the Barretts. They don't have that late game insurance.
Yep.
It's on the side of Echo. You have still the Claude and Nolan, still pretty strong in the late game. And Echo can, honestly, Echo can play with their food right now.
Yeah, and look at the Barretts. The hero designed to make food out of heroes has turned into food himself. Poke damage alone.
Oh man, look at the map. This is cruel. Echo with the freeze. All the more worse for Nomad and Hatred. Like there's nothing that's coming in terms of farm, man. Look at this. What's the count? 3,000 between them and their lane mate?
Yeah. Oh, that is dire straits. And I feel like now would be the appropriate time to use that meme from The Simpsons. Stop it, he's already dead.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like.
Well, Echo seems like a team that will actually just go for the juggler this time. They're just waiting for the next Lord to spawn. And by then, they will not have to face 2 inhibitor turrets. It's going to be a lot easier for them to siege.
Yep. Bare minimum, they take down all the turrets and then maybe get a kill or 2.
Yeah.
Worst case for DNC, it's just over now. Gentlemen, correct me if I'm wrong. Is this the largest gold lead we've had standing within the game before it ends?
This season,
All season, yes. Right? 13K.
Yes.
Yeah.
Huge.
Just one there. And now we're just going to be waiting after this. And I feel like I could actually use this time to just like go back. Because it has been stuck in my head as well as to why Super Yoshi picked up the Guardian's Barrier. But then I remember that's a tactic that some Indonesian roamers do.
Yeah.
They don't use the power of nature to steal. They'll just use the Guardian's Barrier from range to steal away early buffs.
Yeah, because the projectile speed is so much faster.
Yeah, it's really fast.
And also, you do it to kind of control the lanes at the start of the...
Oh, yeah, blocking them, right?
A la Lusty.
Yep, that's right. But obviously, it did not work. I think for TNC, it was the third pick Benedetta that kind of made it so difficult for them to recover. Kind of felt like they had to really just resolve to this kind of pick where, okay, you got the Benedetta, but you don't have a valid marksman to go with it. So if they picked up the Brody instead, right, things will be totally different here for TNC.
It's like they picked, oh, wait, Zyda.
Whoa. Heads doing really well up against the Zyda.
Oh, no!
It was just that massive. The lead that Zyda has over that Benedetta. What an exchange, though. Heads, despite being behind. That was, okay, I'll be honest, that was cool to see.
Anime
that was cool.
Sword fight.
Anime sword fight, yeah.
Anime sword fight. Something to note. Was it just me or was that mid, unless he had it already, mid-duel, Zyda bought an immortality?
It looked like it.
It looked like it.
Was it? Because he suddenly, I mean, I felt less worried for him. And I'm sure he could afford it. That's what's scary.
Yep. That's how far they are right now. They can sell items, mid-animation, pick up the immortality.
What is that now, 14,000? Last time we checked?
It actually ticked up to 15,000 in the game.
That's definitely a record.
Yeah, right now it's 15.2.
Then you can literally afford to put 3,000 between you and your lane mate. That's a full item.
That's rough, buddy.
All right.
Another way to put it, that's rough.
We got a minute and change here to talk about something that Wolf brought up earlier. That Benedetta, pick 3, red side for TNC. It's very similar to deciding to wear a pair of pants and then not thinking of what other pieces of clothing do I have. Like,
absolutely.
I've decided these are my pants.
Absolutely. They kind of
now what?
Put themselves...
They have no choice.
I guess kind of put themselves in a hostage situation where they are the hostages.
They suddenly have to repair a lineup.
Exactly. So, and it's not like... Obviously, it can be banned out, but it's clear that Echo is prepared for that. And this is a team that plays with Sanford. Sanford, the first Benedetta god or young prodigy that we have. For sure, Sanford knows how to deal with that Benedetta. And the answer is Glue. And by the way, Glue was actually banned out by the side of TNC earlier in the game number 1. which now makes a lot of sense. But this time, they picked up the Benedetta and did not ban the glue.
Are you saying what I think you're saying? Is this coach Tic Tac getting into the Jedi mind tricks on Bentings and saying, this is not the hero you want to ban?
Yeah.
Suddenly just goes in. Because, again, even I was invested in the whole Paquito Benedetta situation.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then it was the glue all along.
Yeah, the glue is great. And at the same time, you pick up, again, Nolan and Vexana together in a team with Minotaur.
Yeah.
It's like you're playing the strongest heroes in the metagame where your opponent's just trying to be very creative, and usually the creative composition does not work. Because there's a reason why Vex and Claude are in top of the meta right now. Nolan.
Okay. Now let's see. As we're about to just enter the game again. How close are we to ending this?
Very close.
Oh, yeah. Last we checked, Echo didn't have that Lord with them. But now, they're under the base of TNC. Look at Zyda biding his time yet again. Sanji, can he even be reached by the members of TNC at this point? The entry coming in by JP Bigano and Fury, forcing out the flicker from Hatred. Zyda takes a fair bit of damage. Nomad dashing in and out under the base just to make sure that he can clear the minion waves, but he gets cleared himself. Ryzen gets taken down. Hatred, last man standing, blazing duet. That is signature. Echo Express, the system. TNC can only stand and watch as Echo sweep them in the series.
Echo on the fast lane, zooming straight for the sweep. 3 points to the Orcas.
And not only that, game number 1 looked close and looked like it was TNC just getting it, but then again, we know that because of Echo's playstyle of the Express playstyle, but also with a touch of like good macro, they were able to last against a team like TNC. Experience is what we are seeing here for Echo, and how deep their strategy pool is.
All the more now, I think it's becoming more evident that TNC are undergoing some renovation in the House of the Phoenix. Like there's something's changed when it comes to their lineup for sure, their playstyle, their pickings. Definitely, at least this is a sign for Coach Bentings to go back to the drawing board and come back stronger in their next outings.
Yeah, he did mention that he puts a lot of value into learning experience. Pretty sure there's a big learning experience with what they did in game number 1 and game number 2, having it turned around. A lot to learn here. I still see potential in the squad, though. There's something about them that just makes me think that they can reach their goal of finally making it back into the playoffs. But right now, it will take time.
For sure. GG well played to TNC. But for now, let's go ahead and throw over to the stage and hear from Hans Galleria and Marakino as they talk to Echo.
Congratulations to Echo! Let's give him a big round of applause. Guys, nasa top pa rin kayo ng ating standings, fighting for number 1. Na napansin namin, nagsiswitch-switch kayo ng mga players. When do you guys decide kung kailan gagamitin si Outplayed, si Zyda, si Carl TZ, si Benny Cutie? Ikaw.
Yeah, I feel like JP can answer this.
Depende po kay Coach Tick kung sino po yung pinapalaro niya. Siya po yung nagde-decide sa akin.
Anong basis nun? Para like may idea kami. Is it nag-alternate talaga? Okay, Monday tuloy, wala palang Monday. Friday ikaw, Saturday ikaw, Sunday ikaw.
Usually po kasi sa scrim parang hati po sila, parang 2 games po sila. Then kung saan niya po naisip na parang saan bagay na composition si Outplay tsaka Saida or si Carl or si Ben, yun, doon po sila lalaro.
So even yung rotation.
Even during the practices. So at least nagaran sila ng division on that part. I would also ask, Mara, may nakita tayo last time, right?
Yeah, actually, pansin namin, may earrings ka na. Kailan ka nag-earrings?
Matagal na po. Nung nagpa-rhino po ako.
Ano siya, very stylish na sa ngayon. Very stylish. Ngayon guys, we're going to have almost a 2-week break.
Okay.
Ano ang gagawin ng Echo in the 2 weeks?
Konting pahinga po pero magpa-practice po habang nagpapahinga.
Vacation. Magba-vacation ba kayo?
Do you plan on going elsewhere?
Uwian lang po pero maglalaro pa rin po ng ML.
So you're just gonna go home. And then we'll see you back more refreshed. Once again, everybody give it up to Echo. Congratulations. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Echo, kahit sino ang maglaro, talagang they're still going all out, still at the top of the standings, fighting for number 1.
And they're still gonna have a long break, the same as any other team. But even so, they're gonna be bringing the win sa mga susunod pa na linggo.
Let's break that down for you, and we're gonna go back to our casters. Fasa.
Congratulations once more to Echo for scoring the sweep, and indeed, Tic Tac's tactics prove superior, leaving a lot of things to think about. TNC has to really consider what went wrong there, and I think the long break is going to help. Let's talk about game number 2, bigger picture. Who's our MVP?
Should be Sanford, but now it's Zaida. 10-0-4. Okay, never mind what I said earlier. Never mind my first sentence.
That's why.
10-0-4, 970 GPM. At 5 minutes and 20 seconds, he's got Heptaseas and Hunter Strike. What else can we say about Zaida? I think that he felt a lot of steam from game number 1 playing this Nolan, and then played the perfect Nolan game in game number 2. And let's look at it once again, taking that first turtle of the fight. And TNC was in a very bad spot here. Actually, when it comes to their turtle dance, it really didn't look good. And the fact that Ryzen was taken out early, that really meant so badly for TNC. TNC tried to go for the purple buff steal afterwards, but then it went into a disastrous situation. Nomad eventually gets a kill, but at what cost? He actually lost so much. And even Hatred picking up the Durance now for TNC because they need it. That's how much they really have to fix this composition. That's why we feel that this draft is not looking good for TNC, because they really have to solve so much. The triple kill coming out from Outplayed, and then eventually the snowball from Echo. At this point, there's not much that they can do. Look at that well-devised play coming out from Echo, with Outplayed having the Purify, so there's not much that the TNC can do. And in the end, the Heads can only watch, as there's nothing that he can do against Echo's composition. This pickup on the glue really is a problem for many, many things. Like, there's no marksman that you can pick up in the latter portions of the draft to kind of fix the composition of TNC, and it will be the side of TNC to lose again, 0-2 against Echo. And now we're looking at important emblems. It's really not much that's different. Maybe the fact that Glue right now is played not as an actual tank, but still is very tanky with just the common emblem that you saw from Sanford. Picked it up with a common emblem so that he has got a lot of mana to go with him. And then Echo, also back to the fact that this Outplayed Zaida position 1 and position 2 combo is untouched by TNC. There's really not a lot of heroes that can be a problem for these heroes. Think about it, maybe Heads, as he tried to play his heart out with his Benedetta, but he had to deal with 2 heroes from Echo. There's not much reach for TNC to be able to get into the backlines and punish the Claude as well as Zaida, because TNC's front to back just didn't work. And unfortunately for TNC, the way that they decided this draft to go with the 3rd pick Benedetta, that kind of put them in that prison where they really have to look for a marksman that can solve the glue eventually, which they couldn't find. Even for us, like, you know, we're not put in a spot where we're pressured by the clock or pressured by the stage or by the audience. We can't even think of a solution to the last pick of TNC.
Tough, man.
That's how tough it was.
Just really feels like, as you mentioned, they put themselves in that corner unintentionally, of course.
It seems like they overshot it.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't blame them, is because there's a lot that you're thinking of. Again, this new lineup, this very strong opponent with a shifting roster. But we'll leave that for then. But for now, coming up next, it's going to be Minana Evos going up against AP Bren, a brewing dark horse over our defending champions, who will reign supreme. And let me get that one more time. It seems like Tic Tac's tactics are definitely superior, and there's been things that TNC need to work on. There you go. That's what I was trying to go for.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
I like it.
I'm glad
Clip that.
On behalf of Wolf and Renmar Santa Cruz, we're going to have to call it a break here now. I hope to see you again when we come back for matchup number 2 on this lovely Sunday for MLBB. You're watching MPL Philippines Season 13.
13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Okay, class. Finish or not finished, pass your papers, and have a great weekend.
Mahiwaga ang mga araw na ito. Pagkalipas ng dilim ay may bukang liwayway. May urong sulong at alinlangan. Huwag mangamba, pangakong ito'y pagsubok lang. Di ka mag-isa, walang problemang di kaya. Lumiti ka muna, sumama ka sa aming gumalaw. Ibang lakas pag may kasabay. Tara laro, sumayaw tayo kasama ang buong mundo. Iparinig ang tinig ating himig. Di ka nag-iisa, sumabay sa musika. Kaya tara lumaban pa, laro tayo. Sumama ka sa amin gumalaw. Abatin ang bituin, kumikislap, nagniningning. Hawakan mo aking kamay, umindak sabay-sabay. Lahat naghihintay, handa na ako sa here we go. Tara laro, sumayaw tayo kasama ang buong mundo. Hatawag at sa umpisa, laro tayo. Pangarap ko, kasama kang manalo. Sama-sama ang laban natin ay gagabayan ng iyong puso. Tara laro, sumayaw tayo kasama ang buong mundo. Iparinig ang tinig ating himig. Di ka nag-iisa, sumabay sa musika. Kaya tara lumaban pa, laro tayo. Sa umpisa, laro tayo.
Bye, Lisa.
How to register to Smart Giga Arena. First, go to gigaarena.smart on your browser. Click Sign In at the upper right corner and enter your smart mobile number. Enter the one-time authentication code sent to your number and agree to the terms and conditions and privacy policy. Personalize your account by choosing your username and profile picture. Congratulations! You've just taken the first step on your path to greatness. Check out upcoming tournaments and play arcade games. Just subscribe to Giga Arena 20 to join. To join tournaments, click the Tournaments tab. Find the perfect tournament with the search option. Find all the details about your chosen tournament and register. Provide your in-game name, ID, and other details. Make sure you have tickets to join. If not, then subscribe to Giga Arena 20 to get 2 tickets. And you're set. See you at the training grounds.
You'll be the best sniper ever!
No! It's a decoy! I'm sorry.
Leave me alone.
Over here, Ender.
Great job, guys!
Versus Santos, Galar, can you do it? And Albert is sana! Ternyata harus sila!
Flash fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang buhay! Backline of reiging, and running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way, and he cleans it all the way up. Just no way for him to run. Just
Kita katakan satu warrior weapon deploy yang membuat pergerakan dari Mega terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Okay, class. Finished or not finished, pass your papers. And have a great weekend.
Mahiwaga ang mga araw na ito. Pagkalipas ng dilim ay may bukang liwayway. May urong sulong at alinlangan. Huwag mangamba, pangakong ito'y pagsubok lang. Di ka mag-iisa, walang problemang di kaya. Ngumiti ka muna, sumama ka sa aming gumalaw. Oh. Ibang lakas pag may kasabay. Tara laro, sumayaw tayo kasama ang buong mundo. Ipahimigan tinig ating himig. Di ka nag-iisa, sumabay sa musika. Kaya tara lumaban pa, laro tayo. Tara laro, sumayaw tayo kasama ang buong mundo. Hatawag at sa umpisa, laro tayo. Tara laro. Sumama ka sa amin gumalaw. Abatin ang bituin, kumikislap, nagniningning. Hawakan mo aking kamay, umindak sabay-sabay. Lahat naghihintay, handa na ako sa here we go. Tara laro, sumayaw tayo kasama ang buong mundo. Hatawag at sa umpisa, laro tayo. Tara laro. Ang pinapangarap ko, kasama kang manalo. Sama-sama ang laban natin ay gagabayan ng iyong puso. Tara laro, sumayaw tayo kasama ang buong mundo. Iparinig ang tinig ating himig. Di ka nag-iisa, sumabay sa musika. Kaya tara lumaban pa, laro tayo.
Welcome back to MPL Philippines. Kasama natin ngayon ang mga manlalaro ng Bren, Ogwen, and Super Marco. Kasi na-curious tayo.
Na-curious din ako.
Ano ang laman ng bag nila? What's in the bag? It's time for item check. Okay, sisimulan natin sa'yo. Sa'yo muna. Pakita natin ang iyong bag.
Okay, itong bag
Okay,
ko muna.
pakita natin ang outside, inside. Ikaw mag-model ng bag mo. Ayan.
Ito, wag ko.
Ito, pero may mga...
May mga keychains.
Saan galing yan? Saan galing
Okay,
yung
saan
keychain?
galing to?
Keychain from Romania.
Oh, from Romania. Okay.
And
Ito.
Another keychain from Japan.
From
Japan.
From Japan. Okay, say something to me in Japanese.
Konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa.
Wow.
Oh, say something to us in Romania.
Romania.
Oh, ano? Ano yung lagi mo naririnig doon?
Ano pa lagi mo naririnig doon?
Ay, isa na lang Japanese pa, isang Japanese.
Marco,
Isang Japanese
maganda
pa,
ka na
isang
sa'yo.
Japanese.
Tatanungin mamaya.
Arigato.
Arigato! Arigato gozaimasu.
Sugoi ni.
Oh, ano ibig sabihin nun? I-zip natin, unzip. Okay,
Ano
hawakan ko yung mic mo.
laman yan?
Ano ang laman? Okay, Gab
Tama,
license.
tama,
Ano
tama.
natin para hindi makita yung buong pangalan? East-West na card. Okay. Mag-o-open ng ano to,
Mag-o-open ng,
savings account.
tama.
Okay,
Real.
let's open. Oy!
Oy!
Infinix phone!
Oy!
Siyempre, Infinix.
Pang warm up.
Pang warm up. Okay, ano pa yung
Okay.
nandyan? Ano pa?
Grabe.
Uy, wallet.
Wallet.
Ako?
Tingnan natin kung
Parang
magkano ang
parang ang
laman.
kapal.
Wow, wait!
Oo.
Hindi pesos ang nakalagay dito.
Ano?
$5.
Grabe na. Okay. 1,000.
Japanese yen.
Okay.
1,000 Japanese yen. Ano to?
Ano yan?
Ito from Russia. Rubles.
Russia.
Rubles.
Rubles.
So required talaga? Okay. Okay.
Ito,
nandyan?
itong one na ano.
Parang kahit saan sila
Romania
pumunta,
ata.
no? Meron,
Romania
meron
ata.
may-
Hindi
may-
na tayo
may something.
sure. Hindi na tayo sure. Ano pa yung laman ng wallet?
Ano ba?
Passport.
May passport.
Para ready to
Tatakas
go
to ng-
anytime.
Tatakas to ng bansa ah. tsaka earpods, and...
Inhaler.
Yan.
Okay,
Okay. Buksan natin kay Super Marco.
Marco, ikaw naman.
Super Marco.
Sige, ako bahala magawak nito, men. Yan. Tapos, ipakita mo sa amin lahat ng laman ng cellphone mo ngayon din. Or should I say, laman pala ng bag mo. Laman ng cellphone. Laman ng bag mo ngayon din.
Una ay...
Tingnan natin.
Okay.
Passport.
Ba't lagi kayo may dalang passport?
Ba't lagi kayo may dalang
Gusto
passport?
nyo tumakal. Kasi, sanay na daw.
Sanayan
Baka
lang.
daw mag-ibang bansa pagkatapos nila ng game
pagkatapos
ngayon.
Sila, okay.
Ganon na kayaman ng AP Brand.
Sakto may long break after this. No?
Sanayan na daw eh. Sanayan na. Okay.
Next ay SEA Games ID.
SEA Games ID.
Wow. SEA Games. Bakit lagi mo ito
Ba't lagi mo siyang
dinadala?
dala?
Kasi baka may discount to sa mga ibang ano.
May
May discount daw, may discount.
Kailangan mo pa ba ng discount?
Gets.
Ano pa? Sabi ni Direct, ilabas na daw lahat!
Ilabas na daw lahat!
Ilabas
Ay!
na lahat!
Nahulog.
Okay.
Teka
Ano,
lang.
may
Ako
charger
nakuha.
tayo, may wallet. Tignan natin.
Oo.
Ano naman ng wallet?
Grabe.
Oy.
Ang color,
Okay. Ano pa dito?
Wow.
Cards. Ano pa nandyan?
Ano yan?
It's earpods.
okay.
Earpods. Sorry, I'm...
Grabe, ang daming laman ng bag ni Marco.
Ano pa ba yung nandyan? Sabi ni Direct,
Ayan.
kailangan na daw mag-wrap up.
Power bank,
may
power
bank.
Tapos may ID.
May ID na gap.
Ang daming ID.
At maraming ID. Ngayon, kailangan na natin umpisahan
Oo
daw.
nga.
Pinapa-wrap up na tayo.
Oo nga.
We need to rush to go to the casters. Thank you, guys. Casters, pasok. Sama tayo. May ano sila, passport. Sama tayo sa trip nila.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts Winning any game, para to sa PNNS Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend Open fire, we unite, we winners Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of Switch na lane na parang gera HP Racing, may reset up Built na katang buhat ni Hilda Full load SS parang Lyra Susundan ko ang iyong bakas Kasama patas Tagumpay natin ito Dahil tayo'y malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Kasi kami ang malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Ganito kami sa Pinas Wow! Hold on Yeah, wala kasang Pinas Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control Pakita ko na jab like, beast of the southeast Taas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour Susundan ko ang iyong bakas Kasama patas Tagumpay natin ito Dahil tayo'y malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Kasi kami ang malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Ganito kami sa Pinas Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH and TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Welcome back to MPL Philippines. It's time for the question of the day. Coach, ang ating question of the day, sino sa team mo ang nonchalant at sino ang OA? Between the two. Between the two. Yes.
Well, kita nyo naman, kita na natin kung sino yung OA. At saka ito yung, ano yung word? Nonchalant.
So, ikaw ang OA. Ikaw ang nonchalant. Agree ba kayo?
Ako yung nonchalant eh.
Ikaw yung nonchalant. Ikaw yung, feeling mo ikaw yung OA?
Kahit ano, sabihin ni Flap, okay lang.
Anong ibig sabihin ng OA?
Ayun no, si Flap.
Okay, ikaw. Anong ibig sabihin ng nonchalant?
Nonchalant, chalant. Nonchalant, chalant. Chalalant, chalalant. Boom, boom, boom.
Alright, nonchalant and OA. Thank you so much, Coach. Ngayon sa kabilang panig, sino nga pa sa kanila ang nonchalant at sino ang OA? Hands, pasok.
Thanks, Mara. This time around, nandito ako sa Minana Evos. And Coach Bitoy, ikaw naman ang tatanungin ko. Okay? Kung itututok mo doon kay Spider Miles, ano ba si Spider Miles? Nonchalant ba siya o OA?
Si Spider Miles is nonchalant.
Nonchalant. Kuya, pwede ba itutok mo kay Spider Miles? Kasi madalas nakikita ko na, ayan. Paano yung nonchalant, Ron?
Ano,
as in, wala talaga. Wala. Yan na yun. Sinong pinaka-OA dito sa squad, Coach?
Ito, si Kyle.
Si Bakit? Ayan. Oh, as in, hindi niya alam kung ano yung nangyayari. Okay. Nonchalant si Spider Miles. Meron pa bang iba bukod kay Spider Miles na nonchalant?
Wala na eh.
Wala na. Ikaw, Coach, nonchalant ka ba o OA?
OA.
OA. Sige, okay daw si Coach. Pero ready na ang Minana Evos kontra saan na mga kalaban mamaya. So, casters, pasok.
Before the World Tour, they had to take the long road as dark horses. Can Minana Evos prove they're on the same path as AP Bren? Welcome on Buwai to Service. My name is Leo, here with the voice of MPL Philippines, Renmar Santa Cruz, and aspiring barista and international analyst, Wolf. Gentlemen, how are we?
That's very accurate, especially your description of Wolf. I saw. You should look at his tablet. It has a picture of himself holding up coffee.
Yeah. Watch out for it. I think you're going to be posting about it. So yeah, watch out for it. Do follow Reptar Santa Cruz and his pages, and he's going to be posting there.
It's on my Instagram.
Back on the matchup at hand, this is Minana Evos' ultimate test as true dark horses. Yes, they have stumbled in their previous matchup, much to the surprise of many, because again, I personally would like to think that that could have been a longer match. I'm talking about them and Onyx PH just yesterday, but here, tonight, we are putting a focus on the two different kinds of roamers. We're talking about Spider Miles as a utility roamer and Ogwin as the old-fashioned just up front, just tank.
I'm me. I'm not saying that's how Ogwin sounds like, but yeah. Ogwin is the modern roamer. You're expected to be able to play a wide array of heroes when needed, a lot of versatility, while Spider Miles harkens back to a past similar to that the Queen brought to the table here in MLBB. A badge of honor that he wears with pride.
Yeah, so Spider Miles is that guy that practices 1,000 kicks once.
Yeah.
And then Ogwin is the...
Don't you mean one kick 1,000 times?
Yeah, that's what I meant, actually.
Kicks
Yeah.
once.
I'm bad at metaphors.
Here's a roundhouse.
You're usually great. It's all right, man. Maybe you need to drink some of that coffee.
I need that coffee. I need that coffee.
You need that coffee right now. Why don't you bring your machine? You should.
I should probably. Next time, yeah. But kidding aside, I think Ogwin has already improved himself so much in a way that he can actually... I think he mastered the role. It's not the heroes that he mastered. It was the role. And that's definitely... You know, I've always said this in the Tagalog broadcast. We're running out of adjectives for AP Bren and for Ogwin. You know, that's how good they are.
You know what? Truth be told, I spend a good portion of my free time on the daily trying to figure out how to beat Bren, how to beat AP Bren, how to beat this World Championship squad. Is because, yes, they will admit sometimes in post-match interviews that maybe they slipped up, maybe they could have done this better. But even in those times and even in the replays, you see, what are you talking about? Where?
Yeah, exactly. It's like their worst is probably one of the team's better days. Yeah. Their worst day is a good day already for any team in a business, not only in the Philippines, but also internationally.
Yeah, and again, we mentioned it. They are the definition of trust the process.
Yep.
The process still continues, and it's paved with gold along the way. And I'd like to see the Minana Evos, especially with the praise that AP Bren have given them. AP Bren have mentioned they're excited for this fight.
Yep.
Ogwin is excited to go up against Spider Miles too. That hopefully this is what we're seeing, the start of Minana Evos. Not to say that they'll be eventually world champions, but they're trusting the process with this young squad that we saw almost make it into the playoffs last season.
Yep, AP Bren's process began about 2 years ago in Season 9, wherein some remnants of that old squad are still here. Again, for sure, that's Coach Ducky. Flapteasy was part of that roster. Few was part of that roster. Pandora was still there. And look where they are now. They've been around the world, won all sorts of titles, all sorts of championships, and maybe Minana can do the same. Let's get on with the match. First of all, we can't begin without our marshals. They make sure everything is smooth and dandy, fair and fun. Here we are with Wilbert, Patrick, Chico, and Jeff.
So Jeff actually was supposed to be called Jefe, but his mom said, I'd prefer Jeff anyway.
Let's have the teams come on in.
The Tigers were caught off guard by surprise picks against Onic. But now that they're facing off against the world champions, can they dust themselves off and show them and show us why AP Bren was excited to face them in the first place? MPL Arena, roar for Minana Evos! It's a perfect run so far for the Bees and the Hive. No games lost, no series dropped, no points squandered. They continue to prove why they are the champions of the Philippines and the reigning champions of the world, AP Bren! and our coaches, Coach Bedoy and Coach Trevor. MPL Arena, make some noise and get hyped for Minana Evos versus AP Bren!
Here we go. The dark horses up to step to the plate and swing. Minana, Evos. Wolf, this is the lineup that's worked for them so far.
That's right. And I want to highlight Kirk in this lineup. Captain Kirk. I mean, he's not the actual captain of this team, or I don't know if he actually is. But we are putting a lot of spotlight on Spider Miles as he deserves it. But we also have to put some highlight onto Kirk. And this time, he's going to be going up against storied, adored with a lot of accolades. That's Flap Teasy on the XP lane.
Here he is now, flanked by Marco, Kyle, Few, and Ogwin.
As the official, unofficial advocate for the reigning, defending champions of the world. Yeah, Flapteasy, definitely. You're gonna have to watch out for him. He's been on point. Acknowledge him. Acknowledge AP Bren. Again, we want to put hopes onto Minana Evos. We want to see Minana Evos succeed. Not just here at the table. The community has been vocal about it. The expectations are high. But when you're up against literally, you can say, the 5 best players in their position in the world today, well, you're going to have to show us something different, a whole nother level that maybe Minana Evos hasn't even known that they can tap yet.
Talk to me about a year ago, I would say they're the best pure athletes, but now they're just the best athletes in the game that we play.
Absolute best.
Something to note here, when you're looking at Minana Evos, a big question that I'm asking is, when will Spider Mouse bring out the heroes that Coach Bitoy, Coach DJ, Coach Supercard has promised? Like, you gotta watch out, these are the new ones. Where is it? Because he's only played so far Minotaur, Rafaela, and Faramis.
Yes, I think that they might not be changing their playstyle because I think it really just works. I think for Minana Evos, they're still on that process of mastering what they're doing. AP Bren have already, that they're like few, not really few, but a million steps ahead right now compared to the competition. But I think for Minana Evos, it does not make sense to change up something like this quickly just because they're facing up against AP Bren. It should show a masterful display of their own style of MLBB.
Yeah, and I agree here with Wolf. Don't pressure Spider Miles and the rest of Minana Evos to play around the playstyle that they're not fully comfortable yet when they haven't even mastered like their own playstyle yet. And I'm not to say that their playstyle now isn't good. It's just, I feel like, again, I'm one of those people who believes in Minana Evos and their potential that I want to see more.
This young man here in mid has potential, and I'm talking about Lancey because the other icon that he's stepping up to has already proven himself since Season 1. Wolf, talk to us about this head-to-head. What's going on through Lancey's head right now?
He's going to be facing up against a player who... It is weird because this is a conversation between me, Burrito, as well as Midnight last night.
Oh, yeah?
And we were talking about the fact that the way that he played the Vexana and Nana yesterday was as if he's not trying to prove anything at all because he doesn't need to anymore. He's hitting onto buildings. And then Lancey is on the opposite side of the spectrum where Lancey needs to prove himself for now. You can see Few doesn't go for the flash plays anymore because he doesn't need to.
Doesn't need to. I'd love to talk to Neil and Aaron more about that. But Wolf, talk to us now about these keys to victory brought to us by Infinix.
All right, Minana Evos needs to respect AP Bren's snowballing tendencies. We're not foreign to the fact that the playstyle of AP Bren is really based on snowballing, and they're really good at the early stage of the game, so they have to respect that. For AP Bren, draft against Spider Mouse's pool, which has been proven to be effective the last time that Minana Evos faced up against an opponent, and it might be another key to victory that can be brought by AP Bren. And of course, for both teams, pick fights wisely. It means that you kind of have to choose the fights that you are willing to take or that you are in a more advantageous spot. I think that's something that Minana Evos really needs to take into heart against AP Bren.
Safe to say, Minana Evos, they got to watch out for AP Bren going ham, going to hack a miles.
Yeah, and hopefully Minana Evos is ready for it. I feel like now Minana Evos has to respect the hack a miles themselves and say, yeah, we got to prioritize Spider Miles heroes as quickly as possible. And right now, because of the current metagame, I know I'm not going to knock against the Rafaela pick. They've won with the Rafaela picks. They played really well with it. But I feel like in this scenario, if they can, they've got to rush that Minotaur, I feel like.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. Definitely agree with that. Because I felt like when they suffered that hack of miles just recently, was this yesterday?
That was yesterday.
Yesterday,
They were forced to pick up Faramis, which, it really just does not work in this metagame that we have right now. I think that I would choose Novaria position 5 many times over than the Faramis now just because of how weak the Faramis is. In fact, he had to go with Encourage. Because what is a blessing that can be good for Faramis from the roam roll? Nothing.
Yeah, no favor, no heals. Dire hit. Again, you're going to put yourself in trouble for trying to
conceal.
Getting that proc up.
When I need to. I know it's just RG. It's just RG.
All right, see, so just again, the past few seconds of trying to figure out what to do with that Paramis means it's not going to go your way.
Exactly.
So now, with that said, I want to ask the folks watching at home right now, what would you do? What kind of picks would you prioritize if you're Minana Evos? Because one can only assume what AP Bren's going to do tonight because, again, yesterday, Few was playing the likes of Nana,
Vex,
and just whacking away at turrets like nobody's business. If you were in Minana Evos' shoes, what would you do? What heroes would you pick, and how would you attack AP Bren? Comment down below. Let us know, and I'm gonna get to it because I also need
I
need the hive mind, like not the hive, but hive mind, like all of us fans. Maybe all our brains will be enough to figure out how to beat this monster.
I wish. But you know, of course, we want to hear from you guys, but I also want to bring up the fact that when you look at Flapteasy and the way that he's played the game, he's just transitioning at this point where, do I go flashy or do I go like the objective way? And I think that so far, being an expert at both kind of makes Flapteasy a very scary explainer to face.
You know what, for me, the scariest thing about Flapteasy, along with that, it's how quickly he can bounce back. Knowing that AP Bren lost a game because of something he did. In MPL Philippines Season 12, during M5, he's mentioned, he's had interviews. It's been a running joke with Flapteasy. I was the longest in that last fight, in that last game. And right after pulling off a performance that people are going to be wondering, what the heck is Flap doing? Suddenly, the next game, he becomes one of the main reasons, or even the biggest reason why they would win.
There's Tolongis. Right.
AP Bren's now prioritizing the Minotaur.
I love it. This is Coach Treb calling the shots now. And the answer from Minana Evos, the first pick Lilia. And these priorities are off. Like these are new ways to attack the draft.
Exactly. And I think Minana, you have to snatch the Arlot. You don't want to give. Oh, they pick up Terizla.
Oh, they're gonna give it.
They're gonna give it. AP Bren is not gonna think twice getting that.
Yeah.
And then get the Vex maybe. Oh no, they might not Vex themselves.
Oh, Vex got banned out.
Yep. Novaria, so they go Novaria
Arlot.
Nova Arlot.
Navarlo. Okay, I like that. I like that.
Navarlo.
Yeah, instead of going for Hackamiles, they just banned the Diggy and took the best hero that could be best for Spider Miles, which I think is great for AP Bren. That's a classic, not really a classic, but that's a Trevor spice in there.
Here's the thing. If Miles' hero doesn't come up third pick here in Phase 1 for Minana Evos, he's going to get in trouble again. We're going to see a replay of yesterday's draft.
Yes, sir.
Check it out.
I'm on that boat.
Ogwin does very well himself on the Minotaur. He's been doing so for several seasons now. And, AP Bren have different priorities as well. Again, just a weird opening will result in different follow-ups as well. X-Borg and Claude.
All right, so there's the Rafaela. So the thing with the X-Borg is that it deals with the Terizla. So this is AP Bren just already troubleshooting, correcting their telemetry, as we can say.
Big words.
And that's the thing with AP Bren, right? They find out that the Terizla was the priority, so they pick up the X-Borg to eventually handle it easily.
Yeah, and this is a trend that I noticed. I mean, Onyx is their own beast when it comes to coming up with some unique strategies.
That's right.
But every time I see teams going up against Onyx and Minana Evos, the order of drafts really change. I think the teams are understanding that, when you're up against this team, you can't be predictable.
Yeah.
Like what we mentioned earlier, the Novaria Arlot. Yeah, in the trends of the current metagame, that's what you're supposed to do. But AP Bren says, no, it's up against Minana Evos. They draft differently, so we have to change the tendencies as well.
Okay, so Valentina being banned, I think that's a really good ban here. But then again, AP Bren are forcing, Minana pick up the carry.
Yeah.
They banned Brody as well as Bruno. You have no choice, Minana. It's either carry or you go for the Harith. And both heroes are not the best when it comes to having a combo with the Rafaela. Typically, it's Rafa Bruno, Rafa Brody. So I do understand why this was the idea from AP Bren.
Both are fresh meat to the X-Borg.
Yep. I think you will be forced to go Clint here if you're Minana, right?
Does Doming have a Clint, though, is the question?
Yes.
Again, in the current metagame.
Yeah. He played that. We were there casting that. it was the Clint that TNC couldn't kill.
Okay.
When
cool.
it was
Oh,
a cushion.
right.
Day
Right.
one.
Day one.
Day one.
Day
All right,
one.
so it's possible.
Yeah.
He can. Doesn't have to rush it.
Okay.
Here's the Martis.
Okay. And with that, Martis, do you just go back to Baksha? I think Baksha just makes a lot of sense here for AP Bren.
Wow, how did Baksha just
I know.
go under the radar like this?
You go Baksha, you have anti-heal against both Rafa and the Terizla. You have access to the backlines. You're faster in a way against the Martis. So it makes a lot of sense. And then go for a backline nuke mage for Mr. Few.
Yeah. What else is there though? Gord?
Gord.
Hey, hey.
Nana is there.
Oh yeah. All the heroes we mentioned feels like they would do great.
Yeah.
I feel like the Gord would be.
Yeah.
I lean towards more of the Gord. It's a bit more punishing.
Alright.
I feel like.
Yeah.
I vote Nana box.
No. I think
Nana
we're all
box.
in agreement with the Baksha though.
Yeah.
Gotta be Bax.
Gotta be.
See? Or a Kai. No.
Okay. Nana
Oh,
Fred.
it's Fred.
Okay.
Okay.
I wonder why the Fred.
Against a
Okay.
Lilia?
Yeah, against Lilia with Rafa.
With
actually.
Rafa.
They get guided so easily. Interesting. Interesting choice from AP Bren. But this is them saying, okay, we want to beef up the front lines. We don't want to go to the back lines anyways.
They also want more reliable CC.
Yeah, I guess.
You don't get that with the box.
With the box. So Clint still makes a lot of sense here for Minana.
Clint's
I think,
okay.
I feel.
Or they go crazy and be one of the teams that drafts Layla for the first time in PH. But
Not
no.
enough. Not enough for front line to do that.
It's doesn't
Yeah.
have it. That's just me wishful
Please,
thinking.
please just don't go Roger. I think.
Oh yeah, definitely not.
Just
Doming, what you thinking?
No, they go
Just
carry.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, they were forced to. But like I said, it's not the best when it comes to like comboing up with the Rafaela. You kind of want to go for more of a static kind of gold laner when you go for the Rafaela, so that you just run down people. Still, it's pretty good in the meta game. And I guess this carry picked was under good merits only because the Fredrin was picked up. Had it been a Baksha, this will be a different choice from Minana.
A whopping 83% to 17 in favor of AP Bren. Wherever you're watching from, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to remind you that it's the star match of the day. Huge shout outs to our online viewers. Wherever you're watching from, we're happy to have you here and witness this great battle. Please click subscribe, like, and follow for all MPL PH official accounts.
As our way of saying terima kasih, salamat, well, thank you in general. Watch out for the code that you may redeem in your MLBB app for hero skins and tournament chests. Yes, I can feel the people in the chat spamming code skin. Where they at? Well, that's where they are.
Arigato gozaimasu and gracias.
Merci.
Gracias.
Merci.
Merci. Wherever you're watching from,
Grazie.
we're about to get into a game number 1, a best of 3. Again, the ultimate test for this season's Dark Horses TM. Minana Evos, can they step up to AP Bren?
The first step is to take full advantage of this aggressive playstyle that they have. This is still Rafaela and Lilia, super duper fast. Then you pair it up with a Martis. I think that they do have a shot against this Minotaur. So the first step for Minana Evos really is to take over in the first 5 minutes of the game.
All right, glad to see that old Ogirunigo is back on the tank Minotaur compared to last night.
Yeah, the support, the focusing mark Minotaur.
The magic Minotaur.
Yeah, magic Minotaur.
Interesting approach, but hey, they got the dub here.
Uh-oh.
Kaltizi in his own jungle, not yet level 4. Kaizen is in the lead. So they're both just trying to jockey for position. My question is, I wonder if any of these two teams will go for a big EXP lane gank before this turtle spawns.
Against an X-Borg, against a Terizla, I think it's got an ambitious way to go to the EXP lane at this point. Not so much for Minana Evos though, because they have good poke against the Firaga. They have Rafaela as well as Lilia, two heroes that kind of make it difficult for Flap TZ to keep his Firaga armor up in the early stages of the game. So maybe it could be an option. But the fact that Minana Evos are putting a little bit of an advantage when it comes to the EXP of the junglers on their side, it's actually very good.
You see, the approach here of Minana Evos is to pressure Kyle TZ. Temper the tempo of AP Bren. Not necessarily trying to decimate them early on. It's just control it so that they're not completely playing their game, right?
Yeah.
Huge XP gap. A whole level between Kaizen and Kyle TZ. Flap TZ catches a face full of PZ.
Okay, Flap TZ, Firaga armor, still up there. Last Insanity's going to be able to land the kill. Oh, the big Molina smooch! And the blitz by few. This Nana is still on a roll from last night, and I don't think Minana Evos will be able to contest this turtle as their jungler drops.
That's not comic accurate. I don't think Levi dies this early on, but that was amazing.
Manga, sir, manga.
Oh no, Kirk's in trouble!
Kirk trying to get away from it. Appraiser's Wrath already committed. Lancy and Spider Miles are there to help him out. And AP Bren will not pressure the purple buff.
Okay. So I was able to be part of a $1 million tournament just a few weeks ago where AP Bren actually won that. And something I was able to prove something. FlapTZ is the best export player that we have in the world right now. And he's just showed us how good he is at that hero. My oh my, the way that he handled Minana Evos in that first turtle fight. Immaculate.
You could swear that his last insanity had tracking. It
Yes.
was a catch-22. He was going to kill one of them. And it's just perfect that he got the right target again with the help of Few.
Yeah, and that felt like that was just Few and Flap being exactly on the same page. Like Kobe Bryant and Pau Gasol speaking in Spanish mid-game.
Hold up. I understand the synergy now. Few and Flap have been teammates for the better part of 5 years now.
Yeah. That's right.
Count it.
Count it.
That was synergy without even talking, I'm sure.
Appraiser's Wrath. Not a lot of wrath there.
Yeah.
But the damage right now of the Fredrin being appraised, Lancy poking it out. Oh, and yep, this is why a part of us questioned the Fredrin pick. Not to say it was a bad pick, but it will struggle up against Lily. And imagine if that was the late game, that Fredrin would be crying.
Yep. It's going to be a problem later on. But for now, it isn't.
Uh-oh. FlapTZ has a little bit of a problem. His Faraga armor gets spent, but, well, I posed a question earlier, Wolf, and you said it would be ambitious if you try to go for it.
Yeah.
So FlapTZ has second life. Few is going to be here for the assist.
For sure.
Getting poked out by Lancy. Few might have overstepped a little bit. But now he'll be able to get away safely.
Yeah. Also, now that I think about it, maybe the reason why they didn't go Baksha is because they want to secure the jungle, the neutral objectives. So one thing that's underrated about the Fredrin is that his first skill plus retry is actually pretty strong.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that might be the factor here for AP Bren. Because if you go Baksha, the Martis can just easily take those neutral objectives.
That's true. You see here, AP Bren zoning on Minana Evos, no contest again because you actually see Kaizen going into the orange buff of AP Bren. Go for the invade, FlapTZ, sending back Kirk. The damage, the fire, last insanity, no way, Flap! Not gonna be able to kill! No,
Ogwin!
He did! And Ogwin?
No, Ogwin absorbed the damage of the turret!
Oh!
When he was still untargetable.
They juggled it.
They juggled it. Wow, Ogwin.
Oh, wow. X-Borg, untargetable. Ogwin steps in, gets the hit,
exactly.
Correct? Wow.
Wow. Wow.
Synergy.
It's Ogre.
It's
Ogre.
Amazing.
Again, the world champs.
These little decisions, the way that they're able to show us mechanics upon mechanics makes us wonder what else can this team do? What can they not do? Is a question. As 5 minutes and a half in, about a minute before the second turtle spawns your third turtle. Wow, this game has gone that fast.
This is again, we're running out of adjectives for AP Bren, how good they are. Yes, that's a good question. What can they not do? AP Bren. I'm thinking of.
Let me put away this stars.
Yeah. FlapTZ has been so on point with his export. He now has the War Axe. So even without the War Axe, he's already making it so difficult for Minana Evos to run away from him. And right now with that item, he is even a bigger problem now for Minana Evos.
Ooh, Ogwin and Few, enough of a threat already to make sure that Kaizen double times hastens the purple take so they can actually make a position for this last turtle. All right, some hope for those who are members of the Hukbo watching. Minana Evos are still on their procedural take. Even if they do lose their gold lane tier 1, they're still on the 1-2. They're still trying to get farm on their cores.
Yeah, again, temper the tempo of AP Bren, but the longer you temper the tempo, the more devastating eventual mid-game power spike of AP Bren will be. How many times have we seen APB? Around 7, 8, 9 minutes in, win a big team fight, and then suddenly just snowball from there. Minana Evos will try to contest, but FlapTZ single-handedly, well, with the help of Ogwin, pushing back the members of Minana Evos with his flames, respecting the X-Borg. Kirk was like, guys, it hurts. Kaizen, it hurts too. Yeah, let's get out of here.
Wow. call him Jonathan Stonewall. You see that? Just two dudes pushing away 4 or 5 members. And doesn't even need to have Kyle TZ use Retribution.
Jonathan Stonewall.
Don't forget the ghost
AKA
of Stonewall
J-Wall.
Jackson.
Yeah. And now the problem is, will Doming be enough for this? That's why I thought that Carry is such a meta hero for sure.
Yeah.
But maybe not the best for Minana Evos. They're looking for something long range. And I think that, you said the Layla could have been something for Minana Evos. I think I would dig really that deep. Like Nathan, Layla perhaps, but not Carry. And they're suffering now.
Minana Evos getting pressured in the jungle. Kyle TZ will not be able to steal the purple buff away. AP Bren now. I have to put on my analysis cap again because there's a lot of action that we're seeing here. It's just us gushing over AP Bren, really, and how they're controlling everything.
Uh-oh. It looks like Flap TZ is setting something up here. This is a long pincer play.
Oh, yeah.
Or at least a push for mid-tier 1. A minute and a quarter here. Under a minute left until the Lord spawns.
Ooh,
amazing lane control here.
3 versus 1, Flap TZ.
Oh,
his Faraga armor is going to get bursted down. Oh, last insanity, but popped off early. Let's see, Flicker dash as well with the Faraga armor pop, and will he be able to get away? If he does, I won't believe it, but no. Minana Evos complete the chase. They're going to be able to kill Flap TZ, but here comes AP Bren. Ogwen goes in. The Minoan Fury not going to be able to hit anyone, but the Purify actually surviving the, helping out the members of Minana Evos. Spider Miles getting chased now. Meanwhile, the bottom lane, Super Marco pushing out. Double kill here for Kyle TZ. And just like that, that's what we talked about. Around the 8 to 9 minute mark, the turnaround, mid-game power spike for APB.
And it was off of the back of Minana Evos thinking they got a free kill on Flap.
Yes. At what cost?
What cost?
Everything.
Everything. For Minana Evos, they do have a lot of chase potential. I mean, you can understand why they went for that play, but they took so much time. That's the thing with Carry, that's why I felt like it's not the best with Rafaela, because you see them like chasing people, but you're not actually hitting, you're just actually running.
If they want to stop here, Flap TZ, Faraga armor, last insanity already committed, but Super Marco with a massive blazing duet, but it's actually Kaizen who gets the retribution win, but he gets punished. May I have spoken too soon? No, I did not. Killing spree for APB. They lose the Lord. Minana finds a miracle, but they're going to lose their turret in mid.
All right, let's see. Can they convert? That was a very, very expensive trade. Minana Evos lose a hero and a turret, and even maybe they're purple for the Lord.
GDP, yes it is. Purple buff gone. And again, the question still stands, at what cost?
Whew. Well, they did live to see another day, another minute bot for Minana Evos.
Another blazing duet just like that from out of nowhere, but Kirk with a massive penalty zone, actually, defensive one. DPZ, as I believe Leo calls it. Lancy trying to skip away. I have to get away from here. Minana Evos will have their orange buff stolen in the mid. Flap TZ trying to hold on.
All right, Lance able to regroup with his team here in mid. Again, there is a trend, folks. Minana Evos, whenever they walk away with something, it's always a 3-for-1 trade.
Yeah.
A Lord for a mid, a hero, and a buff.
Yeah.
Earlier, 3-for-1 Flap TZ for 3 other members. I wonder if Minana Evos will slowly notice that, hey, the math doesn't add up.
In the mid lane, still sending back the members of Minana Evos. Appraiser's Wrath not going to deal a lot of damage. And the Lily is starting to hurt. AP Bren, yes, it has been their game for majority of it. But that Lord, somehow, we asked at what cost. We saw it. Minana Evos able to push out and balance things out somewhat.
A bit of swing for Minana Evos. Definitely needs a lot more than that. And it felt now, right, when Minana Evos still has the Purify onto Doming, what they can do is to invite AP Bren to get into their circle and then punish them afterwards.
Yeah.
Maybe that is the play for Minana Evos.
Like a little bit of a tug-of-war.
Yeah.
That type of thing. To slowly bait them into making a big mistake. Purple buff invade though, who's going to be able to get a Lancy. At the back there, stop there. Gwen. Purple buff actually not secured by Minana Evos, but the members of Minana Evos are low. Kirk forced to get away, but no! Flap TZ with the last insanity chase under tower. And AP Bren continues to fight. Another blazing duet coming in from Super Marco. KZ trying to survive, but Super Marco and Kyle TZ now put in a difficult position. Gwen with a massive Minoan Fury, but it's actually going to be AP Bren running for the hills with Minana Evos. Their heal, their sustain. They have trusted their process, and they're putting the world champions to the back. Their backs against the wall as Lancy Can he complete it? Yes, he does. Takes down Few. Flap TZ,
No
last
way.
insanity.
No
No way.
way.
Flap
No
doesn't
way.
kill Kaizen.
What?
Kaizen survives. Spider Miles, the heal, the utility, prodigy of Minana. But Kyle TZ with an Appraiser's Wrath to Lancy. Minana Evos are still fighting, showing AP Bren why the world champs wanted to face Minana in the first place.
Quick recap, the math checks out to 2 for 4. Minana Evos able to close the gap, now with just a 600, 700 gold lead between them and the world champions. AP Bren now can only hope and think to contest. Minana Evos scores a Luminous Lord.
Kirk, that penalty zone stopping Katizi from getting close.
Great play coming out from Minana Evos for sure, especially because of what Kirk did. And we got to see through the replay whatever happened in that big clash. Unfortunately, we'll trade. I am actually in awe of this damage. 3.8k!
Oh, I felt that.
That is indeed wrath from the Appraiser.
Nothing, not even Black Shoes will save you.
Man, the damage was so high, I feel like it activated my gout. I'm having a gout attack right now on the desk.
Get that checked.
Lord, whew, I have. They told me, just take my
man.
meds. Minana Evos, their turn that they did in that purple buff, dare I say, Blacklist-esque. How many times have we seen that before from the Royal Duo era of Blacklist International?
Yeah, and AP Bren knows that
And AP
turn
Bren
very
knows
well.
it. Yeah. Let's see how they're going to tend to this now, as Minana Evos might actually take one under AP Bren's nose.
This is the time where you can say that Minana Evos have a lot of... Okay.
Okay, Black Shoes, Lancy. Once you commit, don't worry, Wolf will get back to you.
Yeah.
Minana Evos still going to be going forward. Lord marching in. Let's see how many towers are they going to get, or if they're going to be able to get any.
Yeah. So this is the power spike. We were talking about the fact that the way for Minana Evos to win team fights is to invite AP Bren to their own circle and then punish them out one after the other.
Lancy, no Black Shoes, or actually he's going to be able to commit it. And now Kaizen going to be going in. Kati's brought down to 50%, but actually Lancy fights Few. And a massive last insanity. Will it be enough? No, it's not going to be enough.
Doming.
Kirk, Kaizen, Spider Mouse so tanky. Meanwhile, in the mid, the tower falls. Doming's still going to be pushing into the base, actually stopping Super Marco from joining in this fight.
Shades of H2, Yaoi and Renegade. We've seen this before.
Double ton of praises. Wrath not actually going to land. Ogun with the massive Minoa's Fury, but the damage is sustained, and the damage! Sustained damage still from Minana Evos. They're holding on. Are they actually going to put a stain on the record of the world champions? The new White Tigers, the Young Bloods, but Kaltizi, Super Marco want to fight back. Winter Blazing right up to the back. Super Marco versus Doming. He uses the BMI to get back. Kaizen, Kirk, and Doming go back, but no! Flap TZ finds Kaizen. Minana Evos are running for the hills.
Close, but not quite.
Oh!
One more for Doming.
Light wheels from the carry.
2 for 3. Big time take from Minana Evos, leaving but one inhibitor for AP Bren.
And this is Doming just showing us his peak performance. Probably one of the best games that I've seen that Doming play. Actually 3-1-3, but that does not tell the story of how much impact he did in this particular game. Pushing 2 turrets while Minana Evos are making so much diversion up top, then eventually punishing Flaptizi, who has been a problem for them. We're talking about how bad the carry is, but he's making it so that it looks really good in this game.
It's been a while since we've actually seen AP Bren on the back foot like this, staring at a base, just barely standing, one inhibitor left, and a Lord that they could only dream of contesting. This is a significant 2.5k gold lead, and their old tricks aren't working quite as quickly, quite as simple. Doming is a threat. Doming is a menace right now, and that base take, that siege, as long as it took, was exactly what Minana Evos needed. If anything, if AP Bren were a lesser team, they would have actually lost right then and there on the spot.
Sustaining damage. Online for Minana Evos. They've hit their power spike.
Watch out Doming with his position.
Yep. Watch out for Doming. Trying to watch for that old Super Market. Actually finds Doming blazing the wet. Both Wind and Nature's already spent. But Spider Miles! Clutch from the young roamer. Flicker and the Holy Baptism to get Super Marco down. And this looks good for Minana Evos.
Quick and hasty. That was a decision made by Spider Miles. We need my ult for this moment now, not for the Lord take. It is clear as day. Minana Evos in control. 4k ahead, and we have the Lord spawning about 5.
Oh, that's beautiful. And Doming went in for the Malefic Lord to go with that. I think he still has the boots And that flicker coming out from Spider-Mouse was really clutch.
Yeah.
With all due fairness from AP Bren, they have so much wave clear. This is Nana and Xborg. So Minana Evos, they are the lead right now, but they have to respect that. And let's see them become creative on how they will approach the siege. Like I said, Nana and Xborg, great high ground defense.
One more time. Here we go. Minana Evos coming into the base. Waves in mid, waves up top, waves in the bottom.
You have to watch out for initiations from either of the two roamers, or maybe even the EXP laners. Both of them just clearing out the minion waves right now. AP Bren trying to take down the Lord as fast as they can. A bit of damage to the members of Minana Evos. Minana Evos are just going to be throwing bodies. They're going to be focusing on the base. Look at Kaysen. Look at Lassie. No more minion waves, though. There's a minion wave coming in down mid. It will not be popped. Lassie falls. A bit of an error by Minana Evos, but that's going to be a kill onto Flap TZ. A kill onto Kaysen at that, too. 2-for-1 trade. AP Bren. Minana Evos tried to brute force it.
Oh, man.
Wow. A misjudged moment.
Absolutely misjudged.
A slip up. If only there was but one minion, Kaysen could have really broken down the base, but no, we're staring at a 2-for-1 trade, and now AP Bren able to step out of their base.
Gentlemen, I feel like we could call that a BFS, a brute force siege.
Brute force siege, that did not work, unfortunately, for Minana Evos. And like I said, this is Xborg and Nana. You cannot do that, but I understand why they did it. They needed the carry to pop the ultimate, have the Purify, and just go to the base. But at this point, Few hurts a lot.
He doesn't just hurt Few, he hurts a lot.
That's Few.
AP Bren cleaning house, stepping out of their base and just taking away what's left for Minana Evos. That orange buff, mid lane tier 2, Flap TZ working on bottom, Marco up top, and yep, there we go. Minana Evos lost about 300 gold on the clapback. The only thing that they were able to push was top lane inhibitor, and then what? Put AP Bren's base at half.
Yes.
At half.
But that regenerates, as we do know.
There you go. It's close to full now.
Yep. Yeah. And for Minana Evos, this is already a battle of like maintaining your own circle, or your own influence, your own formation.
The box.
The box that we're talking about. Invite AP Bren to that box, which generally means that Minana Evos needs to force AP Bren into a fight outside of AP Bren's base.
Yes. Oh, Lancy a little bit too eager!
No way!
Exploded as the Lily of the Black Shoes couldn't even be pressed!
That's a mixture of true damage from Flap and just Few.
Oh, no way. Yep. No way that happened.
That's young hot-bloodedness.
No way.
Nothing, no Purify, no Black Shoes will save you from the Hellfire and Brimstone that Flap TZ and Few just threw at Lancy.
And that's a Lilia that we said that is very important against this Fredrin. And not only that, against the Xborg Super Marco!
MNNE with a brute force play. They find Super Marco, but the Wind of Nature actually clutch. Blazing to try and get away from Case and Ogun, trying to provide space. To make sure that Minana Evos Flap TZ with a massive last sanity to the back. Ogun falls. Case already used the Decimate. Super Marco fighting back. Case will fall. Case gets punished. Minana Evos gets punished. Big Minoan Fury with the destruction of the Spider Miles. Exploded by the blitz of Melina. Katis and Super Marco with the respawn. They're chasing after Kirk. This Terizla will run and try to swing his hammer, but he falls again. Minana Evos. What was that?
3 for none. The body of Smith's gonna do only so much.
It's up to Doming now.
Against 3, and yeah, there is but one thing that Minana Evos can hold on to. 3D. Doming don't die, and he hasn't quite yet. But they're gonna stare down the barrel of a big Lord. This is an evolved Lord, gentlemen.
Ooh. Oh man, that was a slew of mistakes for Minana Evos.
If y'all thought Minana Evos were in trouble inside AP Bren's base, how about underneath a Lord that amplifies AP Bren's damage?
Whew. That's the evolved Lord we're talking about. AP Bren are not out of the woods yet, but my oh my, Minana Evos cannot afford those kinds of plays.
Yes.
And you understand, I mean, after Lancy's death, that was already like a lot of bad news for Minana Evos, and then they commit another one. Series of unfortunate events that they themselves put themselves into.
Yeah, I saw what they were. We get what they were trying to do, but it feels like the moment that you saw Super Marco was able to get away, they should have just backed off. They really shouldn't have forced that. But now here comes AP Bren, evolved Lord, and now their turn to get some turrets down after Minana Evos have shaved the towers off of theirs, waiting for a jump, waiting for an entry. Who will be the angle? Will it be Flap? Will it be Ogwin? Will it be a surprise Holy Baptism coming in from Spider-Mouse, who doesn't have his flicker just yet, but Katis is taking a lot of damage from Domeng right now. He has his immortality, so he's not going to get taken down. Super Marco takes down the tower up top. AP Bren, systematic and smart about it. Showing the young bloods, this is how you do it. Be careful.
Look at the patience in AP Bren. They could have forced it. They could have maybe even rushed the wave down bottom, but they know that the management is not on point. So they took, hey, mid, top, that's all we're going to do.
Winter Dungeon.
It's just a matter of the little decisions that will really cost you. Oh no, KZ.
Few. Does he have his passive if ever he gets taken down? He is still alive though, but KZ and the members of MNNE Evos were able to pressure him. Super Marco now, willing down that tower. AP Bren. Yep, they're not going to dive it. They're going to wait for the next Lord. But now it's even. All 18 towers in this game have fallen.
Gold doesn't matter now. 23 minutes, everybody's just maxed out. But you also have to wonder what will be the defensive items now for the marksman. And for the side of Super Marco, only going for the Wind of Nature. I'm still interested in what Doming's mindset is with his Winter Truncheon. Probably just gonna sell it later on.
Yeah,
it doesn't have the immortality.
He'll juggle it. It's one layer of the juggle. So if he gets caught by Flap TZ, he freezes right before the tail end of the burst. If he gets caught into a Minoan Fury, same. And then
since Winter Truncheon does give like a little bit of magic power, does that increase the magic power, magic damage output of the Windtalker?
It should be.
It does.
So maybe that's why he chose that?
It helps with the minion wave clear.
Minion wave clear, yeah.
It's going to matter now because they have no turrets. It's just as bad.
There's also that that fable that where you have the Windtalker going up against a marksman with a Wind of Nature, and you deal the magic damage.
Yeah, that's too. Yeah, that works.
But that's not a lot, but it's something.
It's not nothing.
It's not nothing.
It's something.
Yes.
It's not nothing. Here we go.
Okay,
this
switch to the... Oh, wait.
Fifth Lord.
Athena Shield on Doming, selling one of his damage items.
Yeah. And you also see their Twilight Armor into KZ, so it should help out with any of the bursts, magic or physical. Don't forget that. AP Bren now, zoning out Minana Evos. At around 20k, 15k, maybe someone's going to turn. Maybe someone's going to try to come into play. KZ and Kirk nearby. All it's going to take is to throw bodies, a pull back onto KZ using the taunt of that Fredrin. Slow, calm, calculated. Middle minion wave getting pushed back by AP Bren. Few is managing it.
Lord gets reset. Lord gets reset here.
Yep.
Claude onto the bottom lane.
Yeah, watch out for that Claude. I go for a push.
Molina, such a problem.
Yeah, getting a bit of farm. Molina's a problem, but the damage of the Glooms is, again, the Shadow Energy, a problem.
Check out Super Marco here, off map, just managing that wave.
Last Insanity getting popped off. Is he going to be able to get some with damage? Yes, he does. AP Bren now, still calculated. Minana Evos are playing well around that Rafaela. The heals coming out. KZ and Doming have an angle. If ever they're going to be going for it, the damage out of Few. Is it going to be enough? No, it's not going to be enough. KTG with a massive taunt. Immortality on him is going to get popped. Blazing to it by Super Marco. Minana Evos getting pushed back. Immortality's getting popped as well. Meanwhile, Lassie there in the back gets taken down off position. Is that Lily a little bit too eager to get a kill? And that is advantage for AP Bren. 5 versus 4.
Huge take here. All the ults, all the time, all the space that AP Bren invested in. Minana Evos now have to face the facts. 4 to 5, not a good chance, no good odds there as the Lord Dance continues here.
But maybe, again, Minana Evos might find a miracle.
Yeah, Spider-Bus has Flicker, and that's a massive battle spell to have, while AP Bren have Flicker and Flap as well as Few.
Lord here, a 5th.
Doming on the backlines.
Holding on.
Doming on the backline. Okay, they're going to be going in for the entry already. Penalty zone committed. The damage coming in from Minana Evos is crazy, but here comes AP Bren. Few is not going to be here because he has to handle Doming with a minion wave push. Super Marco handing back. The members of AP Bren need to go back because Doming is going in for the push. Doming is going for the ultimate play. Can he actually? The minions aren't in range. The minions aren't in range. Outside. Doming immortality gets popped. Can he? Will he? They're low. Doming, one man, one dream. He cannot. Few and Flap. 5 years together, that's what you get! Mega kill onto Miles by Marco!
Costly gambit by Minana Evos. Again, shades of the old next play way. Multiple times in the history of the MPL, they have attempted to do just what Doming tried to do there. But AP Bren says, not on my watch, as they go for a Lord and manage the rest of the waves. Yeah. I think this is the part where Midnight says, that's it, that's it.
That's it.
That's it. That's it.
In Midnight Wave.
30 seconds. It's always the we know for sure that from one end of the river to another, or half of the river to another end. That's 30 seconds. That's a 30-second rule, and that's more than enough for AP Bren.
4 versus 3, AP Bren looking at the base of Minana Evos. Can they actually get members down? Double taunt there into Case and Kirk. Blazing Duet already committed there by the Claude. Lancy trying to clear the minion waves. AP Bren, they do not have the minion wave just yet. Kirk with a massive penalty zone to buy time, to find hope. That's a shutdown of the Fuse. Nana by the Lilia. AP Bren still waiting for that Lord. Doming in 3, Spider-Mouse in 10. The clock is ticking on AP Bren's chance. Minana Evos will have the members in. The Lord outside of range, the minions outside of range. And for their fighting back, suppressed to count easy using the Winter Draw Jetty. Kaysen survives. Super Marco in nature. Immortality gets popped. Ogwen try to save him. Motivation Roar. Healing the claw just in time. Here comes Flap to help Domeng. Last Insanity. Bang! Not enough. They have to go back. This is still not done. 28 minutes in. Ogwen getting chased by Kirk. Wow!
The game continues.
The game indeed continues. Lancy just respawned at the right time to kind of clear the waves, and they manage it as well. As you can see that Dominic just survived long enough for him to get back into the fray, and now there's just a lot of time for the Minana Evos to work with. We can see through the replay once again that defense as Doming respawns. It's tanky enough with this build-up coming out from the carry. It then goes for Super Marco, Wind of Nature versus Wind of Nature, but Ogwen is just at the right moment to kind of save his mate.
Oh, wow. 29 minutes, just about. 7K head AP Bren is, again, it doesn't matter what the gold lead looks like anymore. You're just investing in item juggles. You're investing in lane management. And now as Kyle TZ spawns, all 5 members are back. They're all waiting for their battle spells to go off cooldown and their active items to actually go off cooldown. Something to note here, folks. AP Bren needs few. Without few, these huge sieges don't work unless it's a 1:3 man lead.
That's true.
So, again, I think also AP Bren here misread that final fight.
For sure. 100%. Wanted to go for the play.
I also really want to commend Kirk committing that penalty zone right away the moment he's off you.
Exactly.
Yeah. That was a big one.
Okay. And Midnight was wrong. It's not it yet.
Yep. Not like that. Not if the team responds that way, and if the team who's about to end it miscounts what the opponent might be bringing to the table. So again, clear miscalculation, and just Minana Evos saying it's not over till it's over.
30 minutes. Here we are. The reigning world champions. If you're just tuning in, folks, here at MPL Philippines Season 13 on the English stream, this is where we are at this point. No more towers. Just who presses buttons better.
30 minutes in, we're going into the 5th round of this bantamweight MMA championship match, and it's just but game 1 in this best of 3 in week 2.
Wow.
That's how intense it is. That's how high the stakes are.
And you know what's great about this, Lord Dance, is that nobody has immortality.
Yeah.
That's like literally nobody at this point.
So we have to wait at least like 2 minutes. But do we have 2 minutes?
Do we have 2 minutes?
That's the question. Do these teams have 2 minutes? Because again, Domin can go for the same play again. That's what he's doing here. He's setting it up with the help of Spider Miles.
Yes.
And the Holy Healing will help him quickly rotate. And Super Marco's on guard. Super Marco's saying, nah, don't.
Yeah, I feel like that's an unsung hero here so far. We don't often hear his name, but we see the effects of it. Minana Evos are playing around the Holy Healing in the range of one Rafaela on their side. That's how they reposition. Sometimes that's how they engage. That's how they avoid what AP Bren throws at them.
I mean, I don't think that Spider Mouse wears conceal, right? So definitely goes for favor. So it couldn't be a play for the 1-5 play wherein they go for the conceal play and then they look for a target. But that will not be possible. At this point, it's just about controlling the minion waves. And I think the slow push will benefit the team much better than an actual push.
Yeah, and I like what AP Bren are doing this. Either a 1-3-1 converted into a 1-1-2-1. And yes, we're talking about the numbers of heroes there, because that opens up a lot of possibilities. Either a split push down mid, a surprise wraparound through the mid, while Flap TZ, you leave your EXP laner there. Classic play by APB.
Ogwen went for the rapid boots and then for the conceal at this point.
Goes fast.
Wants to go fast, but that conceal, it means that you let go of the favor, right, for AP Bren.
So, again, it's about the here and now. It's not even about re-engaging anymore.
Exactly.
They've had it because so far the re-engage hasn't served them well. The re-engage put them in this position now, wherein Minana Evos can, in the snap of a finger, end things. And again, I guess apparently we do have 2 minutes because Spider-Man just had his immortality come off cooldown.
Oh, I wonder if Minana Evos got the vision there onto Super Marco. They know where the Claude is. They know the positioning of AP Bren somewhat. But I don't think so. Maybe Domeng just wasn't in range to see that go into that shrub. AP Bren are also opening up their possibilities for a split push, because Domeng's doing the same thing.
For the first time in a while, actually, Domeng is in no man's land. He is so far away from Miles and the rest of Minana Evos.
Yeah, and if ever Super Marco goes there, Domeng might actually catch him off
Get
guard.
out of there!
Members of
Oh,
no! He sensed it! Domeng, Wind of Nature, can he get away from this? He gets bursted down immortality. He got to buy it in time. He didn't have that at that moment. Minana Evos now have lost their gold laner. Kirk tried to respond. Flap at the rest. Super Marco with a blazing to West. Spider-Mouse with a holy baptism. Here comes Lancey in the back. Kirk, immortality popped as well. Can he survive? Penalty zone onto the Super Marco Claude. And KZ going after Marco.
Oh!
But Marco, what was that? The shield of the immortality. He bought it in time. He bought the immortality in time and got the shield, and he survived the decimation.
And now KZ is left out. He has to consider, do I defend? Do I push in? Because Lancey's so close to the base. 1v1 with Kyle TZ.
Super Marco, he's still playing this game with KZ and Ogwen, Flap, and Marco. Can they get the jungler of Minana Evos down? Winter Truncheon to try and survive. Buys immortality. That's 4 versus 1. And 4 is not going to be the one. KZ finally falls. 3's the one as AP Bren have an advantage. 5 versus 2.
That's it. AP Bren's gonna send the wave
Oh
up
my
top.
God, should we play the midnight
wave in
sound
mid.
cue?
Kirk cutting the waves, but he's forced to go back.
He can't afford to do this. Phew!
Oh, minion wave in the bot, though. They have to watch out for that, AP Bren. It might be a race between the minions and the members of APB. Ogwen now.
Minions will spawn in 3 seconds.
Is everyone still breathing? I'm trying to. Kirk with a penalty zone. Super Marco trying to survive. The minions have
Phew!
to
Phew! Phew!
Look at Phew! What? Focusing on the base. The winning moment isn't just completely there yet. I can't see what I'm trying to play by play. Kyle TZ under the base. Phew gets bursted down but alive.
No
Super
way!
Marco is it minion not? No way! No way! Ogwen, can you? Ogwen! Master Ogwen!
Unbelievable.
I don't think it's an understatement.
Remember this number from here on out. 916 max damage of what a Nana can do on a base building.
That's a basic attack.
Basic attack from Few.
I don't think I'm wrong in saying even this game right here pushed our world champions to a limit they have not seen in a long while. Is this a new record, 34 minutes in Season 13?
Yes, 33-31 was the longest game.
Was that AP and
Bren and Blacklist International.
Now it's AP Bren and Minana Evos. Something woke up. Something woke up in the White Tigers after losing to Onyx last night and decided, you know what? We can't do this anymore. Not like this. This was testament to what they're capable of.
Unbelievable. And it all went down to just Domeng being in that spot where it was actually a smart way to take it. It's a rock or a bush. Went in there. But I think Kyle was maybe, I don't know, smarter maybe?
Yeah, I
kind of read it.
I think he read it from the fact that the Litho Wanderer was taken there. And the fact that they knew the positioning of where Super Marco was placing. I don't know whose call it was in AP Bren.
They're interpolating it.
It was better map deduction skills.
Exactly.
In a split second, because if there was a holy healing or a holy baptism in one rogue bush, maybe that would have made the difference.
And he went for the dash, right? So I mean, like Kyle TZ dashed first, so that he has that knock up afterwards.
Correct. But again, a split second would have made the difference because Domeng was already the way out. Domeng was already recalling.
Exactly.
So he knows he was in danger. Let's talk about this game now.
Unbelievable.
Wolf, tell us who the MVP is.
I don't know, man. At this point, everybody is. But Ogwen, of course, many times in this game. And this is not the last itemization coming out from Ogwen. In fact, went for the rapid boots eventually to go for the favor back. But then, fleeting time as well as flashing DOAs and Queen's Wings, a very important item to have in this particular game. And that actually transitioned into a actual classic. We're going to see how long this round of highlights will be for both teams. As we know that everybody is just trying to outplay each other, and that's a very true for Minana Evos. However, let's just talk about the breaks of the game. Like in the end, Minana Evos didn't have the better decision making. And that's because they are making so many mistakes. And by the way, Flap and Marco defended this so well, went in for Doming, and then look at this, no more minions available for AP for Minana Evos. So many times did they come very, very close. And there's another wave of minions, but unfortunately no more damage out for Minana Evos. Skazen was taken out. Another fight ensues, and Super Marco popped the Wind of Nature. The Immortality, also bought the Immortality, the right moment. And then Flap TZ just output the damage. And then on this defense, look at this. Few knew that the cannons will not go up close in person because they're long range, so that they will not be in range of the base, and that's why the base was tanky. But in comes another defense from Minana Evos. Very smart take coming out from AP Bren for sure. However, Minana Evos just, positioned themselves so well, and that penalty zone into the Winter Truncheon really forced AP Bren to commit, and now this was that play. The play that kind of destroyed Minana Evos' hopes. And even when the Minoan Fury wasn't on point, they still got it. You can see Ogwin healing for a little bit. Actually waited for the minions and then just rushed. Going for the attack. Went into jump to the right side and then eventually took out the base. So many good details in this game that will never be summarized with just a few minutes. We are going to be looking at AP Bren and Minana Evos' choices when it comes to the emblems. Tank for Flap TZ as well as Ogwin. And then for Spider-Man is going for support. Also important to take note that Kaizen went in for the damage build-up, which he had a lot of impact with. There's nothing really special about this, but the fact that both teams are just focusing on the objectives, or at least for when it comes to the Lord Dances, that's how Minana Evos were able to prolong this game, then eventually took out AP Bren. Again, it's all about circle versus circle. Minana Evos, the reason why they were winning some of the team fights in this game was because of the fact that they're inviting AP Bren into their own bubble. Get inside and then punch them afterwards. It happened to Flap TZ, eventually happened against Super Marco, died 3 times in this game. But you can really pinpoint any kind of bad plays coming up from Minana Evos because there are so many good plays that they did as well. However, in the end, deciding to go with Lancey just being overly aggressive, as well as Doming's positioning and that choice of bush that he held on to. In hindsight, of course, it looks like a mistake, but then again, Minana Evos are just trying to make plays happen, and I think that's a hallmark of a good team. Dan as well as Renmar, because I think that for Minana Evos, they were trailing behind for so long, but there wasn't any time where they were just passively waiting for AP Bren to commit the mistake. They're trying to be proactive, actually.
Yeah, and that proactivity, I feel like, though there were times where we questioned it, deep down, I liked it.
Yes.
Because they were trying to find something.
Yeah.
And eventually, a lot of their plays weren't just one-time payoffs or short-term payoff plays, because one of the 2 moments when it was almost over was actually Doming setting up that split lane push that took maybe 90 seconds for him to spend off map and setting up, and then that was almost it actually. But the minions weren't up to snuff. Flap TZ and Fuse just inhumane synchronization and synergy just came into play. It just kicked in, right?
Yeah.
Much like from that 2012 film Pacific Rim, where they're drift compatible. They just know what the other's thinking. You know what I mean? It's just, all right, let's defend.
Yeah.
And I don't know how else you can beat that. We'll leave that to Minana Evos during the time that we're off the draft for now, as we wait for game number 2. Real quick, let me tell you all about Smart Giga Arena. It's open to all Smart TT subscribers, where you can enjoy an array of esports and arcade games, much like this one you're watching right now, MLBB.
Yeah, just create an account on gigaarena.smart using your Smart or TNT mobile number. With the new Smart Giga Arena 20, you can unlock the world of Giga Arena tournaments for your shot at prizes.
Yeah, Giga Arena comes with 2 Giga Arena tickets and 100 MB for all sites for only 20 pesos. Valid for 1 day. Load Giga Arena 20 now in the Smart Online Store.
I'll see you guys in the training grounds to greatness. Now, with that said, there were a lot of things that we questioned about Minana Evos' draft. But here it looked like it's this exact draft that they needed to get to the 34, 35-minute mark to push AP Bren to their limit.
Yeah, and again, going back to the point that Wolf made earlier when we asked them, when you asked, are we going to see the new picks of Spider Miles? You'd rather see the mastery of their comforts right now. And I think that's just what we saw. Close to peak mastery from Minana Evos to push AP Bren to their limit.
And I think that this is also the time where we have to talk about Doming, because even when they lost that, and even when he was the last guy to die with that kind of play, I will always just say that Doming played that game so well. I think that whatever I said, because I did say that it was the best game that Doming ever played, I still think that that's true. The way that he handled AP Bren with his positioning, and the way that he calculated every single thing, like the mastery of the carry with this guy shows in that game. I think that this is the time where we have to also talk about Doming and put that in a in the list of the good gold laners that we have here in the Philippines.
Hey, I take great gold laners.
Better than great.
I actually stick to the belief that as long as next play Evos have 3D, Doming don't die, they're on a good path.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and throw over to Ogwin right now. He's going to share a little bit about Season 13.
Tingin ko para maiwasan yung ganung pangyayari is huwag mo na lang isipin na nag-champion kayo eh. Kasi every time na isipin na nag-champion kayo, doon kayo magle-lay low or doon kayo parang easyan nyo pag bababaan yung intensity ng training nyo. Tsaka yung mindset nyo parang hindi ganun ka ganda kung pupunta sa tournament. Ayun, may advice naman sa amin si Coach Daki, si Few, tsaka si Flap. Kasi galing lang silang champion, tapos after ng champion nila, medyo rocky yung yung daan nila. So, in-advise kami ni Coach Daki, mostly, wag isipin talaga na nag-champion, tsaka wag rin magpakapante sa kung anong meron ngayon.
Complacency could have kicked in December of 2023. It didn't. Complacency could have kicked in about a few weeks back. As you said, Wolf, it didn't. And now here in Season 13, they are still lossless. Game-wise, series-wise. And that's what Ogwin attributes over to Coach Ducky, Flap, and Few, because they've been there.
Yeah, literally been there. And we saw that there was the high time of the pandemic actually.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of problems that they had to face, and then when they went back here in the Philippines, it was clear. I mean, even they themselves admit that they really prioritized different stuff already. That's why they struggled in the season afterwards.
Yeah. I guess that collective experience of Few, Flap, and Coach Ducky just really carries on over to this new generation of AP Bren with Ogwen, Kyle, and Super Marco. So you could really see they're trying so hard to tell them, please don't fall off, because we've been there.
Forgot Pando.
And
Let's
Pando.
go back to the draft here. This is the Game 1 draft for AP Bren versus Minana Evos. And yeah, the turns for Minana Evos were clearly the carry.
Yes.
We swore it could have been something else. And then that third pick, Rafaela, that says, you know what, we're still the old, well, the Minana Evos you know. And this is how we're going to take it all the way against AP Bren. Do we see any changes from either team going into Game 2? Are there any small adjustments? Because even AP Bren have to start scratching their heads like, yo, that shouldn't have lasted that long.
Yeah. Maybe, I don't know, maybe the Fredrin from AP Bren. But I think that there's a lot of moments in the game where it made a lot of sense. Maybe that's the only thing, because I think that the draft here for AP Bren, the opening draft was perfect. Now, if you're looking at Minana Evos, with this Teresa very early on picked up by Minana Evos, that's actually maybe the question here. But then again, it worked also. Kirk was amazing with that hero, and it kind of felt like they had a set play for that one. Maybe I'll change the carry, even when the carry is still a great pickup. I think that there were many moments in that game where you could have used the range for maybe a Clate or maybe a I don't know, maybe a Brody, or I don't know, maybe a Beatrix, in fact. Because Domi could play that hero.
Could have been too.
Which is why, in totality, it feels like it's so unnatural to pick a hero with range. It's because the metagame is all about close to mid. All of the big heroes in all of the trinities, in all the roles, prefer to stay close or mid. So maybe by trying to break the wheel and change your approach might be detrimental, might be something that both teams aren't ready for.
Yeah. Yeah, even when I answered that question with that carry pick, I also believe that it's not the draft that made it difficult for Minana Evos to win that game. It's just the decision making. Like Lansy just getting bursted by AP Bren because of his misstep. Like them chasing Super Marco. Those are just, the breaks of the game that they have to fix.
One thing I want to say here, though, I think AP Bren, they might be considering taking out the Rafaela. Go full Haka Miles.
Oh,
I mean, it looks like they instantly got a feeling of this is why teams in the past few matches have been taking it away from Spider Miles. It's just been that damn good for Minana Evos. Let's see if that's going to be the case. Is it a Rafa ban? Oh, it's the first one.
Oh no, that's two.
Well done, my friend.
2 steps towards Haka Miles here. AP Bren gonna stay on the play, and they take out the Angela and the Rafaela, while Minana Evos take out the Nolan and the Joy. It's AP Bren who's actually switching it up this time. Oh no!
Haka Miles.
That's it. That's it. They're going ham.
That's it.
Haka Miles. So what is left? Yeah, Matilda. And that might be the first pick for AP Bren, actually.
If Minana Evos are going to be opening up the Matilda, that means they want to... Actually, no, they shouldn't. They shouldn't. Yeah,
Okay,
of course
so
they'll take it out.
Yeah, they take it out. Had no choice. So what are you left with? I think Arlott is still open.
Yeah.
So that could be the opening here for AP Bren.
Joy Nolan gets taken out, no Assassin.
Or maybe pick up Baxia. I don't know. Maybe Baxia.
Maybe even first pick Nova would be good.
Novaria's good, man.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. Yeah, Novaria's great.
See if they will.
Arlott or Novaria should be the
Yeah.
first picks here for AP Bren.
Wonder if they surprise and go... nah, they're not going to jump into a CC.
Maybe not, because
The fact that these are all open makes just a simple Nova first pick makes sense.
Yeah.
Because you're going to overload the other side.
Yes. That's Novaria. So you pick up Arlott here if you're Minana Evos, because you know that Kirk can play that so well.
For sure.
And then you're going to be left with maybe a choice for maybe get the Barretts to go with this.
You go Arlo Baksha, Arlo Barats.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't
Or
need to...
Lilia. They really like the Lilia,
yeah.
I guess.
They play around it well. They also don't need to rush any of their marksmen, I feel like.
So Arlott, Lilia, I guess, for Minana Evos.
Ruby's still open, CC's still open.
There's that option of the Terizla once again for Minana Evos.
Yeah.
But then, well, it kind of...
Vex?
Doesn't matter to that.
No,
Okay.
Yeah.
Whoa, 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 whoa!
They rushed the Diggy. They're getting Haka Miles, so they want it. Instantly.
Is this Minana Evos just really feeling the pressure?
Yeah, it definitely is. And AP Bren can just go for Grok, actually. Go full damage for full anti-magical damage build for the Grok. It'll be A-okay.
I wonder if this means AP Bren will be taking away something like the Bruno or the Brody.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, just so that it doesn't pair up with the Diggy.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of merit picking up the Brody right now.
Yeah.
So either Brody Arlott or Brody Grok for AP Bren, I feel.
Oh yeah, that would be good.
But then again, you don't want to pick up the Arlott because there's a
times journey.
There's the times journey. So maybe just go for Grok actually here for AP Bren, and then Brody.
Yeah, they don't need to get their junk there yet, like Barris or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
Just to pick up.
They go Markman already.
So it's the long range combo, right?
Oh yeah, Nova
Because
Nova Tricks. Yeah.
The Nova Tricks. The Nova Tricks works a lot versus squishy heroes like Lilia and Diggy. And you can be one shot.
Diggy wouldn't know what hit him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But then that means AP Bren's lineup is going to be dependent on those two landing their skill
For
shots.
sure. Oh, I like the Akai.
Yeah, it's great.
Makes a lot of sense here for Minana. There's a lot of rundown potential from them, which makes it so that AP Bren should really ban the Brody here.
That's just set up. I mean, you have the times journey. Whoever Kaizen finds with the heavy spin, free stacks on the Brody.
Yeah. And it also makes sense to take away the pick-off type of roamers for Ogwen this time around. They take away the Bruno. I'm pretty sure they're going to take out the Brody, right? The Brody and the Diggy together might...
So they'll leave the carry on?
Yeah, they'll just leave the carry on. But then again, this might end up becoming a lineup that might be good for a carry if ever they draft it, because we still don't see the pick of Kirk.
Yeah.
And he can just go, like, sustain another frontliner type. You already know you have a tanky presence in the jungle, so you know Kirk's going to be playing something tanky, like a Terizla again, maybe.
Yeah. But then when you have when you're facing up against a Beatrix, you're kind of forced in a spot where you want to pick up something like Lapo or Yuzhong.
Oh, that's true.
Get in their face.
Get in their face.
Oh, Yuzhong into the Nova Orbea. Sounds
That's right.
miserable.
And that's the G-Rock ban that we thought will be picked up by AP Bren. So great call. Great call there from Minana Evos. AP Bren should ban up Brody, right?
What's Ogwin to pick?
There's
Ogwin doesn't mind the Arlot.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
Arlot
man.
Rome.
He can.
Still going to be open for him.
Just please don't go Florin.
Oh yeah.
Very unlikely that they pick up the Florin. Yeah.
Who knows? I mean, Coach Trevor also had a history of drafting that.
That's also very
There's
true.
a Brody.
Yeah. Brody ban. Honestly, a Ruby could work here for AP Bren for staying power in the front lines, you know? That's just the idea.
They just straight up overload the Diggy.
Yeah.
It's so odd to see CC still out there.
Yeah.
Are there any roamers available that have really good wave clearing? Oh no, Arlot. Yeah, Arlot. Yeah, I'm leaning towards this might be an Arlot roam.
Yeah. Looking at my list as well. Oh, how about Edith for AP Bren?
Yeah, that's a possibility.
There's the Paquito, great. Actually, it's like it's not Yuzong, it's not Lapu, but it's also better. In that regard, can one shot the Beatrix.
Can find even the Nova.
Yep. I honestly feel that Edith is good.
Edith.
For AP Bren.
Rome, right?
Rome, correct.
Yeah. I like it. Then in terms of their jungle, let me see, rotational speed, fast clear, pressure.
They might just go for Fredrin, honestly.
Fred, yeah. Typical Fred versus...
Typical.
Oh! What if we see Assassin?
Oh.
What if he just straight up goes Fanny or something?
One of the few
But
times.
this is Akai that they're facing, so maybe...
Ah, yeah, that's true.
Oh, actually,
but they don't have hold.
Barrett's is still good for AP Bren, right?
Oh, yeah, we did float that earlier.
I actually like the Barats or Fred, either way.
Yeah.
Just not a Baksha.
Okay, what did they pick up?
Fred,
There
Lapu.
he is.
There it is. Oh my god! I was a game early, folks!
You were game
There's
too
the
early.
Layla.
I was a game early.
There's
Game
the
too
Layla.
early.
Okay.
All right. First brought into competitive play by
go.
RRQ Hoshi in that same tournament that Wolf casted a few weeks back. From Kazan
Right.
with Love.
That's right.
All right.
Man, I can't believe that. I can't believe that it will be happening. But then again, you have a lot of protection between Akai. You have the Diggy.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of ways for you to kind of outplay that. And the thing with Beatrix is that it has amazing range with a Renner, but at the same time, the way that you deal with it is either through a Paquito, for example, from the EXP lane, the one-shot EXP laners that we know, or have a hero that outranges the Beatrix.
Yeah, 3 out of 4 weapons you're outranged with.
Exactly.
So even come laning phase, it's going to be difficult.
And also you have to reload with the Renner,
Yeah.
which is also a problem for the Beatrix versus the Layla.
3.5 weapons and you lose. Here we go, game number 2. It's match point for AP Bren. But Minana Evos introduces a little bit of spice in order for them to maybe get a chance to take it all the way.
Yes, folks, we have seen this in other regions. We know. That's why I mentioned it. That's why I wanted to see it. And there's something about, again, with how Minana Evos played with the Clint before and their general play style. With the Spider Miles heroes, it just makes sense. Let's see if they'll make it work. What we have seen in the past, though, as we look at the Emblems Wolf, is that even if this falters in the early game, once Layla has her item, she is quite unstoppable.
That's right.
Oh, no!
The middle fuel! Lancey!
Okay.
First blood, starting it off.
And that's going to be very bad for Few because he's going to lose some of the minions in the mid. Not only that, he burned his flicker.
That was uncharacteristic of the idol ng mga kids. How'd that happen?
I honestly don't know, especially because you're playing the Novaria, which can actually play out of range. I think that it felt like he can outplay Lancey with the Lilia, but yeah, Lancey proves to be a much improved player.
Yeah, something tells me maybe some minions got some free hits on him too.
That could be a potential too.
You know how crazily poetic it would be if AP Bren lose their first game in MPL Philippines Season 13 thanks to a Layla paired with a Diggy.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
The lore of AP Bren's hatred, or specifically Coach Ducky's hatred for Diggy, will just expand even more.
That's history right there.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh.
Okay, both just smacking each other now. Tatizi and Kzen. Kirk about to hit level 4. Baptizi not quite there yet. I think he's a little bit more behind the next. We'll see where he's close. All right, set up for both teams.
First hurdle going to be very interesting, given the hot start from Minana Evos. Up top, the fight continues.
Okay, Kirk taking a fair bit of damage. Hasn't hit level 4 yet, so he doesn't have that knockout strike. Baptizi's going to hit 4 first. Going to stop that minion wave there. Turtle up for AP Bren, and I don't think Minana Evos are going to be going for a contest. Yeah, they're just pressuring Supermarket down in the bot lane while they're letting AP Bren get the objective.
Yeah. Interesting decision from Minana. That's I guess they are now banking on the fact that they need to win Turtle 3 and Lord 1. Because what they're doing now is making it so that Kaizen will have good EXP advantage over his opposition.
Yep, but here comes AP Bren with an invade in there. Heavy spin onto Kaltizi. Lassie being able to free hit. The damage there in the bottom lane off cam. Ogwen actually gets a kill onto the Diggy. Kaltizi brought it really low. He's trying to get away. The dash is actually going to hit the wall. He didn't get to dash through. He sort of just missed that little window of being able to dash.
Yep.
So that's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. And AP Bren wanted to invade, but it's their jungler that falls.
So, okay, weird decision from Minana. Even weirder decision from AP Bren. Because of that heavy spin, it kind of felt like Kaltizi was there forever, was pinned to the wall forever. Made enough time for Kirk to be there as well. What's surprising is that there was a kill onto Spider Miles on this bottom lane, so it's definitely a big advantage for AP Bren's gold laner.
Yeah, it seems like Ogwin and Super Mario actually spent quite a bit. Like they really put the pressure onto Miles. So again, a little bit of breathing room. So far, I'd like to think that Minana Evos won mid and gold, and then lost everywhere else. So that's why they're slowly making the adjustments now. They're making the decisions to say, you know what, guys, we can't keep up this pace, so let's play to, again, protect what we can.
Really liking the Sakai rotation coming up from Minana Evos. Like, they let go of the first turtle just so that Kaizen will have enough gap between like their levels. And Kaizen is about to hit level 7 and has Retribution, so this will be a Retri battle of purple.
Oh, yeah, it's in the shrub. Kyle can't see it.
Okay, Kaizen gets it.
Yeah,
that's good.
Yep. On point. And that means that he will maintain that gap, the EXP gap.
Okay, ooh, Destruction Rush.
Okay.
Still not full damage just yet.
Almost nothing at that point.
Yeah, it's more of just like a gust of wind.
Yes.
Blowing through.
Y'all laugh now.
Y'all laugh
now. Yeah, well, I'm laughing now because I know later I'm not going to be laughing.
Give it 5 minutes, it'll start stealing lords.
Yeah.
Here we go, turtle number 2. Minana Evos first to the scene. Kyle with a pull. Astral Echo spots just one.
Flap TZ. Ooh, good black shoes there by Lancey to actually counteract the stun coming out by Flap, but he's going to get put the pin down by the heavy spin. AP Bren get the turtle. So again, Minana Evos aren't fighting into the turtle fights. AP Bren are getting the turtles, but Minana Evos are trading their objectives.
You know, Flap got flattened there.
Yeah.
Flapping.
They want to go for
Miles!
Boom! Flicker in. Ogwen and Supermarket going to spot out that Diggy. Lancey, though, trying to stop the exit of Ogwen. But Ogwen, use that stun, Vengeance. He's going to continue the chase. He will. Final slash is going to be enough.
What?
It is. Ogwen! My goodness!
Okay, he indeed is the best of both worlds.
Yeah.
Master Ogwen is definitely a master of this roam role. He knows exactly how much damage he can output with this roam Arlet.
Yeah. Again, I think this is just a byproduct of Minana Evos' lineup not having any solid peel.
Yeah. Oh,
right?
Sad Sword.
Oh, Sad Sword.
Sad Sword by Super Marco at
That
this
early on.
This early to go with the Fury Hammer. He is gonna hurt.
Miles is just what, maybe 3 or 4 basic attacks?
Yeah.
Ooh, and Grand Theft Purple.
Whoa, wait!
Combination of Star Shatter plus the Retribution. What did you see?
That's what I was about to say. Like,
Oh,
okay,
okay.
so they planned it out like that,
Yeah.
where Few will launch the projectile, and then there's the Retribution. Kaizen did not expect that at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, they closed the gap, so Kaizen did not
my
even see
God.
the Retribution line coming.
My God, AP Bren are on a different level.
They are.
Their synergy is just too much.
Indeed. But Minana Evos, again, they tested AP Bren in game number 1. This Dark Horse test for them, slowly proving it. I'm sure a lot of people in the community give a lot of respect for Minana Evos after their performance in game 1, but now in the mid, just a game of chicken, or is someone actually gonna... No. Okay, Lancey answered it for me.
They're pushing up. They're trying to threaten Minana Evos to even consider getting turtles. Because again, Wolf mentioned, I don't think the plan has changed.
Yeah.
Turtle 3, Lord 1. That's what still Minana Evos is thinking about. But it's going to be so much harder given that they're going to shrink the map. Here we go. Turtles up.
Okay, good positioning here by Minana Evos. Actually, good sandwich. I don't think anyone knows Kaizen's actually going to be there. But AP Brenner have the sandwich play, potential possibility. Astral Echo gets the information. Massive coming in from Few. Kaizen not committing the heavy spin to get away. Final slash!
Whoa!
What a good angle, and there's the heavy spin force out. And just like that, Minana Evos says, yep, we've lost this.
Straight up, he changed Kaizen's zip code, man. That was such a huge angle.
And by the way, Few landing the godly Astral Echo, hitting onto 4 members of Minana Evos. Never mind the plan for Minana Evos, because Few just spoiled all of it.
Huh?
Whew.
Forget about it.
Forget about it.
Forget about it.
Forget about it. All right, here we go. Mid lane, Lancy set to protect the only tier 1 turret left for Minana Evos, because again, plans have changed, folks. Plans have changed. Doming's ascension into...
Okay. It's doming time? Is it what you're saying?
Gold lane, into gold lane domination actually is denied.
Okay.
It's not as easy for him to actually get the farm he needs.
Okay.
Yeah, but there's an itching feeling in me. And no, that's not a medical condition, but like if like around 12-13 minutes, AP Bren still hasn't ended the game and Doming still farming up, I feel like we might end up seeing similar results as to what happened earlier in game number 1, where this is going to stretch out.
So right now, Minana Evos.
Whoa! Ouch! Marco! My God!
Oh,
Astral
ridiculous.
Echo and even the Star Shatter lands. And AP Bren are just committing abilities here to make sure that they get the middle turret, but the middle minion wave clear for Minana Evos. Few again.
One more time.
And then that's
Ouch!
Ouch.
Oh, here we go,
Again? No, no more.
Lay it on the Layla. That's gonna be Minana Evos' MO right now. And that's understandable, because what's happening right now is AP Bren amassed a lead where they can actually force the Time's Journey as well as the heavy spin
And the black
preemptively.
shoes.
Oh,
okay.
That was going to land. Oh, they're getting
Oh my
open from the
God.
back. Final slash. Synergy. Synchronized. It's like AP
Oh
Bren are
my
a bunch of Olympic
God.
swimmers.
Dude, Spider-Mouse can't be everywhere at the same time to Time's Journey whenever you get hit.
Exactly.
That's one of the problems. I think Spider-Mouse just watch there. Dude, I'm sorry, you're way out of range.
Unbelievable pinch coming out from AP Bren. They forced the black shoes, and then there was Ogwin and Kyle TZ, 2 gatekeepers on the back lines. It's like Lancy was trapped, corralled in that spot, and there's no chance for him to survive.
Yeah, he couldn't get away. Wow, AP Bren, because of that, what looks like a very little event actually has big ramifications.
Yeah.
That's a free Lord over to the world champion so far. Barreling forward, about 4,000 gold. I feel like this is a significant 4,000. This is 4,000 with about 2 on Marco alone over Doming.
Caught in 4K.
Okay.
What is this? Layla factoid. Yin now remains as the only unpicked hero in MPL PH history. Wow!
How true is that? Is that true? We've never picked Yin?
All the heroes at some point have.
That's
true.
That can be true, actually.
That should be very true. And wow, no one has picked Layla until now?
Was I never...
In MPL PH.
Were we not in any production meetings where Yin was being set up and say, you know what, we now have the Yin camera ready? I don't know.
Yes, because we planned that, right?
Yeah.
I remember planning.
I guess
Double! Star Shatter and Renner's Apathy. But Minana Evos had enough to be able to survive, and now Flaptease is going to get pinned down by Kaizen, and he gets taken down. But Few still tossing out the Star Shatters. Doming brought low. Does Few have one more in him? Watch out for Few. He's going to look for Doming. He has the vision. He's trying to read, but no, it will not land. But AP Brenner still continue to push with this Lord. Kaizen goes back. Kirk from behind. Kirk might get trapped here. Final slash and a perfect combination coming in from AP Bren. Kaizen trying to stop them. Destruction Rush doesn't clear the minion wave, and AP Bren still pushing.
All right. Minana Evos able to breathe for just a wee bit more, given that their wave clear is pretty good and their displacement. Oh no,
Lancy taking a lot of damage. Forced to use the black shoes. And in just a snap of 2 skill shots.
My God.
Few and Super Marco. Again, the condition of this being able to work was if they can land it.
They've been landing it. And at this point, we play the Naisu audio file.
Big damn.
Oh no, Kaizen.
Big damn on him. Actually, low damn, I guess.
He's okay. But the
He's
fact that these heavy spins come out whenever Minana Evos isn't ready for it makes it worse.
Exactly. It's like a Minana Evos are put in a spot where they're good as dead. They're not actually dead, but they're good as dead because their impact and influence in the game is just destroyed by just these pokes coming out from AP Bren.
Yeah.
For example, if you land the damage onto Doming with the Varia and with the Nova tricks, even when you don't die, you can't participate in team fights. You don't have the black shoes anymore.
And it's out. Kirk tries to clear the minion wave, but he gets a fair bit of damage as well. And this is what we're going to be seeing for a while. As AP Bren will play around the Lord, play around the map. Minana Evos will play around their base.
20 seconds left until the next Lord spawns. This Lord, it be luminous. And with that, Minana Evos, I think what I was trying to say earlier was the fact that a lot of their moves are reactive. They're only really using their ults in response to what AP Bren's doing.
Exactly.
Oh, like that.
Again.
Man, everybody has to pick up Twilight Armor if you're Minana.
Yeah.
That's the only way to go.
Everyone.
Yeah, everyone.
Literally
you
everyone.
only literally have like 5 slots.
Yeah. Again, it helps in burst over both of Flap. Easy caught down in
Flap.
the bottom lane. Is he going to be able to get away? I don't think so. But no, he gets a little bit of shield from his passive that enhanced basic attack. Flap Easy sidestepping. Playing the angle. Ogwen, here he comes. Will he try to find a slasher? As he does, he finds Kaizen. AP Bren are able to answer just in time, and Flap got away with a little bit of a sidestep.
The Filipino cannon bought so much time. That was a free Lord for AP Bren and the rest of the map turning blue. Minana Evos was absent wherein they could have cleaned up house.
Yes. That would have been an opening at least.
Yeah.
But here comes the defense coming out from Minana. Do they have enough? With the Lily as well as the Layla? Maybe it is. Since this is just the first Lord. And look at that ultimate from Doming. Unfelt.
Oh, another reactive black shoes.
Yeah.
I mean, better spend it now, right? Here we go. Astral Echo thrown out by Fuse. Spots 4. Kaizen at half health. Very, very dangerous. Finally a push down bottom. Minana Evos reeling. They understand. Kirk, 1v2.
Okay. Minana Evos now. Let's see. They have really great wave clear, as you mentioned there. So it's really stopping AP Bren from being able to full commit. They're still under base. Minion waves up top. Still slow and steady for both.
Marco chipping away at this inhibitor in mid. Just maybe 5 or 6 rounds more. Let's go. Minana Evos breathing.
Wow, this turned out to be AP Bren shoot around. Well, particularly Few and Super Marco. It's now just a shoot around. They're just trying to land the shots, and they are landing it, by the way.
It's hunting season.
Hunting season for sure.
Ogwen conceal. Black shoes all the way to the back. Ogwen, final slash just out of range.
No one home.
Okay. Still again. Minana.
Lancey go home. Lancey clear the wave, then heal.
Yeah. Phew. My God.
Oh!
My goodness.
Another one. And there's the destruction rush. All right, so it has an impact now, all right?
Yes.
It put people at what? Half health. But still, it begs to be said, AP Bren are taking it slow, and when they do, they know that they're in control. Kaizen picking up Twilight Armor. There it is.
Number one. Everybody needs it.
Another one. Big Astral Echo. Info provided.
That's Time's Journey
Yeah,
used.
he cleared the vision. I don't know how important that is now.
Yeah.
But at least it goes off cooldown, and then they can, you know, survive.
Bro, Few still hitting the man. Fuse. Almost every one of them is...
It's as if First Blood never happened earlier.
Yeah.
But the wave clear is the biggest problem for Minana Evos. They're playing around this Layla. As we look at the Infinix hand cam right now. The action begins. Final splash finds Lassie, but heavy spin stopping the advance of AP Bren. Minion wave in the bottom. Actually, stopping the other minion waves of Minana Evos from stretching out. AP Bren still unable to get that tower, but they have a Beatrix. They can just Renner's Apathy basic attack it until it falls. The Tiger Space won't go bald just yet, but it will eventually.
This feels miserable. Even underneath their own inhibitor, Minana Evos feels the pain of a lead wall thrown out by Super Marco. And they can't even leave. They can't even get their own buff.
Get the buff. There's the Lord fight. Kaizen has to be stopped in a way.
Yeah.
You have to respect this.
Still have... Yeah, indeed. Nope. AP Bren gonna be able to take it. There's gonna be a Landshaker stun onto Kaizen. But Doming able to free hit, and they're starting to feel it a little bit. The damage of that Layla, not completely just there yet in the late game Layla we're looking for, but almost. It's getting there. AP Bren, I feel like they need to end it here.
What's Doming sitting at? Maybe 4 items?
Well, your question will be answered now. That's literally 4 big items.
All right.
BOD is crucial.
Just 4.
No.
So Malefic will be his last?
Should be, because they need some sort of penetration.
That's true.
Okay. Lancey's starting to also get farmed, but he can be one-shot. That's a problem.
Yeah. Let's see. Who will it be? Lord outside the base, 17 minutes in.
All right, all waves crashing in. Kirk with the jump in. Astral Echo spots a lot.
It's really low, Flap. Kirk trying to get away from it. Basically,
Oh my
they're
God,
trying to
Flap.
get to the Layla. The Layla surviving, but Doming. The shield from the time journey actually able to help him survive. AB Bren still trying to poke, still trying to clear the minion waves, trying to get someone low. But Minana Evos are handling their own minion waves really well, clearing really well, and they will be able to defend. Again, playing around the Layla. Protect the queen. The Layla is the queen right now.
Oh no!
Comes through! Star Shatter! Shattering the hopes and dreams of Minana Evos to beat the reigning champions of the world! 2-0 for AP Bren!
Little slivers of hope. Little moments of a champion's heart beating. And you saw that maybe, just maybe, Minana Evos could defend one more time. But the Nova Trick combo had to come through, man. After a beautiful Astral Echo. Again, masterfully synchronized by AP Bren.
How poetic is it that the play that we were designing in our heads with this Nova Tricks was the play that also ended it. Astral Echo landing onto 4. Perfect connection of the meteor, of the shatter, to go with the render apathy ult. To one-shot Doming, of all people.
And to be fair, Doming got away with it once already. He came back to heal, came out, and then started to go with the pew-pew. But once AP Bren has perfect vision of you and perfect knowledge of where you are, Bob's your uncle. There's very little you can do.
I think it was the lightning truncheon and the extended hitbox as well that kind of destroyed Doming in the end. But man, I gotta say though, this went too close for AP Bren. This series went too close for AP Bren.
Yep, that doesn't take away from the effort and the skill shown by Minana Evos.
That's
Yesterday
right.
they suffered an L. Today they did as well, but they learned a lot and they showed us a lot. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the stage. AP Bren's gonna be talking to Hans Galleria and Mara Aquino for their post-match interview.
Wow, congratulations. AP Bren, let's give him a round of applause. Okay, wait. Hans, kailangan natin balikan yung game number 1.
Ang daming nangyari nung
Ang daming nangyari
number
ng game number 1. Talagang we were at the edge of our seats. First, meron dong time na si Super Marco, hinahabol 4 versus 1. Bumaba ka, tapos tatlo sa kanila namatay, di ba tatlo?
Exactly.
And then at the end of it, yung nasa base na tayo, ano nga ba nangyari? Si Ogwen na lang.
It was a 5-on-2 situation na tumabot sa point na si Ogwen pa yung nag-tower lock. I mean, can you talk to us about it, Marco and Ogwen?
Yung game 1, balikan natin yung game 1 para ba kayong muntik na mag-heart attack nun?
Nung ano po, nakita po namin na nakita ko na walang pumasok na creeps. So ginawa ko muna, nag-focus muna ako sa creeps. Sobrang konti na lang ng tore nun eh. Tapos kinlear ko muna, tapos nun, ako na nag-tower lock. Ako na lang yung tao dun eh.
First time ko kayo nakita na super stress. Pati dun sa Players Lounge,
Sa
pati
Players
yung
Lounge.
team manager nyo got up.
Usually chill lang sila eh, nakaupo lang sila eh, right? But this time it was different.
Even the crowd was like, wow. Pagkatapos nung game number 1, bumalik kayo doon sa Players Lounge. Ano yung pinag-usapan nyo? Ano yung reaction nyo na nakuha nyo yung game? Muntik na kayo matalo, muntik na.
Yung reaction po namin nun, tower lock na po talaga dapat. Kasi mayroon pong isang creeps na pumasok. So si Captain Few, nag-shot call na tower lock, ganun. Di po siguro narinig ni Super Marco. So parang yun, medyo nagpanic na. Kasi nagkaroon ulit ng reinforcement na dun sa hindi mata-tower lock eh.
For me, that was like the best game, pang playoff siya. And you made a comment also, the longest game for Bren.
So far, right?
34
at 34 minutes.
right?
Yun yung pinakamatagal. And in addition, Few, this time bibigay ko yung floor sa'yo kasi I heard from a couple of people from our media that Minana was in the zone today. Like, they really specified na gusto nila kayong talunin. There were even some moments na, a couple of players were talking about it at sobrang seryoso talaga nila into trying to, break the streak na meron kayo. It didn't happen so far. But what do you think about the respect na ibinibigay sa'yo, the reputation that you guys have currently still being undefeated at this point?
Yung sa match namin nung Minana, sobrang... Nung game 1 kasi trinay namin na, na labanan yung support hero ni Miles na tapatan ng Minotaur ni Ogwin. Kaso ayun nga, nung nag-scale na sila, hindi talaga kaya. Ang galing talaga nila mag-macro ng 5 kapag utility. Kaya commendable din talaga yung galaw ng Minana pag naka-support heroes.
Showing some spirit and of course, sportsmanship still after the sign of victory.
Yung ibang team nga, hindi sila nag-break during break eh. Pinaghandaan talaga kayo eh. Eto, may isang caster, sinabi nga, di ba?
Yes.
Na, bakit wala sa meta ang Layla at hindi siya ginagamit sa MPL?
Familiar.
Okay, familiar. Ngayon, for the first time ever, nagamit ang Layla. Actually, nagamit na siya sa Indonesia. Feeling niyo ba it could still be part of the meta? Oh, sabi ni Super
From the
Marco.
gold laner himself.
Yan, gumano siya.
Bakit pakiramdam mo papasok pa rin ang Layla sa mga susunod na laban?
Kasi matagal ko na pong gusto mag-Layla.
Matagal mo nang gusto mag-Layla? Anong sabi ni Coach Ducky? What did you say, Coach Ducky? Ano sabi?
Hindi, matagal ko na kasi siya kinukulit mag-Layla.
Okay. Oy, so maaasahan namin na pwede kang mag-Layla.
Opo.
At mas magagawa mo ng mas malupit.
Siyempre.
Siyempre!
Okay.
Siyempre!
Okay.
All right, everybody, give it up once again to AP Bren. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Ang ganda ng laban kanina, Hans. Sobrang lupit.
Hindi ko alam kung ano nangyari at that point. Sobrang daming ganap nung game number 1. But game number 2, they went back to their winning ways and got the victory. 3 puntos na naman.
MPL Philippines Season 13 has just gotten started. And we will take a look at what else will happen in the following weeks. But for now, himayin natin ang ating laban. Balikan na natin ating mga casters. Pasok.
That's 4 straight matches. Not a single game lost for AP Bren so far. And it's nice to see that despite their success, they're still the same old group of friends that just love the game. Real quick, was it not in Season 12 and 11 that they had the Chamba serie? We'll talk about that later. First up, let's talk about our MVP.
Oh, very far from a Chamba series or that. Very far from luck. This is our match MVP, Super Marco. Can I just remind everyone that he had Blade of Despair and Fury Hammer at 5 minutes and 20 seconds. That's how nasty it was. And by the way, he was facing up against Layla Diggy. Typically, when you're facing up against a Diggy lane, it's not gonna bid well for you. So now, Minana Evos, they did have a great punish. In fact, I thought that they will have a great shot in the early stage, but this thing happened. The Ogwin disaster happened for Minana Evos. Just with 2 kills, and now they have owned that gold lane. And afterwards, the pinch, the massive pinch from APBR, corralling Lancy in that spot where he had no choice, and he was taken out. And then, at this point, it's just a shoot-around from AP Bren. Both you as well as Super Marco just looking for the right angle, the right timing to end this. Beautifully done. And look at that. Oh, it's not a truncheon. It's actually a direct hit. Oh my god. Never doubt Fuse. Fuse aim. Again. Ever again. I gotta say, like the Renner Apathy shot was, it landed because of the enhanced hitbox. But my oh my, that Fuse shatter was on a point. Like, literally. Crosshair headshot coming out from that guy. And now, I wonder why he's not the MVP. Well, maybe because he died first, but Minana Evos did not capitalize from that. Interestingly, Kaizen had a great game at the start, and I thought that they will leverage that fact. The thing is, they wanted to go for the third turtle fight. However, AP Brent kind of corrected their way again, invading the 3rd purple buff. So that happened around the 6-minute mark, which when you saw the combination of the Shatter in combination with Skill 1 of KalTZ and Retribution, really caught Kaizen off guard. And that allowed Minana Evos to just, disallowed, Minana Evos to snowball and leverage this Akai early game. But the carry, 90k damage in 17 minutes from Few, the idol of the kids, showing no signs of slowing down.
When you were talking about how he hit that last combo onto Doming, I just gotta double check. We're still talking about a MOBA, right? We're still talking about
Yeah,
MLBB
we are.
because straight up sounded like a shooter.
Yes.
Boom, headshot.
One tap, as they
One
say.
tap.
Look at the accent. Boom, headshot.
No, that's a classic like shooter
Soundbite?
game. Soundbite, yeah.
All right.
Boom,
Well,
headshot.
Okay.
Well, we don't play as much.
Speaking of shots, they no longer say one shot. They say ang bagong Barangay Omega, they're facing off against Blacklist International in what many would tout as a rivalry long-lived in our beloved league. They're facing off with their new generation players. How excited are you guys?
Very excited because there's a lot of meetups here between long-time presences in our league.
I saw somebody with dreads, and I'm already very excited.
That's Big J. Ladies and gentlemen, stay with us. You're watching MPL Philippines Season 13. He's Wolf, he's Renmar Santa Cruz, and I'm Leo, always at your service, and we'll be right back.
The 13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH and TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Okay, class. Finish or not finished, pass your papers, and have a great weekend.
Mahiwaga ang mga araw na ito. Pagkalipas ng dilim ay may bukang liwayway. May urong sulong at alinlangan. Huwag mangamba, pangakong ito'y pagsubok lang. Di ka mag-iisa, walang problemang di kaya. Lumiti ka muna, sumama ka sa aming gumalaw. Oh. Ibang lakas pag may kasabay. Tara laro, sumayaw tayo, kasama ang buong mundo. Iparinig ang tinig ating himig. Di ka nag-iisa, sumabay sa musika. Kaya tara lumaban pa, laro tayo. Sa umpisa, laro tayo. Tara laro. Sumama ka sa amin gumalaw. Abatin ang bituin, kumikislap, nagniningning. Hawakan mo aking kamay, umindak sabay-sabay. Lahat naghihintay, handa na ka sa here we go. Tara laro, sumayaw tayo, kasama ang buong mundo. Hatawag at sa umpisa, laro tayo. Tara laro. Ang pinapangarap ko, kasama kang manalo. Sama-sama ang laban natin ay gagabayan ng iyong puso. Tara laro, sumayaw tayo, kasama ang buong mundo. Iparinig ang tinig ating himig. Di ka nag-iisa, sumabay sa musika. Kaya tara lumaban pa, laro tayo. Sa umpisa, laro tayo.
How to register the Smart Giga Arena. First, go to gigaarena.smart on your browser. Click Sign In at the upper right corner and enter your smart mobile number. Enter the one-time authentication code sent to your number and agree to the terms and conditions and privacy policy. Personalize your account by choosing your username and profile picture. Congratulations! You've just taken the first step on your path to greatness. Check out upcoming tournaments and play arcade games. Just subscribe to Giga Arena 20 to join. To join tournaments, click the Tournaments tab. Find the perfect tournament with the search option. Find all the details about your chosen tournament and register. Provide your in-game name, ID, and other details. Make sure you have tickets to join. If not, then subscribe to Giga Arena 20 to get 2 tickets. And you're set. See you at the training grounds.
You'll be the best sniper ever!
No! Hit the decoy! I'm sorry.
Leave me alone.
Over here, Ender.
Great job, guys!
Versus Santos Galar, can you do it? Dan Albert di sana! Ternyata harus sila!
Avalanche fight is long, gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 4v1! Backline of reiging, and they're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just no way for him to run. Just
Kita ada satu buah reward point points yang membuat pergerakan dari Mika terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
post ay nandun. Habang si Kirk ay gumamit na nga hype of blazing duet, ha?
Ginamit na rin yung penalty zone kaso naiwasan lang ni Flap at ngayon si KZ ay makakakuha yata ng isang steal doon sa objective. Pero babagsakan siya ngayon ng appraiser strat at hahabulin ng mga miyembro ng APBR. Sa base ng ating mga world champions, ito na ba ang kauna-unahang laro? Nabibitawan ng APBR. Todo depensa si Flap teasing ngayon, last insanity ginamit na din. Kaso may penalty zone na naman nag-cool down. At ngayon, mukhang isa-isa na rin bumabawi. Parang tutok lang sa gusto gawin. Lancy rin naman, pinatay-itulak. Pero nandoon yung naging kapalit nung gigil. Nakuha ng APBR yung 2 kills. At mukhang ngayon ay magiging matagumpay ang kanilang manggagaling sa likod. At kinakailangan na yata nilang tumakupan sa mantala. Pero yung designation hindi siya inabutan. At mababaligtad pa nga yata ngayon nila Super Marco na mukhang nakakabawi dito sa team fight. At hindi na rin makakataka si Mapensa kay Doming na gustong magtawag. Pero meron siyang infiltration. At hindi yata niya magagawa yung trabaho dahil pilit depensahan. Pero makaka-outplay na nga. Medyo pilit tumidepensa pa rin ang Minana. Evos Doming is also alive. At pilit din yung free hit si Kyle. Makakakuha siya ng kill. At makakasunod-sunod pa yata.
Hindi pa sila tapos dito. Dito talagang pang world class din.
Ikaw ba naman kasi, agahan mo Lord Dance, tanghalian mo Lord Dance, hapunan mo Lord Dance.
Hindi lang yung mga MPL players kundi yung mga RG boys din, di ba? Mga RG boys din.
Oo nga eh. Alam mo, may nagsabi sa akin, Uy, teka lang, Doming!
Nahanap si Doming! Kaso na doon yung kanyang wind of nature pero hindi na talaga siya matatakasin. Magiging flicker, minuwan yun!
Hindi pa tapos!
Hindi pa tapos! Si Doming ay narito! Pinipilit
my
na depensahan! Super Marco base locking! Hindi pa tapos ang laban! Ogwen, humahampas! 3 members down! AP Bren takes this game number 1 against Minana Evos.
Ang mabibigyan doon sa baba tapos dito naman sa itaas tignan natin dahil si Pew ang nakakuha ng orange buff.
Place, sabi nila, i-guarantee na lang natin yung mga plays natin. Kasi pwede natin i-punish yung lang. They're not gonna tuloy-tuloy yung even!
Star Shotter. Oy!
Nakabangan doon sa likod. At dito naman nag-flap TV para lumikod din. Dito naman ang inipin this time at mukhang bibigyan nila Gomeg.
Ethan. Hindi na pinubunti yan. Naka-strike wala. Kirk.
Tawad pa naman tayo ng pase. Kahit kanina pa talaga kumakato ang AP pero gusto magtapusin sana.
Hindi na tapos dito ang flat team.
No, but neto sabay final stage pa para makaabot ng 2. At tapos pinuhusan ng Needle Pass. At mukhang ngayon, ito na yung access ng AP Bren para... At ngayon, nandito naman tayo sa harap ng pinto ng Blacklist International. It's time to invade. Hi, everyone!
Hello.
Hello! What are we doing here? So we're watching the game.
Parang may meeting.
Are we having a meeting? Nagme-meeting ba tayo?
Wala, kwentuhan na.
Okay. Anong ritual natin bago magsimula ang ating laban?
Nag-tiktok si Sensu.
Nag-tiktok? Anong TikTok? Gusto ko makita yung TikTok natin.
Boss, kala na ba madalas niyang ginagawa? Anong trend? Ito, nag-tiktok tong dalawa eh. Nag-tiktok sila.
Seryoso?
Warm up.
Pwede mo pakita?
Na-upload na ba?
Ano yung TikTok? Clip natin yan. Clip natin.
Naka-drop daw, naka-drop.
Pwede ba kung ano yung practice nyo kanina, gagawin natin ngayon. Okay, sinihin ko. Dex.
Siwe, kasi Siwe.
Oh, you will have to wait. Dito ka, Iwer. Sige na. Gusto namin makita kung ano nga ba yung mga ginagawa nyo bago maglaro. Okay, come on. Come on.
Alay ka. Inalay na kayo niyo.
Makikita rin ng mga tao.
Alay ka.
Okay. Ano yung... Okay, let's play it. I-play natin kung ano yung kanina. Come on. Okay, i-prepare natin. Ayan ba yan?
Tinitigan.
Okay. Game. Let's do it. Let's put it here in front of this beautiful bag.
Okay.
That looks like it's worth 40,000 pesos. Okay, yan.
Okay.
So, tuturuan nyo kami ng TikTok. So, ito ang ginagawa ng Blacklist International to get them pumped up
Pre-game
right
routine.
before the game.
They do it on a daily.
Okay. So, okay, dito kayo sa harap kasi leaders namin kayo.
First step,
Okay, first step. Harap kayo doon, harap kayo doon. Okay, turuan niyo kami. Okay, turo. Sensui.
Mga panalangin sana. Okay. Naman ay matupad. Okay.
I-elbow ka na. Okay,
Tama. Ako'y walang kasalanan. At na... Di ba tapos, Mr. Meron pa!
Okay, kala ko ayaw mo, nanuloko ba? Okay.
At para sa'yo, handa ako. Ano yung lyrics nun?
Yui, tulungan mo kasi.
Tulungan mo.
Siya lang direktor sa akin eh.
Okay.
Alam mo eh.
At para sa'yo.
Ano ba? Wait nga, ito ba?
Ready muna.
Langis sana naman.
Gumagano ka rin. Nanginginig yung isang paa.
Para sa'yo, baby, alam mo yan.
Oh my God. Okay. All right. Okay. You take a lead. I'll be in the back. Okay. You guys at the front. Ito yung gagawin natin. Ganyan. Ikaw dito.
Kami blocking.
Ikaw dito. Ayun yung blocking natin.
Yan.
All right? Okay. Play the music and then we'll do it.
Tama.
All right. All right, everybody. Let's go.
Bravo!
Abangan ang gagawin ng Blacklist International mamaya. Invasion complete!
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PNS. Di mo matikin ang aming boses on your level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing, may reset up. Built agad ang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin doon ay tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on, yeah, malakas ang Pinas. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like beast of the southeast. Takas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin doon ay tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Face the golden sun and reppin' for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
So we're back right now. Kakatapos lang nung huddle nila. Okay. Patapusin muna natin yung huddle nila. Kasi andito na sila mismo eh. Okay. Alright. Now we come in. Coach Stronger. Halika dito, Coach. Kailangan ko lang malaman, mabilisan lang. Sino ba ang pinaka-nonchalant at pinaka-OA dito sa Smart Omega? Ay, gusto ko yung ngiti ni Coach.
Pinaka-nonchalant siguro si Wes.
Sino?
Si Wes.
Okay, si Wes. Nandun sa dulo. Nonchalant. Hindi talaga nagpapakita eh. Ayan o. Wala talaga reaction. Wala reaction.
Pinaka-OA. Ang
Pinaka-OA.
dami, lahat kami.
Sige, Coach. Ituro mo, isa-isa. Tututukan natin yan.
tinuturo-
Sinong top 1? Sinong top 1?
Tinuturo ng manager namin si Exort eh.
Okay.
Pero kumbaga, lahat naman kasi syempre yung pagiging OA dahil gusto talaga namin yung manalo saka yung ginagawa namin.
Okay, Coach. Speaking of which, ikaw ba, Coach? Pag yung coaching, yung coaching style mo ba, medyo nonchalant ba o dapat mas OA? Kailangan all out ka pag ganun?
Medyo both eh. Pagka nanalo, nonchalant. Pagka natalo, OA.
Okay. Sige, ilapit natin banda sa iba ba? Si Coach Lim. Gusto ko si Coach Lim. Coach Lim, ikaw din. Sige, Coach Lim, kung siya, a little bit of both siya, ikaw, pakiramdam mo, ano ka, mas nonchalant ka ba or mas on the side of OA kapag nag-coach?
OA ako.
Okay ka? OA. Kailangan ko malaman kung paano yung OA. Kram, or Mark, paano ba maging OA si Coach? Paano maging OA si Coach Lembot? Ano bang signs of being an OA para sa'yo? Kasi tinuro ka kanina ni Coach Stronger na OA ka daw eh. So, paano ba ang signs ng pagiging OA pag coach?
Bigla-bigla sumisigaw.
Bigla-bigla sumisigaw? Tama ba? Tama. Okay, that's top 1. Number 2.
Pag parang tilted na rin siya.
Ano?
Tilted na rin siya.
Tilted na rin siya. Okay, call a friend. Sino pa Ryota, ikaw, paano mo masasabi na OA ang dalawang coaches mo kapag scrims o kaya pag training na mismo?
Pag may error, sumisigaw agad eh.
Tapos
tuloy-tuloy yung galit nun.
Tuloy-tuloy, di na tumitigil. Di na umawat. Okay, so Coach, isa ng certified OA. Coach, ikaw rin. Sabi mo kanina, medyo both eh. Pero okay lang yan. Ang mahalaga, it is exactly what is needed. Kaya Mara, ano ba meron dyan? Pasok.
Nandito naman tayo sa panig ng Blacklist International kasama si Sensui and Edward. Coach, ang tanong natin, sino sa teammate mo between the two ang OA at nonchalant? Sino sa kanila?
Si Edward yung nonchalant.
Si Sensui yung OA, si Edward yung nonchalant. Agree ka ba? Okay. Nonchalant. Ikaw, agree ka na ikaw ang OA?
Hindi, si OA, si Kimpoy.
Si Kimpoy! Ikaw dapat pala naman talaga yung OA eh. Agree ka ba?
Agree kami dyan.
Agree tayo dyan. At ngayon, uumpisahan natin ang laban nyo. So babalikan na natin ang ating mga casters. Pasok.
Oo nga, no?
They once waged a war that lasted nearly years, and now they command armies that span generations. Welcome to Mabuhay at your service. My name is Leo, here with Renmar Santa Cruz and Wolf, covering tonight's closer, the final match for Week 2 of MPL Philippines Season 13. Gentlemen, are you ready for this?
I'm ready. Are you ready?
I wasn't ready earlier, but then I saw the dreads. Like I said, during the post-game match, it's the dreads that I'm very much excited about.
Yeah, talking about Big J.
I'm so ready and excited. I can't find my glasses.
We'll get you your spectacles, my friend. Don't worry about it.
Thank you.
Folks, in case you were just here now, we have been given a slight sneak peek as to which roster of the Bagong Barangay might be playing.
Yeah.
We'll get to that real quick. But for now, we want to throw out a huge official shout out to our official restreamers from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, and all over the world.
We have local restreamers and international restreamers from Cambodia, Middle East, North America, Singapore, Malaysia, and Indonesia.
And all of them are tuned in to witness our players fight for victory. And you know what's best about this? What I really like about this is that we're featuring local languages as well, which was always have been a pipe dream for any esports actually. Been part of other esports titles before, that's an idea, but now we're actually bridging the gap.
That's right. This goes out to all of my friends and my blood brothers up north. Agyamanak Absat. Let's get into the action. We're talking about a battle of generations. Real quick, just to clarify, what do we mean by generations? I think we have a silent understanding that when we say Gen 1, it's the first 5 seasons.
Yeah.
Right? Season 1 to 5. Gen 2 would be season 6 to 10.
Okay.
And then if you debuted season 11 onwards, then you're relatively new.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
It's like K-pop groups.
So
you are right.
Because of that, we have coaches who were once players that now find themselves waging this war on behalf of Blacks International in Smart Omega. Lembot was in active deployment season 2 to 5, Dexstar season 2 to 10 as a player, and Bonchan season 2 to 4 under SXC Imba.
That's right.
And Evos PH mainly as a coach. He was always a coach.
Yeah.
All right.
And I love this quote by Haji, by the way. Am I afraid that one day I might fail? No, and he always just thinks about his family. I mean, let's just admit, when you've been playing as long as Haji has been, the questions of retirement will always be there. Esports is not a...
it's not permanent.
It's not permanent, but Haji's still confident, and he's confident even after the day he decides maybe I can't push through anymore and maybe I'm dragging down my teammates. My family will always be there. So that's a good foundation that Haji has.
Young Salik Imam is one of the players actually pushing the length of one athlete's career in MPL Philippines. When did he debut? Season 2?
That was season 2. That's right. So he's one of the prodigies as well to go with Carl TZ. Alongside Carl TZ, they're like the young prodigies back then. And then they were... It's crazy to think that their idols, both of them, their idol was Few. And Few is still playing. And Few is still undefeated, season 13.
And how crazy is that they all 3 of them, these 2 young prodigies and their idol, went in several different ways. It's amazing to see that once the Machine and the Young Goat were rivals, and now they are paving their own path with their own teams.
Yeah, that's right.
And on the other camp, facing off against Haji, is Smart Omega. We'll talk about them in just a bit. But for now, let's welcome our marshals who will officiate the match. They ensure the fairness and integrity of our games. Let's talk about them. It's Chico, Jeff, Patrick, and Wilbert.
And Wilbert, despite having that Bert last name, is not related to Neil Robert de Guzman.
Let's get to it. Let's welcome our teams, Omega and Black.
A loss to the Phoenix Army means a little bit of calibration is needed for the code. Up against their longtime rivals in the Barangay, can the code breakers crack Omega? Truly top tier, it's Blacklist International! They say you can't teach an old dog new tricks, but the veterans of the Barangay today decide to take the helm. With the new generation already having paved the way, will this version take their shot and run away with a victory against Blacklist? Hailing from the Barangay, it's Smart Mega! And their coaches, Coach Bonchan and Coach Stronger. Agents! Kabarangay! Magingay!
It seems like Blacklist International have their captain back on board. This is a Haji-led lineup for Blacklist International here tonight.
Yeah, you've played against the members of Omega for many seasons now, Haji. Retake the captainship and run away with it. Lead the team to victory here. Oheb, Sensui, Yue, and Hedward have shown their brilliance all throughout the season. We've already seen your brilliance, Haji, but now up against this version of Omega, you have to be merciless.
This right here is the OG OMG. And yes, can confirm, that's Big J with the dreads.
And H2 as well, gonna be playing it with Exort, Ryota, and Rebo. This lineup did not have great results when they went in a few days ago. But that's just one game. We cannot judge the entire lineup with just one game. At this time, they're going to go up against a Blacklist International. And one thing that I do like about what they played is that it's a different story. Like, who would have thought that the first Lancelot game will come from Omega, right?
And here we see their sample size is very small indeed. Check out what Omega brought out in their last outing. Do note that they're both in recovery mode. Blacklist last lost to TNC in a 3-game series, while Omega, in the last game, was lost to Onyx PH. And it was this lineup that faced off against the Sonics.
Yeah, and well, I'd like to believe it's not about the size of your sample size, it's about how you use it. So I hope Smart Omega went back to the drawing board after their loss and just really said there's a lot of things we really have to reconsider again in terms of the importance of where you're going to be placing your roamer to help out the jungle. One of the reasons that Lancelot struggled is because it was left alone to fend off a Baksha.
Exactly. It's all about execution. Like I said, it's all about performance now. And let's see if Omega can actually perform to the top level, going up against Blacklist International, who are, I would say, they're really anxious to get back into business, you know, after losing. They lost already two of their four series. That's right.
Omega is winless. It's tough to be a
That's
member of the
right.
Barangay.
That's right.
Talking about H2 here, core H2, John Paul Salonga. He once played in Season 13 with just but one hero, the Lancelot, going up against Sensui, who has played so many different heroes. And he's stealing Lords with heroes you couldn't even think you could, like with a Nolan.
Nolan, for sure. Sensui with the instincts, right? And now H2, I think that he's known absolutely for his assassin plays, but that's the thing, right? It's almost impossible to get assassins now apart from getting the Nolan.
So let's talk about the Infinix keys to victory. What do they gotta do?
Keep the machine running. This is interesting for Blacklist International because it kind of felt like there's a lot of like lack of PMS for the machine now. And for those who don't know, it just means like preventive maintenance. I think that they haven't like changed their oil that much when it comes to how they utilize Haji.
What does
That's
S
why service.
There you
I don't
go.
know. Yeah. And then for Smart Omega, you have to utilize Rebo's rotations. Get a hold of that. Get a hold of that experienced young man and the way that he understands Mobile Legends. He was a champion before. You definitely need to leverage Rebo in this game.
And last but not least, show us 3 generations of MPL PH greatness. Even as far back as Season 1, all the way till today.
That's
from
right.
winning MSC 2018
That's right.
in Jakarta, Rebo would know.
Yeah.
All the way to winning in Singapore in 2021, Rebo would know. There's so many things that 3 generations of MPL greatness will show you. So with that said, we really haven't given much of a spotlight for Smart Omega here. They have more of those mid-aged... am I saying it right? Because Joan
Gen 2.
debuted in Season 10. Gen 2, there you go. Ryota debuted in Season 7. H2 debuted in Season 6.
Yeah.
So they're more of the sample size from there. They're I don't know, you're not old enough to be an OG, but you're not young enough to be new.
Yeah, which is interesting because they're put in the spot there like, are you have you learned a lot, or have you learned from the past, right? It's a matter of how much have you evolved actually. But when you're stuck in Gen 2 kind of meta where you're really just doing whatever is working back in Gen 2, definitely it's not gonna work in now Gen 3.
Yeah, and that's why I'm partly glad. Well, I am glad that Barangay Omega decided to go with a veteran lineup yet again. I feel like it would have been a disservice if after what was a very difficult Game 2 performance yesterday, that now they're playing again. Let them show again their experience, their veterancy, and see if they could get a win over Blacklist. Because if they can get a win over Blacklist, again, it hasn't been a perfect season, but they have had stellar performances so far. That would be a good sign for Omega.
Which is why I think there's rhyme and reason to this. Coach Ron, Coach Stronger would not just pull the trigger and say, you know what, let the OGs play.
Yeah.
There has to be a plan here, a strategy. Talking about strats, here's the draft. We got CC, Angela, Arlott banned by Omega on the blue. And that's Coach Bonchan taking out the Matilda, Nolan, and Joy. Opening pick, the Claude. We don't see that very often.
Whew, Big J special, I would say, because of the fact that they picked it up first.
Of course.
But that opens up Minotaur and Novaria, which Blacklist loves to play. That combo, I'm sure that they have played that many times over.
Yep.
And it just makes a lot of sense to be the first 2 picks here for Blacklist.
Yeah, it really messes up the entry of the Claude too, especially. And actually, no, they have great map presence with how fast they can clear the middle. So it would be great.
Me Novaria.
Me Novari for you.
I'll allow it.
Oh, but they go Fred. And Paquito, okay.
Oh my God. What an opening.
Yeah, that's even worse for the Claude, actually. It hurts more.
Y'all saying when it's Onyx and Minana playing, you have to redefine what the meta is or what the first picks are? How about this?
Yeah.
Man.
Totally snubbed.
This is like first generation sort of drafting.
Yeah.
So, all right, so you go Baksha. I think you still can pick up somewhere along the lines of a Lilia or a Novaria here. So it's Exort that's playing, and he can definitely play those kinds of heroes. But like if you compare Exort to someone like Aqua, Exort is like an outlier where he wants to go for killing type of mages, you know, like assassin mages. But then again, Lilia as well as Novaria just makes a lot of sense here for Omega.
We can play both very well.
Yeah. Or they pick up the okay.
Saving up the mid. Well,
Never
there are a
mind.
lot of mid laners still available. Might as well.
Wolf just gave up on trying to predict, like,
know.
never mind. Like, this is...
Never mind. This is, whatever.
Want to just explain instead of like trying to predict. Because like these two are just like going at it with a very different mindset this time around.
For sure. I'm surprised that Minotaur is not picked up, but yeah, the carry makes a lot of sense because you need to secure your marksman now for Blacklist International. But that means that you should be looking to ban their Paquito counters. What is a Ryota special? Maybe Xborg, perhaps?
Yeah, Xborg. That's really well.
CC is open, yeah.
How often does this happen that neither team actually prioritizes their mid?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
they were just really saving that.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure that's a Ruby Roam, right? That's not gonna go into the EXP lane.
Well, you say that, but
it
Ryota grew up in Gen 2 where Ruby X Lane
was more of a thing.
Yeah, was a thing.
And he was actually playing that a lot.
Yeah. Pair it up with an Eve from the winter of 2021.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And she can't really match the damage of a Paquito, but The thing with Ruby is that she just regens the damage of the Paquito.
Exactly.
She won't be able to win against the Paquito, just be like, really, you're going to try to knock me out? I'll
Yeah.
just spell vamp everything.
Exactly. And with that, the Faramis is the ban from Blacklist International. Interesting. Obviously, Faramis is great versus the carry, and it might be something that is also known. Also know that Exort plays. And finally, there's the Minotaur ban. Can't believe that Blacklist didn't pick it up.
Yeah.
Oh, the Exort specials.
Oh,
Yeah.
of course.
Assassin Mages we're talking about.
Fabled to have held top global Kadita for 6 months straight.
Yeah.
That's right.
With how it looks like, Blacklist is approaching to this with the idea of, okay, we know they're the veteran group of it. Instead of focusing on the meta, let's focus on their comfort.
Yeah.
If you haven't played in the MPL consistently
Yes.
for long stretches
Yes.
of time,
That's
right?
right. I
The
agree.
idea is take away their comforts instead.
Yeah, that's great mindset. There's a Tigreal going to be banned out. Grok is still open. Might be the choice here for Blacklist International. Maybe last pick their UA hero. The benefit for the Grok is that it has great info, and also you can knock up the Claude if it ever comes to that.
As if the Cloud's job wasn't hard enough with Edward Balboa running around.
Exactly. But then again, yeah, the Grok just makes a lot of sense for Blacklist. And this is Haji. I mean, I'm sure you can play that. I wonder if they'd really want to feature this Battle of Generations and just pick up something like Cho.
Oh yeah,
Bring it back.
Throw back to his debut with Blacklist in Season 8.
Exactly.
Let's go nuts. Bring back Jawhead Rome. I don't care
Oh,
anymore.
man.
Bring it back. Hey, she hurts.
Okay, so
Oh, there's
Nova.
Navaria.
Understandable. Okay, so that kind of eliminates the factor of the Ruby EXP.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to just look for maybe something like somewhere along the lines of Benedetta actually for Ryota, but it is known that Benedetta is not great versus a Paquito.
Oh, yeah.
nowadays.
What about the huge?
The huge?
The huge.
Yeah, or maybe a CC.
Oh, yeah, Cece's still on the
actually
game. Oh, wait, no, she's banned. She's banned.
Oh, she's
First
oh, yeah,
ban
yeah,
of the
so-
game.
Huge it is.
Huge.
Huge it is.
I like the huge, the Borg, or the Laps.
Yeah.
The Laps.
And Lilia obviously is still pretty good here.
So you can go Lilia
Lilia.
Laps.
Lilia Laps.
Or Lilia Borg. A lot of slows.
Elborg.
Oh, what about a Gord for Omega instead?
Jord?
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I wouldn't mind Jord.
The Jord? The G-Ord?
The G-Ord. Lots of possibilities. Whoa, I did not expect this from Omega.
How about neither?
Huh.
How about the Riboella?
Wait, let me just cover up the names and the teams. Yep, nope. Left side looks like a Blacklist draft.
I agree. I
Wow.
definitely agree.
They're throwing the Ruby back into the XP here.
Yeah. I did not expect this.
Wow, not at all. So, I think you're just left with the Grok here for Blacklist for Haji. Matilda is also banned. So what else is there? Like like I said, a Cho, but the Cho works only because there's isolation play that can happen. But then with the Valentina picked up, it means that your Grok is not the best option. So maybe that's
might come back to bite them.
How about the Kaj?
Oh, yeah, pick off.
Can they catch him with the Kaj?
Kaja Novaria
Or Estes?
wave clear. Means
Whoa,
they can
whoa,
roam
whoa,
around
whoa.
different. Whoa.
You say the E word? Whoa, 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 whoa,
Kaji
whoa.
Estes, did you summon it?
Oh, Kaj.
No, that's the Kaj.
That's a Kaj.
Kaj on Haj.
Yeah.
Kaja carry. So,
Kaji.
yeah,
Haja?
yeah.
Haja. I'll go
allow
with
it.
Haja.
I'll leave it there.
Or let's
All
go Haji Kaja. Let's
Cool.
stick it
So, after a swerve pickup from Omega, placing the heroes where we didn't expect to even show up at this point in the draft.
Yeah.
Blacklist just says, you know what, let's just stick it to old reliable.
Yep.
Kaja carry.
What it looks like is Omega drafted like sustain the lanes, just wait for the Claude.
Yep, exactly. For Protect 1.
Yeah, for Protect 1.
Pretty much it.
How about you expedite the double laning with Rafaela too, huh?
Yeah.
It's actually a pretty smart take, and picking up the Rafael. Okay, hello. Okay.
They're fine.
You're picking up the Rafael
We have fun
means that you also secure the Jome special. And that's the man with the dreads.
Oh, but his hairs are tied back. We can't see them like flowing down.
Oh,
He's
it will take
fine.
time. It will take time.
He's fine. Here we go. Game number 1. Smart Omega going up against Blacklist International. The OG OMG squad goes ahead and brings in an unconventional draft to try and change their fates and get a big dub for the Barangay, their first in Season 13. It's a counter-mirror start here. Orange first for H2.
Yeah. Orange first. Well, I think that because they wanna get the Litho Wanderer afterwards, I think he's gonna roll his way upwards.
Yeah.
with Exort and Rebo.
There it is.
Okay.
See him rolling on the map. Oh, whoa!
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Big
whoa, whoa.
J!
Big J!
Okay, Big J. Oh! Letting it out early!
My boy.
That's my boy.
Big J thinks. Big J.
Man, if you see Big J rolling up on you, you're not sure if he's there to farm the gold lane or perform a reggae track.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Okay. He's still doing it. Wow. He's playing like how he shined in Malaysia. Yes, he did.
He was facing 2 heroes and 3 minions.
Whoa!
Is this the plan for OG OMG? Just be super aggressive?
Yeah, seems like it.
That might catch you, eh?
It's like what's that called? Old man strength.
Is that the thing?
Yeah,
What?
old man strength. Like you see like a 55-something-year-old dude and you think, he's not strong, but then he's lifting like his entire family.
I've heard of other kinds of strength.
Or a car.
but
Old man
not-
strength. Comment down below if you know what I'm talking about here. Wherever you're watching, just comment. Do you know what old man strength is?
Don't patronize him.
But please do leave a comment.
Yeah, I
please
want to
leave
know.
a
I'll
comment.
check
I wanna
back in. I'll check back in on the official channels. Click like, follow, subscribe wherever you're watching from. Here we go. 3 seconds into the first turtle. And because of these unorthodox, aggressive movements, it actually puts Omega maybe 200, 300 gold up. And I'd say maybe a wee bit of XP on too, because this wave is still about to crash in and they're first to the scene.
3v3 here in the first turtle of the game. Big Astral Echo finds the members of Omega. They're going to have to readjust just a little bit. Level 4 not yet there on the Kaja, but they're going to be jumping on Extra. The Valentina already forced to use the flicker away. Ryota goes in as well.
Oh!
H2!
H2!
Actually wins the Retribution battle. Are they going to be committing any more fights? No! H2! Okay, we see you.
Yeah. It's quite curious how Exort was playing because he's playing really risky. Showing himself against Blacklist International, Valentina with a Kaja ultimate, almost punished. But that actually gave Omega a way to punish Blacklist International with H2 just securing the turtle by himself. So Omega, scrappy fight for sure, but they won it.
That's core H2, man. And I actually like seeing our junglers now still build an early Molten Essence just to expedite their farm.
Yeah. Molten Essence, obviously. And H2, we know for sure that if you utilize the Baksha in a proper way, it means that you can farm easily. But then, you can see Rebo just controlling 2 lanes now. He's always going to be in the middle of the gold in the mid lane to aid Jome.
Uh-oh. Jome's in trouble. I think he senses.
Ooh. Okay, this is going to be an awkward spot now here for Omega because Blacklist are going to start rotating as 4, getting a lot of vision on the back of a Novaria. And against this kind of lineup by Blacklist International, by Omega, that's what you need. That's what you need to do against them. Get the vision beforehand before they can position, so that they're going to be forced to go back a little bit. And look at that pressure onto Jome already. 4-man entry.
Uh-oh. Where's the comeback coming through? Omega's trying to get a response here. Look, they're sending 3 dudes up.
And by the way, Edward is farming the mid lane too, so I think that they're giving 2 lanes of minions to Edward. Interestingly, I wonder. They really want to leverage the damage of the one-shot potential of the Flicker Paquito play.
Makes sense, because the Ruby needs to clap back to get her health back.
Yep, true. I like how, well, pretty much what we mentioned earlier, it's still happening here. Omega, a little bit less aggressive as earlier because of the vision provided by Blacklist. Let's see how Jome later on is actually going to trade out the fact that a lot more of the gold on the energy shielding went to his opponent, Oheb. Second turtle up in the game. Still watching the 2 junglers here. Blacklist International have a much better positioning, but in terms of the retribution, it's going to be one out by Sensui. A half a second, a little bit too early by H2. Both teams back off. Reset. Top side though, Jome and Oheb. Jome forced back. And they're starting to feel the damage of the carry. Omega needs to do something about the farm of Oheb.
Uh-huh. And it seems like Jome knows that after that turtle take, Blacklist just zooms in. Again, in his position. I think if there's no other moves on the map, Blacklist just says, you know what, let's just bother Jome.
Yeah. And this means that Blacklist International will be able to take over the next 2 minutes of the game. Extra shields from the turtle. The fact that they have a level advantage over their heroes. And also, they can work towards the top lane now.
Okay. Oh, Omega really are feeling the pressure up top in their gold lane, in their purple side of the jungle. Massive loss here for Omega. That means Blacklist is going to start rotating their carry out of lane, and now it's Oheb's turn to spam those TPs and recalls.
Just like that, Omega goes to a crawl.
Exactly.
Where does Big J find farm now?
Well, they still can. They can still use the Raphael. I think that they're underusing their heroes now.
Okay, H2 dives in. Finds Sensui. Astral Echo spots out the members of Omega, but Sensui looks like he's not going to be able to survive. Yes, he does not. He falls, but Haji going with the Flicker Divine Judgment, picking off the opposing jungler. So jungler for jungler trade by Omega in Blacklist.
All right, good trade there, I'd say. But the fact that it was Omega who was the aggressor and Blacklist still getting something on the way out means they're not quite in the woods just yet.
Yep. And Blacklist, you can see that that lead was translated into a gold lead. And the fact that they've lost Sensui without the turtle spawning yet, that's actually great news from Blacklist, which means that their understanding of the in-game timers is just immaculate at this point.
Yep.
And you know what the icing on the cake is? Ryota misses the combo there.
Right, Edward, he will still have his flicker, so he's going to be safe. Turtle spawns up top. Omega, are they going to decide to push down mid? Oh, that's going to be a bad trade if they lose the tower in mid. Jome already using the Blazing Duet to try and clear the minion waves. Oh, Heb, is he going to be able to take it down? No. Omega needs to be careful with their rotations because they can't lose their middle tower just like that.
Oh,
it's going to make it harder for them.
No contest.
Blacklist, yeah, no contest. They get the turtle without a problem.
Map control from Blacklist is just way too good, and Sensui still has Retribution.
That's right. Yeah, H2 still has his as well. Will this be GTP? Will Blacklist back off? Map control slowly favoring Blacklist International as Omega sends Jome down to the bottom lane. But
no.
It was stolen by the Star Shatter.
That's worse. That's worse.
That's worse.
Okay.
Yep, it goes to the hands of the Novaria. That's not good.
I was gonna say the fact that the kill went on to Rebo was bad. How about your purple buff gets stolen by Yue?
Super duper bad, and you're gonna be scratching your head if you're Omega now, especially if you're H2.
Yeah.
Because not only do you lose a purple buff, you also lose a lot of EXP. And for the next Lord fight, you're so far from reaching the level that Sensui has. Level 10 for this Fredrin, and H2 losing that purple means there's a lot of like EXP that he wasn't able to get.
Oh, Astral Echo. H2 sends back Edward and Yue. And you have tower here for Omega, so they're playing the map a little bit, but it's going to be a trade. That's already the second tower down up top.
Yep. Sensui's 11, by the way.
Thought he was 19. Oh, you mean level. Okay.
Okay.
This is just trades for Omega that are a step behind. Blacklist know where they're going. Blacklist know what they're allowing for. And so far now with 3,000 gold ahead, Lord spawning in about a quarter. This is tough. Omega suffered a series of unfortunate events. Lemony Snickets.
Yeah.
And where do they find the comeback here? Is because even Jome now, look, it's clear that he can stay bottom. But the fact that they don't know where Blacklist heroes are means he's never really safe.
Well, they gotta stay away from the. I forgot whose actor it was. But yeah,
Can't defend this.
Yeah, but yeah, Omega needs to just leverage this this Claude and maybe just at least take 2 lanes that you're confident with. And now you're seeing the problem with the Ruby. Even when it's great when it comes to like a 1v1 fight, team fight wise, it's amazing. But if you compare it to a Pakiro and his impact in split pushing, it's not good.
Okay, poke out there. Purple buff, I believe. It's in the hands of the Sensui, or did it go to H2? It's a 2-level gap between the junglers. Yeah, it's still on H2's hands, so he still got his purple buff. But a part of me thinks if Omega decide to contest this, it's going to be devastating.
Yeah, maybe they shouldn't. Maybe they should take this moment to say, hey, you know what? This is a, what, 10 or 15 seconds of a free farm. Get to it, Jome.
That's full vision.
Oh, that's huge.
Huge.
4 members spotted. Going into the bush. Finds one.
They're going to be going after it. That's going to be Sensui falling really low. Jome with the Blazing Duet. Are they actually going to be able to take out the jungler of Blacklist International down? Yes, they do. But they also lose H2. So jungler for jungler trade. You and not going to be able to land with the Star Shatter. Meanwhile, in the mid, Edward's going to be pushing out. Blacklist International counter back. I think Omega wanted to play the surprise, but then they were hoping that they wouldn't lose their jungler.
Abort the call. There wasn't enough firepower.
Yeah. Efficiency coming out from Edward. He was able to utilize the flicker to eventually take out the members of Omega, like H2, and also zone out the other remaining members. And not only that, after already landing his combo, he felt that he's no longer needed in the team fight. Go straight to the mid lane and apply a lot of pressure in the map. That's how you play the Paquito.
This is still a very significant lead. And again, a majority of it is on the Paquito. It's on Edward.
Yeah.
And I think Omega would be all the best to try and spot out where he is, but that's easier said than done because Rebo, yes, he can throw random bush checks, but he's getting threatened to kill.
my
Oh, what?
God.
5-man!
Astral Echo, and that's going to be a knockup by the Lord, and the damage coming in from Blacklist International is going to take down Ryota. The Ruby falls, and the Lord is going to go to Zinsui. H2 is going to lose a retro duel. 2 members of Omega down. Massive win by Blacklist. TP by the captain, and Blacklist in control.
Omega, I don't blame them, is because they were already in too deep. But the fact that H2 tried, again, that's at the least commendable.
Yeah, and, that ultimate coming up from Yue, catching 5 members of Omega. And surely Omega didn't realize that they will be hit by the knockup of the Lord because of their increased hitbox.
They didn't calculate for that.
For sure. No, that's difficult to do.
I mean, how many teams or how many players pull a point-blank Astral Echoes? Who does that?
Edward, gotta be
Oh,
careful.
Budinking!
Oh, okay.
Okay.
A little bit of outplay there with Edward. Yeah, agree there.
Wow.
We actually saw some members of Omega outside of the circle.
Yeah.
But because they had Astral Echo on them, that circle, well, of course, they're still going to get hit by the knockoff of the Lord. And again, Yue.
God.
Does it again a minute later and takes a picture too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Post it
Smile
on
for the
story.
camera, Omega. They're getting hit by Yue. But then that's a rare misstep coming up from Edward.
Yeah.
I think it has been years since I've seen a misstep coming up from Edward.
That's true.
That's probably one of the only 5 mistakes that Edward ever did in his career.
Perfect timing.
I don't really remember ever saying, Edward, so much. Okay, middle
Pretty
lane.
sure.
Oh, again.
That's 5 men.
Okay, Yue.
Oh no, oh
Pushing
no.
forward, Haji's going to be looking for it. He's going to get Joby.
Oh.
Does! Divine Judgment into the gold laner. Bad news for Omega's Blacklist International will now collapse on them without their gold laner. Omega doesn't have the damage, and the TPs are still out. H2 and Jom are down. Blacklist still in control, pushing forward.
Big J eats a DJ, and now bottom lane penetrated.
Wow.
Blacklist knows they're in their control. I'm pretty sure Mid's going to follow up next. It's very hard to defend with just these 3 men.
Yeah, you know what I call this right now? Respectful disrespect. I mean, they understand the history of this rivalry. As Blacklist goes forward, will they actually be able to end this? The minion wave's coming in down to the bottom lane. It looks like Ohab just needs to lock in. Exort is going to go for the suppress and the stun and everything in between. But Blacklist International will just focus on the members of Omega, whittling them down. The minion wave's not completely there, and they back off.
Oh, 8K.
Yeah.
At 3K, at 4K, we felt it, right? Like there wasn't enough Omega was putting on the board for that. But how about now?
Whew, difficult. That's all I can say because you can see that Yue landed another good Astral Echo in the mid lane. And you can see it's Jom trying to outplay Haji, but he forgets there is that increased hitbox once again. So even when he was able to dodge the initial range of the Divine Judgment, just a few nudges from Haji means that he will be caught.
All right, talk about how maybe Agent Zero slipped up maybe a few minutes ago. How about now that he is 8th in all-time MPL PH kill leaderboards, scoring 790 in his all-time career high. He has now surpassed the king, Kiel VJ.
And he's a XP lane, by the way.
Yep.
Not usually the guy that gets the kills, so it's an amazing feat.
with a hero pool that consists of Uranus,
Yeah.
Dams.
Exactly.
Well, what else has the young Abunding played?
Benedetta's a great killer.
Yeah. I feel like a majority of that is from his Benedetta and Paquito plays.
Probably, yeah.
How many times have we seen
The
that?
Riz, he plays a solid Riz.
Yeah, a solid Riz as well.
Here we go. How about we dance, says Blacks International. Well, for Omega, I'd like to think they can't afford to dance.
Yeah.
They can hear the music, but they can't come out to play as they send out 5 men. So far, all of Yua's echoes have been 100%, even when the 2 members were dead.
Yes.
Because he hit all 3 men.
Exactly.
Ryota are going to be focusing on Sensui. Here comes a flank by 3 members of Blacklist International. They're going to get surrounded here. Haji goes in with the Divine Judgment, but actually stop. It was stopped.
Oh!
And it was Jom who gets the Lord. H2 goes back. But with one Don't Run Wolf King second skill by the Ruby, the Divine Judgment was stopped by Omega.
Big J skedaddles alongside the rest of Omega. They score a big objective here. The Lord spawns at the bottom lane. Enough time for Omega to spawn their last hero, H2.
Oh,
Again,
man.
the game just extends.
Yeah.
But that was a definite hero play coming in from Big J.
Another 100% connection to the Echo from Yue.
Yeah.
Oh!
Oh, that hurts. Okay, Exert going to be going in with the Divine Judgment on the Edward as well, using the Flicker. And that's going to be a kill onto Agent Zero. Omega showing a little bit of that old man strength. I know they're not that old, but let me go along with it. Blacklist will stop their siege.
Well, it has been 2 generations where Exort have played, or maybe even 3, in fact. think about it.
debuted
Yeah, it
season
was
2.
3 season. Yeah,
Debuted
so
season 2.
yeah, all man strength. Yeah, for sure.
Oh
my God, are you
5,
kidding
man.
me?
That's so many Astral Echoes in one game. Earlier it was Star Shatters.
Oh my.
Oh, Ryota going in with the pull onto Sasui, and Sasui gets bursted down, blazing the wet by Job. Oheb already using the Wind of Nature. There's going to be no trades happening. That's Omega actually just winning out that pickoff.
I can hear the thousands and thousands of members of the Ryota army cheering on us. He survives that. He's been getting beat down all 15 minutes of this game, but here finally he's a threat.
The Atoy army.
Again!
But what is
Whatever.
this?
What are you on, man?
Wait. Finally, Omega able to put a dent on the map.
Wait, I'm just still in absolute confusion and absolute disbelief.
Echoes everything. Echoes everything.
Yue, is it because of Omega just sticking up with each other?
That too. This is an Omega Ube, and I think US just making the most of it.
Yeah.
But just the perfection of how he lays it down.
Exactly. It's just so wonderful to watch.
The accuracy.
And by the way, he's rocking what? 0, and 8. Oheb is also 100% kill participation. In fact, almost everyone is. Everybody except Edward has 100% kill participation on Blacklist.
Edward's at 99.
Yeah.
Close enough.
Close enough.
Oh, Lord.
Okay.
Lord, speaking of, spawning about 30 seconds here. Smart Omega able to close the gap now just at about 2,000 gold. I'd say that's workable. I'd say in a firepower sense.
Yeah.
As
Blacklist now has to respect that.
As the young ones will say, winnable.
Winnable indeed.
Oh, well, if they find the comeback, especially if this Lord goes Omega's way again, you can call it Shishable.
Shishable. That's right.
Definitely a thing, not like old man strength.
Hey. I'm gonna
Let
get
the
you guys.
viewers decide.
Please
Let the viewers
comment
decide.
down below. Old man strength is a thing. Believe me.
Not a
Shishable,
thing.
not that much of a thing compared to old man strength.
That's because you don't know. You're not Gen Z, dog.
Is Old Man Strength a sticker in game? Shishable is.
Fine. I will concede this. But will Omega concede this, Lord?
Here we
As
go.
they're going to be getting close.
H2 a little in too deep. Lord at less than half health. Haji taking the pixel brush.
Yeah.
Omega scoring their own purple, trying to at least give it the exhort, and Lord retreats.
It's like an angry slow dance between two divorced couples who are just forced to dance together in the mixer.
2 divorced couples, so it's 4 people.
2 divorced partners. There we go.
Okay.
All right, estranged lovers, let's call it that.
Estranged lovers.
Sensui here.
Okay,
trying to
that's
go
going to be
for
all
the
massive
gold.
Astral Echo. The Divine Judgment there onto Adrian. He's going to get bursted down. But the Immortality pops up for the jungler of
Whoa!
Omega, and he looks like he's going to be able to get away. And Rebo going in with a massive Holy Baptism, but no, the Baksha falls. Blacklist almost loses their EXP laner, but Omega are pushing forward. They don't have a retry. Exort with his own Divine Judgment. He picks off Yue, Rebo, and Job. Job with a massive Blazing Duet. He's going to focus on Oheb. He's going to focus on Haji. Sensui has that retry, and he gets it. Job now going to focus on Sensui. Edward in the mid. Edward in the base. Edward in the mid. Agent Zero with a split push end.
Abun Jingjing zeros Omega's base, scoring 1 for Blacklist International.
It's all about multiple win conditions. And despite that victory, the Blacklist camp seems unhappy. Maybe because of some of the mistakes, some of the bad calls, but my oh my. If I were an agent, I would be very happy.
I mean, a win is a win, right?
Exactly.
But again, as you mentioned it and pointing out how they look inside the dugout, I understand how maybe those last few moments that led up to that split push victory by Edward may have been, in their books, total fumbles.
Okay.
Because
That's
look,
in their book.
Right, look back at the
true.
highlights and even maybe the end game stats. Omega was closer here to Blacklist's lead more than they ever were all game.
Especially because of what the Blacklists have already established, and definitely there were some mistakes that was very uncanny for the side of Blacklist International. However, you still have to credit the clutch genes coming out from Mr. Edward with that one, identifying again multiple win conditions. That's what Blacklist International has always been famous with. Like, they always find a way to win games even when we don't think that it's winnable.
Yeah, and I'm actually really glad you mentioned just, I don't know, Edward. I didn't even see that. The last time I saw Edward while I was like shouting, he went like this.
Yes.
But then
with
suddenly he went
sliver
like
of HP.
this. With a sliver of HP. He made it back.
Went all the way. And because of that, because of that, now Smart Omega have to think,
Yeah.
where did we go wrong and how could we have done that better? And we're going to get a better picture at the post-game once Wolf gets to doing his thing. He's going to analyze game number 1 and bring us up to MVP.
Love you, Wolf.
Well, I love you too. Just like all the viewers out there, Edward, we are all amazed by Edward's performance in this game. 73% kill participation, but that ending push that he did going in for the jugular, as we always say, he knows how to win games. And even when they're almost losing the fights, almost losing the Lords, he's still looking for ways. And this is also a very efficient management of resources coming out from Edward. You can see him utilize his flicker afterwards just to get out. Low HP, no more combo, goes to the mid to apply more map pressure. And this fight was won by Blacklist International, mainly because of UWE's ultimate. And obviously them isolating H2 once again. They get 2. Another good rundown coming from Blacklist, again started by that echo from UWE that also allowed Haji to perform the Divine Judgment easier. Another team fight, Jome magically gets the Lord, and Omega also runs away with only losing 1. Another jump coming out from Mr. Haji, but look at this. You see that Omega is looking really good when it comes to like the team fights. Even after losing H2, they will still try to fight. Edward tries to go for the recall, but instead decides, okay, there's a fat wave of minions down bottom and in the middle. I'm gonna take matters to my own hands, especially because Jome is already destroying their composition. Man. And obviously, we can see that it's never just about the emblems now for Blacklist International. But what I do want to take note is Edward went in for the lethal ignition because his job here is to eliminate the Valentina as well as the Claude. And the thing is, Omega kind of made it difficult for him to do that because of Rebo just always being in there. And by the way, Rebo went for focusing mark, typically picked up by Rafaela anyways, but it does help out when it comes to like poking Blacklist International. Weren't able to really see that in the early stages, but eventually in the end, they were able to do it. And now, of course, Blacklist International with this build coming out from Edward, going for damage build-up, only going for Immortality as the defensive item, allowed him to have access or maybe have threats to the backlines of Omega. Jome, 100% kill participation. Really played so well this game. Almost dealt the most damage, but in the end, it will be Yue with 102. And if there's a stat for like multiple or what, 80 or what, 4 or 5 man Astral Echoes, I'm gonna have to give it to Yue. I think that nobody has ever done that with a Novaria.
Yeah, everything was spotted before it even started.
Game alone just skewed all of the Astral Echo stats in the history of this hero.
That's true. That's true.
There was a lot of it.
What a game. What a game indeed. I thought it would be a very one-sided game, but then Omega recovered. Maybe because of what you said, like the fumbles from Blacklist International. But what a game indeed.
Which I'm hoping they're addressing now. Looking at their situation in the dugout, it looks like for Blacklist, it's a matter of a reset because I think agents, fans, even their coaching staff expected them to play a little cleaner.
Yeah.
Because again, even we noticed those little singular moments of vulnerability. As for Smart Omega, do they go back to the drawing board here? Do they just straight up say, let's try something else? But I do want to double down on the fact that maybe we play for Big J. I think they should do that more.
Yes. It almost worked, right? But then again, maybe the only hero that we can change here is probably the XP choice. Although it's understandable that that was the choice for them, but it looked like when going up against Paquito, it didn't work.
I'd want to see a little bit more proactivity from Omega in terms of taking care of the map.
Yes,
because it's like
that's true.
Yeah, that was a bit lacking.
All right. With that said, we'll get to discussing more about their potential draft in game number 2. As for now, let's hear from Abun Jingjing.
Medyo challenging kasi kailangan namin tulungan ulit si Haji kasi ang tagal niyang hindi nag-tank or post 5. Siguro mula season 8 pa yan, kumbaga 5 season na yung nakalipas. So kaya naman siguro yun, ano naman siya, tiwala naman kaming lahat kay Haji. Kaya alam namin na kakayanin niya yun. Kaya nag-agree din kaming lahat na sa papasukin niyang role. Para sa akin, medyo challenging siya na ako yung nagsa-challenge para kay G kasi kumbaga galing siya iba't ibang role, jungle, mage, tapos ngayon tank. Although, nagawa niya na yun naman nung MPL Season 8 at M3. So, tiwala kami sa kanya na magagawa niya ulit yun. Yung M3 Haji na tank.
Edward fully trusts his roamer, his captain, Haji, that he'll eventually find his way back into a comfortable roaming position. And for those wondering why we keep calling him Abun Jingjing, is because at some point in Blacklist's history, he was the youngest. And in the Philippines, there's a practice of calling the youngest member, the bunso, is Abun Jingjing. So that's why.
Oh, was baby talk of that? I didn't know that.
It's
oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
Agents, correct me if I'm wrong.
It is correct, I think. But I was never called that.
Really? Want to call you that now?
Well, I'm yes, the youngest in this table. If I'm the youngest in this table.
Are you saying if?
Don't lie to me.
Folks, we'd like to help you
Press
guys
one if you believe.
assemble your own community tournaments. Be part of the E-Project, Esports for Everyone, and show the world your impeccable esports prowess.
Enjoy tournament access mode, free in-game items, diamonds, and more. And you can register by scanning the QR code on your screens right now below. Over there, that one.
That one over there. All right, get to it. It's because, again, the greatest of all greats here in the Philippines, I know at least once in their career, especially when they were starting out, played in an E-Project event.
Oh, that's true. Well, now that you talk about it, even Doggy is, and some of the OGs also talk about this, that almost all of the pros in the first gen started with that. I forgot what it's called actually, but it is definitely an E-Project where it's almost daily, and then there's a weekly championship for it where you just get diamonds. That was just the reward from then. And then a lot of casters also started that way. Like Zeus, if you know Zeus, he also started with that. Doggy also started streaming with that too.
Was this a precursor to MCL?
It is totally different because MCL is something else. And this one, I think it's called the Global Arena, where it's actually just you just have to reach the MMR requirement. You can group up as 5, and then you can participate in tournaments. And a lot of pros actually started that way.
Yeah, only OGs would know.
Yeah. No, there's no one else here.
Yeah, where were you looking at?
I was about to point out someone, but there's no one.
Well, there is someone there. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
So with that said, again, we implore you to go join in the Esports for Everyone, the E-Project, because the greats of all time, the #1 players in all the world, started this way. So if you want the same for your region, for your country, for your community, join an E-Project tournament now. Again, you can just scrub back into the QR and join there. Back into the matchup, let's talk about game number 2 after we go ahead and look for our smart game face of the day. Renmar, you know what comes next. MPL Arena be the next smart game face of the day winner.
All right, so what people do is they just flash the hashtag, the power of a smart, on your devices in a green background. And they just need to put their game face on to win a redeemable in-game code.
Which means he will do his game face too.
Yeah, it's a trend here. Every time, whoever wins, I have to copy the face.
That's the price to pay for being that tall. Here we go. Shooting gallery. What you got? That's not the rule. You did not follow the rule.
Take it easy on me.
Here we go.
It easy
green
on
background,
me,
madam. Or green font. Are we accepting this?
On a technicality, I think we might allow it.
Commissioner, what do we say?
Oh, it's not.
Oh, all right, cool. All right, we got the message. Anyone else? Anyone else?
Okay.
Phoenix fam. No. Whoa. Are they okay?
Wait,
maybe more than okay. They're actually the winner.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Thank you for taking it.
Okay. He changed it. He swerved it.
Okay, so I have to copy the game face.
You have to very slightly tremble. I think I saw a little bit of this. There you go. All right, there you go.
Okay.
Congratulations to our smart game face of the day winner.
I love my job too much.
Thank you, Renmar Santa Cruz, for always being a sport about it. Let's talk about game number 2 here. Smart Omega. We agreed on some points that they did in game number 1. Disagreed with one stickling factor. Would you guys agree that maybe somewhere, somehow in the draft, they pivoted on that Ruby?
For sure. They really they understood that it is a good hero to pick up at first because of the flex pick, but sometimes they overcommit to it. But I do feel that it's not just about the Ruby pick that kind of made it difficult. It's the fact that Blacklist International answered it with the Paquito. That's why probably the Paquito was one of the early pickups. In fact, it was the first pickup, right? Because
that's right.
If you do pick up the Ruby, you commit to a front-to-back composition where you don't necessarily have the map control that you're looking for. Maybe they're trying to fix it by having the Rafaela, but I did not see that. I did not see them taking advantage of the extra movement speed for the Rafaela.
Yeah, that did look like a switch up, and I think we can see it because usually when teams suddenly switch up their draft, but they can play aggressive, they just play super aggressive at the start. And the fact that after their aggressive start for the first 2 jungle rotations and buff spawns, they look kind of lost. As if it's like, okay, what's our next movement here? How do we handle this? Oh, Jome's not getting enough help. We're trying to go to the bot side or a different part of the map. Our wave clear is kind of off. But it really looked like as time went on, Omega got comfortable with the lineup that they ended up drafting.
And again, that's a sign for me of a mid-draft pivot. Is they eventually land into the comfort that they were going for anyways. Here we go, game number 2. It's Blacklist on the play. Something tells me, Wolf, I don't know if you agree with me, they're setting up a Nolan pick here.
Yeah.
They banned the X-Borg, the Nolan.
It's banned.
A Nathan play.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh.
Both time travelers.
Yeah.
They first picked the Nova, though. Still very Nathanable.
Yeah. Okay. I love that. What you said. Okay.
Oh, they took it.
No.
What a
he
steal.
read it.
What a steal.
Yo, cold-blooded though. No reactions from the side of Blacklist.
Coach Stronger. What a steal.
Man, I think you go Yuzhong for Blacklist or Pac actually. Paquito's still good. Paquito and probably Martis here for Blacklist International. But then it's not great. Or maybe just a Baksha. Just go with that.
Yep. Shout out to the team correspondent of Omega, by the way, wearing a full-on 1-1 cosplay.
Yeah. Pachi Makcharom.
What?
Pachi Makcharom. Pachi.
That's her full name.
Really?
Yeah. Pachi Makcharom.
Also known as Seora, but
yeah, I remember her.
That's neither here nor there. Here we go.
Yeah.
One more pick. Do they go pack?
The carry. Okay.
Yeah. If that, that's carry.
Carry Minotaur. Pretty standard. You're gonna be looking for frontliner now for Omega, apart from the Ruby. So maybe go Barretts actually.
Kind of like that.
That I like. That I like. It was just but yesterday that Blacklist learned that lesson the hard way. They picked, was that a Nolan Nathan lineup?
Yeah, it was.
Right? Like, when you have a Nathan in your lineup, you want something chunky.
Yes.
You can't have 2 cores that are soft like that. Quick spotlight onto Core H2 here. 13-16 on that Ling, but we're not going to be seeing Ling here. We're going to be seeing the Barats.
Yep. Absolutely a good hero, like we mentioned.
Great hero.
So, I think you ban Benedetta and Paquito, or any kind of Edward hero that goes to the backlines. That would be a problem for the Nathan, right? So,
I think I'd rather ban Benedetta this
yeah,
time. Because of the Petri.
That's right. And also, the idea of the Yuzhong, I guess, is also a ban.
But I do have to mention here, Blacklist historically doesn't pick Yuzhong as much.
That's true. And also because you can just pop the Purify on Nathan.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, good ban. Great ban, actually, from Blacklist. Taking away the Rafaela because Rafa Nathan is also pretty strong, too.
Yeah, and because they now have enough of a front line, they can put a utility in their own.
Yeah. Is that the previous correspondent winner?
Yep, defending correspondent, the season champion, Danica Suazo.
The reigning defending. One of these days, I'm going to intro her.
Yeah.
That's exactly how I'm going to deliver it.
We haven't been hearing from our correspondents much.
Yeah.
Would be nice to get them in.
Yeah. I just missed the RSG correspondent. The former
RSG
RSG
correspondent. That's right, Mark Adrian Butters Hison.
Yeah.
One of the greats.
One of the greats.
All-time greats in the long history of team correspondence.
Frias Hison.
That has spanned in season 12.
Hot take.
Hot take.
He got robbed last season.
Nah.
He got robbed last season.
Nah.
That's my hot take.
You've had your fair share of hot takes so far.
That is my hot take.
You're saying you should have won.
Yes. I'm saying.
I agree.
I'm not mincing my words here.
Really? I'm the only one in Swazo Army right now?
Yes, you are.
All right, fine. We're going to have to talk later, gentlemen.
All right, here we go. One more ban for Blacks International. Are you going to take out one more roamer here?
Well, you do.
Oh, yeah, good one.
They are really giving the GOAT here. The OG GOAT a lot of trouble.
So you want to look for a hero that can speed up this, Barretts up, maybe.
Ooh,
so What if they go Savior, actually? Oh, they snatched the Paquito.
A mid lane savior, yeah. And the persecuted. Oh, but in this scenario, I've actually...
Okay, let him talk. Let the guy talk.
All right, thank you, Paquito.
He's
Are you
done.
good?
He's done.
He's done.
He does.
And
Okay.
if we were talking about like Benedetta and stuff earlier, I would have preferred like Blacklist ended up with Benedetta. Looks like
Yeah.
they will.
Looks like they will. Oh.
Yeah.
On point.
You can't ban everything.
Yeah.
Great job. So you're left with maybe Fredrin here if you're Blacklist.
Pretty.
Or Akai, actually. Fred or Akai. That's what I'm looking at.
Akai would be good because Omega plays such a tight position. Like a heavy spin to disrupt that would be good.
Okay. Man.
Okay.
So I'm seeing Lilia actually here for Exhort. But like I said, maybe the Xavier is not a bad option. It was picked up by another team yesterday.
Aqua.
It was
RSG.
Aqua.
RSG.
Is that
Yeah.
gonna take a while? Is that not gonna take too long? If you play the Xavier.
It is.
Xavier plus Nolan.
But it's going to be at the
Oh, no,
Dawning
Nathan,
Light.
sorry.
It's a long range battle, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nope. It's
Oh my god.
This was in the back of my head, but I didn't want to say it because it made no sense to me.
All in, bro. It's all in on Big J.
Oh, is this a... No, they're doing
Whoa.
what Blacklist... It's a jungle.
Wait,
it's a
jungle
jungle.
data. Wait.
What? They're pulling the mirror.
Yeah.
They're mirroring Blacklist.
You saw Exort even gave H2 like a little bit of a high five. Like, oh, you can do this.
Jungle
Look at
Nathan,
Setsui's like,
mid
oh,
Barretts.
what? Setsui's like, what?
He's like,
Jungle Nathan, mid Barretts.
Mid Barretts.
5 Ruby.
I kinda like,
5 Florin.
I kind of like mid Barretts.
By the way,
it's a lane bully.
gold Ruby.
There it is. It's exactly what Oheb played
Everything,
last week.
dude, it's nuts. Everything is nuts.
I like it. And when everything is nuts, you turn it upside down, you get stunned.
Oh man, this is why Butters lost last season.
What?
Don't remind me. Don't remind me.
I'm sorry.
Don't remind me.
Swazo
Game
Army
number
all the
2. It's all on the line this time for the Barangay as they try to make it to Game 3 with such a risky gambit, putting a Page out of Blacklist right in front of them. This is game number 2.
Will it work? No Purify on Nathan against a Minotaur, against this Benedetta with a Petrify. I'm scared. I'm legit scared for H2.
Let's see.
John Paul's got to protect himself.
Sensui has made it work, and I can't believe Omega are really drafting like their long time. It's such an Omega thing to do. You field your veterans, and you, in their first full series against Blacklist, you make them draft lineups reminiscent of Blacklist.
Okay, here's a quote I'd like to think from Season 10 or Season 11, where Coach Brian Pandalim of RSG said, I don't want to face Omega, because when you think they're going to do one thing, they do the complete opposite, and it throws them off.
Yeah. I don't want to face Omega. They are Lason.
Close enough.
Did you get it now?
No.
Okay, so
It was
H2
close.
receives the flower, which obviously is great. It's 5% adaptive attack, and that's definitely good for a hero like Nathan that kind of have has a mixture of both magic and physical.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, Yoda, a bit of smack there. H2 is still looking for level 4. Part of his rotation disrupted by an invasion of by Blacklist International.
They got to take it slow. Or is that counterproductive? Does Omega wait for a power spike on H2 here? Or do they
Well, they have no choice,
Or do they
unfortunately.
pick random fights that even Blacklist weren't expecting?
Well,
Unfortunately, Dan, Leo, Kubangay, they really have to wait for H2.
No,
There's
they
really
shouldn't.
no way.
They shouldn't.
Yeah. And at the same time, I think they have to be proactive. It's not just waiting, but being proactive about it. And they're not going to be able to contest this turtle because out of rotation is the Nathan. And they're going to be taking their time. See, Haji actually is in there. I like the final blow. Entry in by Edward. Just provided a little bit of space. Blacklist gets the turtle without a problem.
Whoa,
Okay.
whoa, 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 whoa.
H2. Haji has been on him this entire time. Petrify. Shadow Slash by Edward. First blood, not the start Omega wants.
There's nothing H2 could have done there. Abu Jingjing, talk to me about why they were so deep in front of H2 like that. How'd they get there?
Well, they do have this Minotaur with the flicker that freshly got off level 4, and they know that H2 will need to farm. And there's, like I said, no Purify on the Nathan. There's a natural cleanse for that hero, but it will now never be enough.
So at 2.5 minutes, Blacks International got away with murder. and it was in your face. They just straight up walked into Omega's front door, into their jungle, and said, you know what, H2, this has to stop. After taking first turtle clean, too.
Yeah. And I'm looking, oh, Ryota versus Edward. Ryota brought low. He ate up an Electro final blow. Petrify not on there for Edward.
No, we don't do it.
No.
Oh, no.
That's Ryota's name for people wondering.
That's right.
What's his last name again?
Makasa.
Oh, there, thank you.
Former national athlete, won the gold medal with
Exactly.
Seaball last year in Cambodia.
Exactly.
He was one of the people with the Year of Triumph.
Yep.
With AP Brent's version of
In
Seaball.
fact, Omega has 2 gold medalists.
That's right.
Rebo's there.
Him and Rebo right
Yeah,
now.
that's true. Wow.
In active deployment on the map right now. This is not dangerous what Rio's doing.
Oh, okay. Sword meets fists. I forgot the word for it, but here comes Haji. Minoan Fury onto 2. HJ able to get away on time, but there's actually the purple buff going to the Sensui. Exhorting the members of Omega pressing forward. They're trying to chase after Haji, but they don't jump!
Big
with a flicker! I'm offended ultimate by the Ruby. And even Omega were a little bit surprised because it doesn't look like they're completely ready for that one. Jom now trying to survive, but Oheb takes him down.
Big J coming in clutch. Another hero play 4 minutes in. I mean, it slows down Blacklist, gives Omega some bit of a clapback. Now Turtle fight coming up.
They have retribution this time, Omega.
Yeah, and Sensui's far. Woohoo! And they get the turtle. What a turn of events. Big J with the play.
It all started with Exhort with that flicker play going for Daytona's welcome. Actually, when he popped the flicker, he managed to land the stun of the 2 members. Then it was quickly followed up by Joe with that flicker play for himself. Eventually was taken out by Oheb, which is, by the way, we haven't been talking. Oheb is having a lot of good time down the bottom lane.
Yeah.
So he's okay. But then Omega, definitely a disastrous first 2 minutes, but it was salvaged by 2 hero plays.
Yeah.
And so far, I think the only reason why we don't get to talk about Oheb much is because Jome lets him have the lane. Again, Jome is still down on XP, right?
Yeah.
True.
And then Oheb knows that he's not needed elsewhere on the map is because there's enough pressure onto Omega's weak points this early on. So we can expect maybe KL1 to come into play in a few minutes, especially once Lord comes up. Talking about it, yeah, he's still up 1,000 gold on Jome.
Yeah,
1,000 golds.
It's the War Axe on the Ruby.
Man, at this point, well, we know that the 3-item power spike of a Ruby is much stronger than the 3-item spike of a Marksman, but eventually in the late game, there will not be enough damage for Jome.
Here we go again. Big Astral Echo. These Blacklist knows that they cannot fully commit into this. Even sometimes it feels like even Blacklist is a little bit scrambled with their rotations because how Omega's rotations are kind of scrambled by nature. Yeah. Oh, look at that entropy actually committed by H2 in the mid lane to get away. He almost ran into Edward and Sensui.
Yeah. Bit of good news though for H2. Quick cooldown on entropy, so not something he has to worry about. To be specific,
very fast.
There is but what 20-something seconds once it's fully leveled.
Eye already committed there by Edward. Ryota, ooh, eats up a Star Shatter. Either Navaria and Blacklist are just going to continue controlling the mid. And the fact that the minion waves in mid are controlled right now by Blacklist means I feel like it's going to be too risky if Omega try, but
H2, by the way, stole the purple buff with using the ultimate!
H2! He eats up the Petrify, the full combo of the Benedetta!
Oh my god.
That should not have been the case! Omega now trying to scramble, trying to find a play. They have to somehow focus on Sensui, but they're somehow whittling down the turtle. They're going to try to go after Sensui, charging it up. No, Exert was actually trying to go after Edward, trying to interrupt the Fredrin. Somehow they're going to try to steal this turtle under the nose of Blacklist International because if they get it somehow, what? Ryota with a punch, a knockout strike to take the turtle for Omega, and that means Omega can team fight. They have the Barretts with them. How the heck did they get that bottom lane? Oheb gets its first tower down.
How exactly is
unbelievable?
Sheer math. It was a 4v4.
It was a 4v4, no jungler for Omega. And then Ryota comes in. I got this. I'm gonna do my own thing. Gets it for himself. You gotta have to commend Blacklist International though. The moment they saw H2 already utilizing the ultimate, they jumped. They committed all. The Petrify as well as the flicker play from Haji. Jome, can you TP out?
Whoa! That was so close. Woo! The pop of the concussive blast.
Big J knows how to put on a show. Edward goes ahead, cuts right through the back line. H2 and Rebo trying to get some farm onto Omega's jungler right now. And again, the slower the game goes, the more back and forths we get. I think there's more of a chance Omega can actually take us to game 3.
Maybe. See if that happens right now. Their lineup having a lot of problems. Their X-Rod actually uses the Detonus Welcome. That's Jome under the tower against 3 members of Blacklist International. He eats up the ultimate of the Minotaur as well. Ryota, he sees Oheb. He's going to be able to take him down to the tower. Gets taken down there. Full on knockout strike. The stun as well coming in from the floor in. Oheb trying to survive. Embraces Wrath.
H2.
Actually, no, but no, H2 with an entropy. And the turnaround is it because Oheb, the gold laner of Blacklist International, is down. But in the bottom lane, Edward was pushing it out. Small win in the fight for Omega, but they're losing map control still.
Clutch entropy by H2 there. He may have been benched for the longest time now, but he still has killer instinct set in.
Oh,
mid lane push from Edward.
Haji!
Haji really low here. Oh, Ryota doesn't go for it. Expecting Yue. They don't get the tower. Star Shatter. He's not going to kill him unless...
Edward,
really close.
Edward
might. Edward just might.
What a
Ryota trying to find it. Eye for an
No!
eye. Ryota! What the flicker! Here comes Big J. I'm offended. He is able to find Yue. Ryota again.
All right, the scramble has led to Blacklist getting a free go at the Lord. And something tells me Omega knows, but something has to kick in somewhere. All of these fun fights and plays are resulting to much for the Barangay.
Atoy R. Leader of the Atoy army, now they're pushing.
Oh, Joe misses it. Could have been big if they were able to take down Oheb there. The tower's going to fall, though. Omega trying to equalize. Edward finds the angle.
Not to take away from Omega. Cool is cool.
Cool is cool.
Cool is cool.
Yeah, unbelievable play coming out from Ryota. Flickering in, and then landing the jab, actually, to get the extra shields.
Yeah.
And obviously, the retribution coming out from H2 came in clutch as well. However, they still lost the Lord. That's still an important objective here.
Yeah.
As flashy as Omega's plays were, we gotta have to commend Edward because not only did he push 2 turrets in the bottom lane, he also pushed the mid lane turret.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of map control problems for Omega now.
And these are symptoms of the first game.
That's true.
Cool as it is, and as many signs of life Omega may put on, they're still losing on a fundamental sense.
Yeah. Again, majority of these players on the side of Blacklist International went through the M5 World Championship, where controlling the map, minion wave control, was so important. That's the modern day game of MLBB, while Omega, as you mentioned, Ryota, he wins the 1v1! He wins the 1v1!
Makasa gets the knockout.
And now they're going to be going forward. Exert is going to be able to get the Detonus Welcome there onto Sensui, but Sensui's really tanky. Haji and Yue trying to find the damage. Operations Wrath gets dealt out. Oheb able to free hit right now. It looks like Omega can't reach Oheb. Ryota once again from the back. Is he going to be able to get Sensui? He finds Oheb as well. Omega are turning it around. Omega has turned it around.
The Barangay scores a 4-for-1 trade. They're going to go straight for mid. And just like that, Yue can only watch.
This is old man strength. That's what I'm talking about. It's a thing, and you're seeing it.
Seeing it from Ryota. Turning back the clock with this Paquito, making the hero plays that Omega needed. 3 kills in the last 2 minutes because of Ryota. No win for Omega.
Oh, wow. The last time Barats was played in mid was by TNC Pro Team in Season 8. So I'd like to think that was an experimental approach to the hero. And here we're seeing it again in the same light. But Omega's making it work.
That was the key to victory. We talked about running back the clock in terms of showing the history of the league. And that's with a big pick right there in mid.
Multi-generational talent.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Edward is nodding in approval like, hey, I would play the Paquito just the same way. That's the right play there. Ryota, good call. How did he burst him down that much? Sea Halberd, Malefic Roar, Hunter Strike. That's how. The Trinity in the hands of Ryota.
It felt even better for Ryota because he was also able to find Oheb a little bit, and that little bit of knock up onto Oheb was more than enough for Omega to find the opening to eventually take him down. So now it's even. I can't believe it. Now it's even.
Whoa. This is a Luminous Lord spawning in the lower quarter. H2 going for it. Spotted still by the Echoes. Yue, very hard to miss. And now the dance begins. Lord here approaching half health. Exhort, obliging in the dance. 4 members from Omega, 4 members from Black.
Once again,
going for the soft reset. 1v1!
1v1. Ryota and Edward. Sword versus fist. Ryota trying to find the opening there. Edward slashes away. Ryota with the combo. A lot of damage, forcing out the Electro final blow. It's 4 versus 4. The two EXP laners are playing chicken with each other. But so now who's going to get this here?
That's the hard reset coming in. One more time, let's dance. Haji trying to get for the pull. And just like that, Sensui dives in. This is dangerous.
Nature is also purple buff dependent, by the way, but he takes it so easily.
Whoa!
Ryota
Because
push.
of Ryota's 1v1, I'd call it technical knockout. He gets a push.
Haji on the right side.
Oh, why bush?
Watch the map as we're watching the Lord. Sensui here. Haji, great position by him. Oheb here as well. Oh, H2 spots him. He spots him with the entropy. He's not going to get close. Exort with a flicker. Tetanus, welcome out to Haji. The roamer with a massive Minnow Fury. Is this enough time to ask him? Oh! Sensui goes in. Appraiser's Wrath and knockup, but that's the kill to the Minotaur. Who got the Lord? It was Agent Zero. Yet again, the fight was split between the two, and it's Blacklist who triumphed. 2 kills plus the Lord.
The synchronous engage by Blacks International. Could have sworn there was a Cyclone Eye underneath Sensui.
Yeah.
The way he flickered in with the Minoan Fury, with Haji.
Oh my god.
And it led to such a big win. Blacklist, yes, trades 2 for 1, but still walks away with the Lord.
Exactly. They got the Lord because Edward was there. And even when the two junglers are isolated, the damage output for Edward was more than enough. And the fact that they took out Ryota, that's going to be massive for Omega.
My mind is
for
like...
a Blacklist, I mean.
Yeah, I'm sort of wondering, did it look like that because it wasn't just a dash by Sensui? Was he like pulled back by either an ult by the Ruby or the missiles of the...
Maybe the missiles,
Parrots?
because Ruby was in front of the Lord. Jong was
yes.
in front of the Lord.
So pushed into by the missiles from
then
Exord, and then maybe even displaced by one of H2's skills.
True.
That gave him a little... it's displacement, man, but it went all to Blacklist's way. Now Lord's going to be marching in.
again.
Big 5-man echoes!
Oh my
Agent
God.
Zero goes in, but he gets Tetanus welcomed. Similar to what happened into game number 1, a little bit too eager was Edward. And Omega are going to try to punish Blacklist by... Let's see if they can get map control after this.
Can somebody check if there's an imposter hiding inside Edward's skin? Because that's 2 Edward mistakes in 1 series.
You know what I'm saying now?
That's so weird. But I understand why he went for that, because they landed an Echo, which means that the Petrify will be, you know?
It's a 5-man
It's always
Petrify.
tempting.
Oh, wait,
It's
wait, wait,
always
wait.
tempting.
Whoa, okay.
Running it back in mid. Going for the full-on engage. Finding a siege. Nope. I think Omega overshot. All right, we'll just take something else.
Ooh. Still hurting there with the Star Shatters. Purple buff will get taken away. I think it's because of the TPs from Omega. I'm not going to say Edward's tilted, but again, the Filipino term, gigil. He's hungry.
Which
for the
years
Omega.
later still does not have a direct translation.
Yeah, that's
something
true.
else to note. Real quick, look at the items. I'm trying to think of why Edward would have done that. Maybe even after the promise of 5-man Petrify.
Yeah.
No one on Blacklist's lineup can actually dive in as deep as him.
Exactly.
So, like, what was the call?
Yeah, that's a weird call. And I don't think that they have minions anyways on the bottom lane. So, yeah. So many weird interactions. Like I said, somebody check who's hiding beneath Edward's skin.
I'm going to pose like one last theory.
Okay.
I think he's just really trying to gamble and get an EXP laner for H2 trade. Like he was trying to trade himself for H2 somehow.
Because again, H2 is one of the few ways actually Omega defends.
Yeah.
Omega has very bad wave clear.
Yeah. Yep. But I also am sort of in the camp of Wolf that maybe he's wearing an Edward bodysuit.
Yeah. That's the theory. Press 1 if you believe, press 2 if you think it's impossible.
Oh man, the way that Edward has been playing with these little fumbles, I'd like to think more that maybe it is a doppelganger, because that's more of a thing than old man strength. Here we go. Lord dance coming up. Lord less than half health.
Okay.
Sensui with the pull, soft reset. Neither team letting go. Again, the 1v1 XP laner matchup still happening. Close to Omega's purple.
No welcome. No Daytona's welcome.
Is anyone going to reset?
Jom!
Andrew Job goes in. Oh, he fights Haji. Minoan Fury, okay. Still. Edward coming in. Petrify like to find a blow. Agent Zero. Now there is something that isn't a mistake. Calculated, intentional, cold-blooded by Edward. And now he's going to be chasing after Ryota. Are they going to duel it out again? He has an immortality. Ryota only has his shields, his fist. There's Yue, there's Haji. And Ryota will be able to flicker away, but he's going back. Omega still at the Lord.
Run, no, we run.
Dome again, double pull. The damage onto this Ruby, but he falls. Exort actually able to knock back the members of Blacklist through the wall, but no, that's it. Blacklist gets this Lord.
There was no recompense. I don't know what Jome was thinking, man.
Me too.
Unbelievable jump though. Coming up from Edward. Waiting for the right moment. One shot potential against H2. Well, there was Haji that flickered in afterwards, but that's besides the point.
Oh no.
No Purify on the Nathan. How many times should I say it? That's a problem.
You know what's more beautiful? It's the fact that it was well communicated that the entropy has already been used.
Exactly.
That the switch has already been pulled, and there was no way H2 was going to walk away from anything. If he could get away from something, he would have to literally walk.
And I'd like to think it's a little bit of a breakdown in communication by the members of Omega. They needed to help H2. There was no one there with him. Everyone else was looking forward to just staying forward.
Here we go.
Another echo.
Potentially the final siege here by Blacklist, penetrating through mid. Next stop down bottom. Where's the fight going to take him? Lord taken care of here. They lose 2 inhibitors.
Yeah, no flicker for Haji, so no surprise initiation there. They're backing off. They're backing off just for now, waiting for the minion waves. But they're going to make a play here for this tower because it's still almost 2 minutes plus, or around 2 minutes or so, and counting, ticking down. Before this Lord spawns, usually teams would just commit a play there, play around this area, stop them from getting any resources.
Yep, so it looks like Blacklist telegraphing that they will make a play here, make a siege, and then from there, go for the next Lord. Oh, wait,
okay,
wait,
there's
wait,
a play. Joe with a pull. I like to find a blow to counteract it. Edward is dashing and damaging the members of Omega right now.
Whoa!
Exort able to get away. Sensui has immortality. Abraser's wrath gets interrupted by Jumstone.
Oh!
But the Star Shatter by the Navaria takes out the Ruby. Omega lose 1. 5 versus 4. But Blacklist are kind of low. You have to back off just a little bit, but it looks like they're going to try to play around it.
Close, but not quite. Yes,
right side.
They do get their health
Oh,
down.
no way.
100%
It's
echoes!
Star Shatter onto H2. Entropy committed. Haji with a no one fear. He gets to knock up H2 as well, but H2. No, look at Edward! He finds the mark on H2. He finds the Nathan, and Blacklist International find the sweep over their rivals, over the Barangay.
Can confirm this still is the same old Edward playing for Blacks International, able to find H2 back to back to back to score the sweep. 2-0 for Black.
And how about that, Yue? Back-to-back games with perfect usages of the Echo, giving so much of an advantage for Blacklist International. Then Edward, my man, I really doubted his mistakes because it was very, I don't know, uncanny.
Yeah.
For Edward, it didn't look like Edward. But that last 2 jumps onto H2, that really looked like Edward.
Yeah, great positioning and just hunting down by Edward, being able to find H2 over and over again. The older version of Omega, old man strength Omega. Take a bow. But that was a hell of a series.
It's called OG Omega.
OG
as they now
Omega.
take their walk. GG, well played. OMG. A lot of concepts that they tried to make work here in this 2-game series, in this matchup against Black, but not quite. They'll be taking a break to try and figure that out as we hear from Marakino and Hans now on stage with Blacklist.
All right, agents, let me hear it from you. Blacklist. Break the code, and they've been breaking the code. Congratulations.
An incredible performance galing sa Blacklist International, Haji. I'll be giving the microphone to you. Considering na you've played with a lot of MPL Philippines' generation, you playing Season 2, Edward, at tagal mo na nandito sa MPL, and also with Sensui and Yue, na you could say that the new generation is in. How does it feel na you're still here, you are competing, and napakaganda ng performance mo noong game number 2 into bringing you to victory?
Una-una po, chamba lang po yun. Pero ano po talaga,
Pinipilit ko po mag-improve everyday ganun sa mga bawat role. Tapos yun po, dinadaan ko lang po sa experience. Ganun.
Going with experience and kahit matagal na siyang nandito sa MPL, the improvement doesn't stop there. Way to go para kay Hachi.
Alam mo, tinanong ko, si Coach Juan katabi ko ngayon, tinanong ko, magbabakasyon ba kayo? Meron ba kayong pupuntahan? Naisip ko kasi baka mag-Boracay sila, baka they go somewhere. Pero I picked up something. Coach, hindi daw kayo magbabakasyon, sabi mo?
Hindi. Wala kaming bakasyon kasi unang-una kailangan namin mag-grind pa dahil tago kami kahapon. And siguro talagang kailangan pa namin mag-improve dahil sa mga pinapakita ng mga top tier teams ngayon. Talagang kung paglalabanin man nila kami ngayon, parang hindi siya 50-50 mas mababa pa sa 50-50. So sa halip na magbakasyon, talagang igagrind na lang namin.
So dahil hindi daw na-sweep, walang vacation. Pero ito naman, on a lighter note, tapusin natin yung ginawa natin kanina.
Okay,
Coach
sige.
Master the Basics, ikaw, nasa iyo yung mic. Okay? I'm gonna put my hand on top of everyone. Sabihin mo kung OA or nonchalant. Alright? Umpisa natin kay Coach Von.
No, nonchalant.
Nonchalant. Okay. Ito. Uncle Lesson.
Double OA.
Double OA.
Double OA. Ito. OM.
Nonchalant.
Okay. Si Dex.
Triple OA.
Triple OA.
Nonchalant. Nonchalant. No comment.
No comment.
Nonchalant siya.
Nonchalant. Ito, kayo. Edward, siya naman.
Hindi ko alam. Si Yo yata may gustong Siya yung gusto sumagot.
US si Coach ba? OA ba si Coach o nonchalant?
Neutral.
Ay, takot sila.
50-50.
Ayaw nila magkamali. Once again, congratulations to Blacklist International. May you have a great 2-week break. You may now take your bow. And take your walk of victory. All right, agents, let me hear it from you once again. Blacklist. Congratulations. Ang lupit no na kahit nagkaroon sila ng sweep ngayong araw na to, hindi sila magbe-break. Kailangan grind pa rin ng grind.
Kumbaga hindi sila nakontento doon sa performance that they've shown today. And I'm sure na babalik na mas malakas ang Blacklist International right after a long break.
Tingnan natin kung kontento nga ba ang ating mga casters sa kanilang analysis. So we're gonna go back to them and break it down for you. Casters, pasok.
Mara and Hans asking if we were contented with what we saw. I'd like to think there was enough on Showcase there to close up week number 2 of MPL Philippines Season 13. But is it just me, or does it seem like despite the sweeping win, it's like Blacklist definitely felt like we could have done better?
Yeah, it looks like it. Going into this, Omega definitely were the underdogs, especially this version of Omega from their performance in day number 1 of this week. But they gave them hell. They made them fight hard for it.
Yeah, I think I do agree. Like it kind of felt like Blacklist surely won that, but it didn't look very clean at all. Maybe because of the fumbles that we've seen from players that we don't normally see fumbles like that, right? Very uncanny performance from some of their players. But at the same time, Omega, I think that they should not be relying on this kind of win condition where they have to be crafty, you know? It's just sometimes you have to, I don't know, maybe swallow a sword just to win a talent competition. It felt like that.
It's a whole nother discipline, especially if you're not trained to do such a thing, which I've never seen in real life, by the way. Let's talk about game number 2. Let's award our MVP here. Playing for Blacks International. Wolf, what you got?
Should be Edward, right? But then again, 2, 2, and 5 after what? A massive, well, not really a blunder, but some mistakes that we saw from Edward. Game number 2. But he well made out for it. Like, in a way, when he looked for H2, lands the one-shot combo with his item, Heptasis, Deadly Blade, then Hunter Strike, and Malefic Roar. With a little ignition, it was more than enough to go up against H2. Which kind of makes me think, why did Omega still force this jungle Nathan when we know that the Purify is needed? I mean, on top of the entropy that you have a way to naturally cleanse some of your debuffs, but it's evidently not enough. And look at the outplay from Ryota. He is him moment from Noe Makasa. Going for the flicker, then going for the jab for a little bit of an extra shielding. Then he goes for the solo kill on Edward, then gets the second kill on Sensui. Then we'll get another one on Oheb with the combo that he has. Double kill eventually, but 3 kills in the past minute. However, there it goes. Sensui being pushed back. And it was actually Haji just staying long enough and Jome being separated from his team that allowed the Blacklist International to eventually secure that Lord. And look at Edward. Beautiful play from the backlines. Vincent Sui and as well as Haji dipped back to that and didn't even need it. Another play. Look at Yue as well as Edward. Again, Alecto through the base building takes out H2 and then ends the game for the side of Blacklist International. You can see that even with a scrappy team fight, Blacklist International appeared to have been showing signs of their past selves. But then again, like Leo said, and I think that many viewers have noticed, there's a lot of problems that Blacklist International still needs to fix. However, if you now translate that to Omega, this lineup, it looks good if it works, but it's just so difficult because of the fact that 4 out of their 5 heroes are done in a creative manner. Ruby on the gold lane. You have Nathan jungle, no Purify. You have the Bats in the mid lane, and then the Florid. Florid itself is always played in the roam role, but it's not a meta pick. So Omega just make it so difficult for them to win. It kind of felt like they're choosing the opposite of least path of resistance, or road path of least resistance. Yeah, whatever that idiom is.
No, I understand. Does make a lot of sense. But yeah, it feels like Omega needs to find a little bit more stability with the fundamentals. It's great that they can make these creative ideas work. No, they haven't gotten a win with it, but I mean, they put Blacklist to the test here. But yeah, it would be good to see if they could replicate this with stable lineups based on the meta.
Hey, maybe when we come back around after the break, they might try to play with Phase Technician Chip, that new hero. It's now available with instantaneous teleportation at your fingertips and unrestricted portals offering endless possibilities. Come join the game and develop your own unique strategy with Chip.
Yeah, just get the hero and skin for only 469 diamonds in a bundle during the launch week, and you can enjoy eating chips with this passive just like Leo did.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Have you ever tried Chip?
Not yet.
I have.
I've seen it play, like I've watched.
Because I don't have diamonds, apparently. Sadly. I don't have them. I actually don't.
But I feel like that's a lie.
I'm gonna show it to you.
The diamonds, right?
Yeah, no diamonds. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's true. It's very true. I
don't believe it.
I have the least amount of diamonds in this desk.
The more you say, the more it becomes sus.
I'm skeptical.
But yes, please do, ladies and gentlemen. Chip is bound to change. You know what? Let me post this question, all right? Folks at home, do you think Chip is going to be meta or not? That's it. Meta or not? Tell us. Meta or not?
Meta.
Wolf?
Meta.
Must be. Like, day one, prio ban.
You know what that feels like? That feels like a hero developed for the Philippine playstyle. Not even kidding.
Yeah, controlling the map.
Yeah,
controlling the map.
Could this be the kryptonite to the Filipino dominance in international stages? Could if some way, somehow, Chip becomes the hero that allows for other regions to figure out how to make this work? I don't know. We're about to find out because we go back on the air next week on the 5th of April. That's week 3, day 1. RSG and Minana Evos going to go head-to-head, followed up by the Battle Besties, AP Bren versus Omega.
Oh man, Omega needs a lot of waking up because after the long break, if they haven't figured out anything, if they haven't changed, they're going to be facing up against a team that doesn't need to change anything.
Yeah.
He beat Bren. Like I said, we're running out of adjectives to describe the team, and Omega has to face that tall mountain.
Yeah. RSG PH Minana, I feel like it's going to be its own brand of special as well.
Oh, yeah.
In Minana, Evos put AP Bren backs against the wall in that game number 1. RSG PH need to be ready.
Yeah. Kirk v Nats.
Yeah.
That's going to be Kirk already faced up against Flap. Maybe against Nats it will be different, you know?
Maybe Nibor.
Or Nibor.
Yeah.
With that said, we're going to go ahead and call it a night here as we throw it over to our hosts. On behalf of Wolf and Renmar Santa Cruz, my name is Leo, at your service. It's been awesome. Let's go to Hans and Mara.
After today's matches, I am now 100% sure na mamimiss ko ang ating MPL Philippines action, especially next week.
Speaking of next week, since we'll be having a break from our matches, anong plano mo, Mara?
Ang plano ko, I've been wanting to see the sunset,
Okay.
Hans.
Oo nga.
So ang gusto ko to see the sunset on the horizon with the water, so I'm gonna be by the beach.
Manifesting for
Yes.
good weather for you.
For good vibes, good weather. How about you, Hans?
I mean, I'll just do sports. That's basically the thing that I'll try to do as much as I can since, you know, we have a lot of time in our hands now and fortunately, we can do a little bit more of that during this break.
I'm wondering what you guys are gonna be doing. Put it down on the comment section below. And I hope you guys, all of you that are watching, will have a fruitful break as well. Dahil magpapamiss muna ang ating MPL Philippines. Muli, ako po si Mara Aquino.
At ako naman si Hans Galeria.
Nagpapaalalang, magkakaiba man ang ating pinagdadaanan, sama-sama pa rin tayo sa laban.
Para sa tagumpay.
Keep it good vibes, everybody.
And see you on April 5.